This year saw the return of the Pro Chess League. And thank goodness, chat, so good to have you back, PCL.
This is not.
Wait, he plays blunders. Oh no, he got a queen! He could have got a queen!
Let's go. With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The final day of the Pro Chess League playoffs has finally arrived.
Queen to chief. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's it, James. I can't.
I'm out, boy. The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion? Oh, what a move. Relax.
Tactics everywhere.
Relax.
Oh my god, he got chief. Board for Pranesh does it once again for the Indian yogis. It's Championship Sunday at the Pro Chess League. Welcome, everyone. We've got the big game coming up later today as the Tigers will take on the Gotham Knights for the championship. But before that, we've got another big game coming up for the third place. I am International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, FIDE Master James Canty. James, such a big day of chess yesterday. Today, an all-Indian clash. What's your prediction when the Yogis take on the MGD1?
My prediction is this is going to be tough, but I have it's going to be an Indian team is going to win for sure. I'm going to bet my house on it. I'm going to bet everything on it. An Indian team is going to walk away successful today. 100% Indian team will be in third place. So I'm ready for today. It's lots of matches, lots of fun. Championship day, championship Sunday. It's a great day.
It's been amazing so far and it continues to be super exciting today, James. I can tell you if you make that bet, your house is super safe. But this is what the players are fighting for today. There is a lot at stake in the third place match. The winner of the Indian Yogis versus MGD1 walks off with $15,000. Fourth place gets $10,000. A difference of 5K. But James, more than that, it is pride on the line. Which team is the strongest Indian team? And both of them want to prove that.
Absolutely. They want to prove, of course, the bragging rights there. Who's the stronger Indian team? But also that extra money is going to help as well. You know, you can do whatever you like with that money. And also, hey, maybe get some more chess, stuff for the fans and stuff like that too, right? So I'm buying chess equipment and chess supercomputer stuff. You know how the kids do. The Indian teams are always working on chess. And in fact, they just had another GM. It was on Facebook. I saw it. So congrats to that brand new GM. It was like announced maybe like last 24 hours. There's been another GM from India. Whatever they're doing over there, it's working. So shout out to India again for that. Pretty strong stuff. Lots of money on the line today.
Yeah, the GMs from India are coming out weekly, and it's been a 5-week battle at the Pro Chess League. And after this, we will also be revealing today the most valued player from these teams. Now, it's been a fantastic season so far. We started with 16 incredible teams. Going into the postseason, we had 8 teams, and the Yogis started their battle against Blitz, had a convincing victory. And in the semifinals, one of the most dramatic matches of the league, it was the Shanghai Tigers that came out roaring, pushing down, knocking out the Indian Yogis to fight for the third place.
Wow. And on the other side of that bracket here, you see MGD1 taking on the Wizards, and the Wizardry was not strong enough for the strong Indian MGD1 team, and they were able to take them down, make it to the semis there. Then the Knights versus Bishops, the epic battle, right, from classics, from centuries in a way, right? Of course, long time battle for existence. Knight versus Bishops, the Knights won that one. And then they beat MGD1 to make it to the finals today. So, you know, long stories here. And it's going to end today, Tanya. It's sad, right? You know, it hurts because it ends today.
It ends today, and James, I have to say that this is not the match the two Indian teams wanted to fight for. But they're still going to bring out their competitive best, as you said, the bragging rights. It is pride on the line, and this is the squad that will be fighting to win the third place prize at the Pro Chess League. And we see some big changes there. The Indian Yogis are back with their quarter-final winning squad. They bring in Vidit Gujarati, they bring in Nehal Serene, and they have rotated out Pragnananda and Ronak Sadhwani from yesterday. Meanwhile, MGD1 getting in Savita Sri instead of Harika.
Yeah, this is a strong team. I mean, both sides, obviously. I mean, Vidit and Nihal were able to get a good day of rest. And that day of rest, I mean, rest does wonders. Like, you just feel like a brand new person, especially in chess, which is very important to get that rest so you can come back even stronger there. So I like the switch up there that the Yogis did, just put in Nihal and Vidit there, and then using the same team for MGD1, just switching out one player, switching out Harika there. Arjun ready to go. I mean, the team is very strong. If Adiban is hot today, I mean, it's 50-50. I don't know what's going to happen in that match. Of course, it could be anybody's game, but I do know, again, Indian team is going to win for sure.
Nice take. Hot take there by James Candy that an Indian team will win the third place prize with James. It is amazing to watch these players. These are exactly the players who are also fighting in different teams at the Olympiad. It is a youth versus experience match. The future of Indian chess with the present strongest players in the Indian chess, the biggest emerging talents. And this is our round one pairing. We see Vidit Gujarati will start his battle today against Savita Sri, and forget that WIM in front of her because, James, take a look at that rating. She's at 24-11.
Yeah, she's swinging. In fact, I mean, even Pranesh, 24-42. Of course, he went down a little bit. You got to be 25. But he dipped a little bit, and that happens because chess is very hard like that. But she not far from Pranesh, who's a GM, right? So very strong. She's swinging well above the class, the weight, whatever, the title says. She's definitely ready to play today. And she's going to take it to the other Indian team, hoping for something.
Yeah, definitely. Pranesh has already made it. He's already a grandmaster. He's just 16 years old, and those ratings are from back in November. So there have been a lot of switch ups there. He is knocking on 2,500 currently. So a lot to fight for here. And I would love to hear it from chat. It's a big day for chat. I know it was heartbreaking for the Indian fans in the semifinals, but today you've got the Indian bullet genius, the speed chess genius from India, Nihal Sareen. He became a grandmaster when he was 14 years old. He has been such a big prodigy in India. He is the winner of the 2021 Junior Speed Chess Championship. He will be playing for the Yogis, and against him, his compatriot from the Olympiad, Arjun Argassi, fighting for MGD1 on the top board. It was a tough day for Arjun yesterday in the semifinals. James, what would be your advice today for MGD1 coming out of that very difficult loss in the semis?
Yeah, you have to just forget about it. You just literally forget about it and just say, you know what, hey, it's another day. Even Hikaru says it too. You have to have short-term memory loss when it comes with losses. Like when you lose, hey, it happens. Doesn't feel good, but you have to get over it very quickly, or it does trickle into the next game or even the next match. That psychology part, Gary Kasparov says the psych part is even more bigger than the moves itself, right? So look at him getting in the zone there. Look at the shirt he's rocking too. Got the MGD1 shirt. That's like $1,000 shirt, my guy. Right? Sign that boy. Yeah, sign it. It'd be like $10,000. I'm gonna have to hit him up about that. That's Arjun Aragaisi ready to go.
Yeah, I love it. He's got MGD1 on one side, the Pro Chess on one side, and of course, the Quantbox, his big sponsors, which was a historic $1.5 million deal that Arjun got as sponsorship last year. And then this has been another star player for the Indian Yogis, Vaishali, Prag's sister. She's been a mainstay in their team, getting so many big points, taking down so many grandmasters, including Daniel Dubov in the league. She also beat Grandmaster Supi. She's been having fantastic results, and she needs to deliver today as well for her team. This time, she won't be playing with Prag on her side. Instead, it's Vidit.
Oh, she can definitely play, with anyone by her side. They're very strong, very aggressive player. Also, she can play really any style here. She's also, Prague is in the family. It's in the blood. Probably the mom is probably like 2,300, right? So, I mean, it's just that whole family is very strong, and she looks focused and ready to go today. She has to perform for the team.
And look at the focus on Savita Sri right now. She has been rotated for Harika for the MGD1 today. James, I have known Savita Sri for a while. I've played with her on the same team. She is super hungry for the win. She plays fearless chess. She's 16 years old. And Savita Sri and Vaishali are extremely good friends. So it's going to be interesting to see how they can bring out that beast in themselves to actually fight each other's team. But of course, the top board, and we can see Arjun Argassi there. He is getting ready for this match. He needs to make sure he gets in those points leading from the front.
Absolutely. And he definitely does, especially when he he loses the same way he wins. And when you see that type of player, it's excellent. You have to develop yourself into a player like that. You become just more of a universal. You can control your emotions more. You can do more when you can control how you feel about a win and a loss, right? So I see that a lot with the top players, especially Arjun, right? He lost some games before. It is what it is. Sometimes you do get a little upset, but then at the end of the day, right, you just have to bounce back and be ready for the next one. We got Vidit here up the screen. Look at it, focused. Small little smirk on his face might make him smile, something like that. He's ready to go.
He's super ready to go. He's super ready to unleash that potential within because that's exactly what he has to do. He knows it's a tough task. These players know each other so well. They've been teammates, they've been competitors against each other, they know each other's repertoire. And look at that. This is the reason that Vidit surprises Savitasri with the French. He starts with the French. That's not something that Vidit uses often.
Absolutely not. In fact, the French is it's fun to see sometimes, right? Sometimes you get some good Frenches, sometimes you get some strange ones. As we talked about before, we've seen, and I guess it's just like an Indian thing too, as well. With Arjun played the French too, as well, with that crazy game he played against Kusniev, which was like, how do you even get these type of games out of the French? It's only usually in the middle games where you see those super aggressive, tactical, strange things that can happen. This is already a little bit weird here in the theory for this one in the French defense. I think you have moves like knight b3, bishop c4 as usual theory as well. G3 is a move. Yeah, bishop c4 followed by castle. We get the pawn back eventually.
I'll tell you one thing about Savitasri. She is playing board number one of the Indian yogis, but she doesn't care. She's going to still try to build an attack. She's a player who plays for the initiative. She loves dynamic position. She doesn't care about material. So that extra pawn in the center will be eventually picked up. And even though the central pawns have been liquidated, Savitasri will try to look for activity in this position. And I think what Vidit's doing right now, he's playing against that style. He wants to try to trade off as many pieces in the endgame. I think Vidit, with his experience, will have the upper hand.
You know, it's funny with aggressive players, which I'm sure Sabotage Sri is actually aggressive. The problem is something like the French. You can try to play aggressive, but if it's very, very, very solid, like this is right here, I mean, it's open and you can have lots of chances for attack, but it definitely is solid. And a lot of times, aggressive players have problems with the solid styles because you have to break it, and if they're strong as Vidit is, it's going to be very difficult to break that. We have a trade here. She just wants something very simple. This is equal, all the way equal, 100%, 1,000% equal here, guys. This is just equal, Tanya.
It doesn't matter, James. It might be equal for now, but Vidit is going to play this out till the end. We're going to have a lot of moves, and he will try. Again, this is what I was saying, that for Vidit, a queen trade, he's happy with it. He wants to avoid any kind of attacking possibilities, tactics that Savita might get on the board. He believes his best chances might be to simply go in a queenless position where clearly his experience will count. So he's going to play this out till the end. Right now, of course, the opening outcome, a very level game so far. We will take this opportunity to take a look on some of the other boards because I do see some more offbeat stuff that we are seeing across the boards. We've got some action on. Look at that top right. There's a knight that has jumped to b4. My first feeling looking at this, it looks like a reverse Jabava London.
That's exactly what it is. In fact, that's a reverse Jobava London there. Come on. Now I know about that one. But this is that's a reverse Jobava, but a lot of ideas are actually the same. You just are down that one tempo, which does matter there. So it is important to understand that. And we see Vishali making knight f3, Adiban, trying to figure out what's going on over there. But Nihal's Sarin with the reverse Jobava. Very nice choice there. Wonder how we got there, which we'll pull that up in a minute. There we go. Perfect. Let's see how we got to that position. Knight f3, d5, knight c6, and bishop f5. Just Jobava like. Very nice.
It's literally the reverse Jabava London.
It's a very nice touch here from Nihal Sar. And the Jobava London is an Indian trademark in a way. I guess Arjun plays it a lot. In fact, highest rated player from India that does play it is Arjun. Even Vidit had a game in it where he had a winning position. It was somewhere in the Pro Chess League early on, but it wasn't able to converge. So pretty familiar with all the Jobava games in both ways. Pretty good. Queen b3 on the board here, hitting b7. And now we have to figure out what to do. Usually in the reverse, you would go rook b1. So here's probably rook b8.
So rook b8, you need to defend that b7 pawn. Could you also perhaps make a move like a6 right now, trying to go in for that trap? If you take on b7, then you've got the move knight a5, which would actually win the game on the spot. And I'm just wondering if a6 is also a useful move in these positions.
100%. a6 is definitely a move to provoke it. You can also play b5. He plays rook b8 here. But you could have also played a6 to play a b5 and a queen b7, obviously. Knight a5, which traps the queen. So pretty cool stuff here. Usually in the reverse, play knight f6, knight e4 here.
James?
Yes.
You said cool stuff. And of course, this, I know, is really exciting because it is a reverse Jabava London. But you know what's really cool is what's happening on another board.
Wow.
I'm gonna ask if we can just pull out for a second, zoom out from here, get a bird's eye view, because you're gonna love where I'm taking you right now. Look at
Wow.
that bottom right board.
Wow. I know exactly what is
It
going on
looks
there.
like a French Viennese variation. The pawn has arrived on h5, bishop b5 check. Black can trade the bishop, but that creates a long term weakness on the a file. This is absolute madness, James. Do you want to take a look at this?
Absolutely want to take a look at this one. In fact, the French defense. This looks like something out of Geary has a lifetime repertoire of the French here for you guys that like Chessable. It's a very nice tool to use, especially if you want to get up to date on certain theories and as well. But nice so far. Winner. Let's actually see how we got here too from the beginning, which is e4, e6. Another French here from the Indian team. That's funny, both Indian teams. Knight c3, bishop b4, e5, all theory, c5, a3. You have many ways to play this. Takes, and then h4, right? h5, and we live. a4, grabbing all the space that you can. Check, takes, and knight e7. And knight f3, usually you would see a queen g4 here. But after queen g4, you can actually allow c d4, queen g7, rook g8, right? And queen c. It's very, very strange and tactical. So knight f3 was the move here. And after knight f3, we have c d4. This is the live position. Nice things for white is we do have the bishop that can come here like this. We also can rook lift this way. I saw Fabi had a very nice game that he won playing this way. Well, rook lifting in this manner and also putting the bishop on a3 as well. Black does have his own trumps. b5 is hanging. You also stop in the castle right now, right? And black can also make, break like f6 at some point and try to break up this structure if we can get queens traded. So lots of play, though, for both sides.
And really interesting how both the top boards, Yogi and MGD1, Vidit employing the French and Arjun employing the French. Very different middle game positions because you've seen a queen trade in Vidit's game. But again, both start with the French trying to create chances with the black pieces. I wonder what that tells us about French being the way to try to get some advantage with black or create chances at least. Now,
Yeah.
James, the b5 pawn is attacked. And actually, the only way I see for white to defend it is to offer a queen trade. Rook b1, it just feels like you want that rook on the open file. Rook b1 would defend the b5 pawn, but I don't know how happy you are letting go of control of the a file and making your own rook passive. Queen e2 is a move that comes to mind because, yes, you do trade queens, but that a file is a long term situation for white, a long term strategic advantage for white.
Yeah, I'm actually not a fan of the queen trade at all either. Because, like, if I go
It's
queen
queen e2,
e2,
queen c3. You
oh,
can't play queen e2, actually.
queen
Let's just
c2,
show
put that
that.
on the
That would be
board
a
real
blunder
quick.
in one.
Get him off the board. My goodness. Tactics Tanya, right? Okay, that's not a move, my guy. So queen d3 is pretty gross.
Makes a
This
lot
is
of sense.
pretty gross. I'm not gonna lie. Engine's like, oh, it's fine, but like, I mean, bro, I guess we have a c file and look at the knights. This knight is absolutely disgusting. You cannot move it anywhere really. You could play something like a6, but I mean, that doesn't mean I'm even going to take it, right? So I mean, this is ugly structure though. But I mean, I guess it is the way. Rook b1 feels a little passive there, like as you pointed out. It also
Queen d3
it's
on the
on the
board.
board though. It's on the
You
What
have
a
to trade the
joke.
queens here. And queen e2, I just walked into a blunder in one, James. So easy to fall for these. But of course, Pranesh too strong. He says, I want to trade the queen, keep that endgame advantage. But he places it at the right square. And you were mentioning queen d3, takes on d3, and it might, wow, king d7.
Dang.
That is not something I was expecting because this allows white to actually trade on c4 and create a weak pawn for black.
Absolutely. I mean, I actually lost the game to a Grandmaster Gabriel Flam in the French defense from the black side, where I played King D7 a little bit too early. Something like this. It's a move that you use, but a little bit too early here due to Queen takes C4 takes and just Knight D2. After Rook C8, I mean, maybe we can even Rook lift Rook A3 or H3 and try to hit the pawn on C4. So, for instance, take Knight D2, and then after Rook C8, we can try to bully this pawn. We also have Knight E4 to D6 ourselves. Quite annoying. Rook H3 or A3 maybe, and going after this pawn. There are some problems. Maybe we even go Rook A4 immediately to make the pawn push a little bit further. We go Knight E4, Rook H3, right? We're hitting this pawn's weak, and Knight is still pretty gross on B8. You can't move it, which means this is locked in. You have 8 points over here locked in on the queen side, and you need to finish this development. So definitely white is first choice all day here. In fact, it's actually refreshed to see the live position, and we have a wait. We have a wait.
And as you mentioned, that's half the board locked in on the queen side. That move king d7 also takes away the developing square for the knight on b8. I think for Arjun, the only way to get that knight out, he is hoping to get in a move like a6 or a5 in to try to at least take care of the weaknesses along the a file. And knight d2 played, you immediately start targeting the c4 weakness. And I just don't believe that Arjun will have enough time to make sure that the pieces come out. C4 is under attack. It looks like he's going to end up down upon Pranesh with a big advantage. He is the ball for the yogis, and with the white pieces, this is a dream position against Arjun.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Arjun, especially at the start here. I mean, with the board four, especially if your board four, 3 and 4 can perform very well, you're gonna have a great round, or at least you know, especially if 1 and 2 can do their thing here. But Arjun, if this is if he goes down in here, this is gonna be rough for the first round, especially for Pranesh is gonna give him confidence boost, and you don't want a confidence boost in your board four, already taking down your board one. So it is something. It's definitely something to it, but Arjun is definitely in some trouble right now.
Yeah, king d7, strange decision there by Arjun, but we'll see if he manages to create some play. That c4 pawn is a long-term weakness. The a file in control for Pranesh. Things are looking good for the Indian yogis on that bottom right board. But let's do a little bird's eye view tour of what is happening on the other boards. We were talking about the h pawn marching down the board. Look at that top right board. Black's h pawn has arrived on h3. The queens are still on the board. That is some ambitious play by Nihal Sareen. That's exactly what he's known for. And James, that position, even though the bar says it's level right now, it's going to be fireworks.
There's definitely fireworks on that board right now, especially with I just want to see how does where did this H pawn push come from? Like before we were here, in fact, we left off right around this area here. Knight c6, we saw queen b3, rook b8, so he went in 95. Nice development. We allowed the open of the b file, and you castle. You know what's funny? In reverse, this is exactly what you do with the Jababa London in the white side. So it's really the same thing you would see just in reverse. It's kind of nice. This is literally a reverse Chobava, but he pushed the H pawn here. Usually the king is actually you step over to F8. So you can still have the rook here. I mean, this is like in reverse, it would be king F1 with the rook on H1, and you want to push the H pawn. So here, I mean, yes, you can still do it. Obviously, you want to have the rook here to have some firepower down the down the file after you trade on G3. If you trade on G3, but castle's fine. Queen A4, he plays H4. Knight C2, H3, that pawn's running down there. So there's good and bad things about this, right? The good thing is that we do have some space. The bad thing is that this can actually be a weakness, and it can also help defend. They call this from Chess Kid the umbrella pawn, or like, you know, this is actually helping defend my king. Yes, of course, it's in here, but it's helping defend. I can maybe go F3, and at some point, round up this pawn. It's a long plan. Queen E1, push the pawn up, right? Queen over to H3 or G3, and we win this pawn. So he could be in some trouble here. He could not really. I actually like white. Not gonna lie, I'm a fan of white's position. What about you, Tanya?
I actually like black's position. I'm going to say it. And we have to point out that white does have an extra pawn, but again, it is about piece activity for black. It's long-term compensation. You're not looking at checkmating white's king immediately, but what you're looking at is putting that f8 rook on the c file. At some point, you can take on d4. You're controlling the open files. Meanwhile, because of that rook on b8, let's also, with our arrow game, point out that it's difficult for white to actually finish development. That bishop on c1 is tied down to defend the b2 pawn. The rook on a1 is stuck as well. And James, I love piece activity. And I think especially in these time formats, when you've got such little time on the clock, for a pawn, this is a lot of compensation. And it's often more difficult to play with little space and little flexibility than with the black pieces here. Down a pawn, but all the piece play in the position.
I do like that. I do like it. Well said. Well said. Definitely. There's a lot of activity for black as rooks are connected, which tells you full development is there. Compensation is there, in fact, because we do have the full development of our pieces. White, on the other hand, still needs to connect rooks here. Do still kind of like white. I do like having a pawn and having the fact that I can win this one. But after looking just a little bit closer here, it is difficult to make moves here. Queen D3. What's up with this Queen D3 move today? I mean, with a strange structure too, like Queen D3 in both games today, we saw with a strange structure type move. Another one here. I mean, they just think alike, like the Indian teams thinking alike, playing French, two different teams, playing the Queen D3 move, two different. I mean, it's like we're watching the same people play each other.
And
takes,
this is
rooting
what
for
we were
real quick.
talking about, right? Extra pawn, but again, look at Black's rooks and pieces. He can actually afford to even trade queens down a pawn. That other rook, once again, can come down on the board on the c file. It does it. And now, where do you find good improving moves for white? And it's hard to answer that question. But James, that h3 pawn, you pointed it out right now. It's a strength. It does dominate the position, takes away a lot of key squares, but it can be a potential weakness for Black long term. For example, in king pawn endings, but that's a far way off. I know Nihal, and I see the Evalbar also agrees with this. He's loving his position. These are the kind of positions that he likes. Black can look at ideas like bishop d8, bishop b6. You just start targeting white spawns, and it's going to be hard at some point to defend all of them.
This looks like in the reverse, sort of like the Catalan type. There's two openings that give you this type of conversation, which is Catalan from the white side when like you give up the pawn. I mean, you've even seen it in like Game 6 of a World Championship with the Magnus and Jan. Right, anytime you give up that pawn, you get that conversation, you get the pieces rolling, then you actually able to get that pawn back with interest. You also see this in the Banco Gambit too, as well. For you guys who like Banco Gambit, you can get lots of conversation for that pawn, and usually it's on the queen side, as we see here. So kind of like a very successful Banco Gambit. But now, I mean, as your plan, Tanya, bishop d8, bishop b6, hit d4. How do you do anything? I thought rook d2 as well, but this is ugly. I mean, this is actually really rough now because of the development of the pieces here. We had to focus more on development and maybe even give the pawn back somewhere in there. So yeah, very nice for Nihal so far.
Really nice stuff. And rook d2, a strange looking move, but white is really trying to keep things together. For bishop b6 on that board, what white wants on top right is to fall back with that knight on c2 to still try to hold the pawns. But the pieces look absolutely ugly on that one. Nihal Serene in driver's seat on top right and on the top left. And James, this is what I was talking about. Endgame with it, using his experience. He's so good in these slow positions, slow maneuvering. And these are the kind of games that he really enjoys playing. He is an absolute master, an absolute beast in that. And look at this. With Black, he's created his chances. And I look at it, he's already managed to win some material. He's up a pawn in this top left board.
I'm actually curious to see how he
Wow.
won that pawn too as well.
And James, before we jump to that, what do you think about
Mhm.
what's happening on bottom right? Arjun
Oh
Aragasi
yeah,
getting
yeah, let's
crushed.
go. Yeah, exactly. Right. Arjun Erigaisi getting crushed. When do you ever put that in one sentence? Right. Of course, Pranesh is definitely trying to put the work to look at the pieces. By the way, I mean, look at. Remember we talked about 8 pieces being. I mean, king back to d7. You got to be kidding me. Look at this, guys. Never try this at home, guys. Don't try this one at home. The knight and the rook, 8 pieces are stuck in here. We haven't moved it. Tanya, we're all moved 25, and I never moved my knight or my rook from a8 and b8.
That's 50% of the board for Black right now. You haven't
Right.
moved any of the pieces. You said don't try this at home. Don't try this anywhere, especially don't try it on the top board of the Pro Chess League. James, White again is dominating this position because all the pieces are playing. Look at that bishop on e7, the pawn on d6, tying everything down. That pawn on b5 is such a big strength in White's position. Black at some point has to start pushing that a pawn. But the problem is that White can just ignore it. Let's say you go a6 here. White never in the world will take that pawn on a6, allowing you to finish development. Instead, he's just saying, you know what, that rook is pinned. You can't take on b5. There's no mobility at all. White can start targeting the queen side pawn, rook g3 ideas in the air. Even at some point, when there's a right moment, the rook from a1 can slide down to g1. And James, the combination of the d6 passer and the h5 passer is big trouble for Black. And we see rook g3 has been played on the board. The g pawn and the h pawns have been traded. In fact, a6 is on the board as well.
He's like, yeah, I can't do this. I can't sit around like this. And of course, nobody wants to sit around. I mean, look at this. This is just so bad for the pieces, right? We haven't moved them. Look at the tie
Wow.
down here. You can't move anything. This is crazy. Look at the geometry here. What classic right triangle, as Hikaru says here, right? This is a classic right, and this is very rough for Arjun's position for sure. There's going to have to be a mega blunder here for Nash to lose this game.
So Arjun has managed to pick up the b5 pawn, but there's a check on c8. And if you fall back on d7, there's rook c7 check coming in. So he goes up the board, but White can just push the d pawn. Can't you
You
just
can
go
also just go
d7 here?
rook e1. Oh, you're right. Yeah, these are both. Yeah, G7 even wins, right? Yeah, rook e1 is very nice, hitting check and mate.
Oh, that's a mate
Nasty
in
mate
one.
here,
Has to
right?
be
So
stopped.
f6 plate and then d7.
You just win the rook.
Mistake. Yeah,
That's
this
a
is
whole
he
rook.
might as well hit the button. I mean, the resign button that is, guys. You down a whole rook. Argent
Wow.
Geisy down a whole rook here for no compensation, guys. This was a very clean one for Pranesh here, who came to play board 4 of the Indian Yogis. Phenomenal game.
Very clinical stuff there by Pranesh right out of the opening. And James just amazingly handled after the queen trades. Knight b8, that's a full rook. There is no compensation. Arjun just goes to play. He will go on playing for his team. But Pranesh, can we just admire his performance for a moment? He has been the star player on board for the Yogis time and time again, match and match again, taking so many points. And that is a critical factor in this format. James, let's say this one Pranesh will win. He's up a full rook, no compensation at all. Let's use this moment to zoom out and see where can MGD1 strike back. And the one board that I see that things are looking super bleak for MGD1 again is the top left board. And we see that, in fact, Arjun has resigned. That game has ended. Top left, Vidit Gujarati for the Yogis will take that point as well, because look at those two pawns marching down the board.
Oh, absolutely. You got the pawns here. You know, one thing in the French, which it wasn't an Argent's case, but many times in the French defense, if you're reading French books or the books about the French, it says that queen trades will favor black. So you're cool with queen trades, right? But in that game with Argent, it was completely different. He didn't develop. It says, I guess the caveat is like queen trades are cool for you if your pieces are developed, right? Like he didn't develop his pieces there, so it was a tough game here. Vidit actually is going on to win this game as he wins after the last move being king e5 here. Had a good game, traded queens quite early, and end gamed this whole game from the beginning. It's tough. The French is one of those where you just have this. I think the psychology part too of like, hey, I win the game, I'm playing the French, and we get this end game, and you already know what you're looking for. So great job from Vidit doing what he does on board 1.
Yeah, great game there with the black pieces. And just to tell you what the idea was in that top left position, once the rook falls back, black simply moves that bishop from g2 out of the way. The g pawn advances down the board. There's nothing that could have been done, and white resigned. Meanwhile, time pressure is on the other boards. James, where do you want to jump to?
I'm looking at the beast, Adiban Bhaskaran. Is playing with the black pieces here. What was this opening? I'm curious. He's completely winning here. 3-4, 3-4. Why is it completely winning? What was the last move? Rook F1. Now it's just
That's an
crushing after
extra
what?
pawn for black.
Oh, we have the extra pawn. We have the extra pawn. It's just like that boy
And it's a big
this is
pawn.
really bad for black. I mean for white. Doesn't seem terrible.
Oh, look at she's
Definitely.
getting tricky. Queen f6 coming in. So watch out a little bit. There are threats along the weakened dark squares on the king's
Wow.
side. Vaishali
Wow.
creating some ideas.
Tricky. Queen f6. Oh wait, we're takes e5. Oh, he said, "Go ahead. I got some tricks up my sleeve as well." And queen, and that's mean. And yeah,
But
that's gonna
James,
be a
there
wrap.
was a moment, I think b2 was a mistake there. And it's something that should not have been played.
Really?
If we
Right
just
here?
back up to that moment.
Here?
Yeah, and
Oh,
I saw the
B2?
eval bar say, look at that.
Oh, it was
And I
zeros.
think the
Oh, I
point is
missed
that
that
white
too.
can use this moment to actually go bishop takes b2. There is a big tactics combining the idea of queen f6 and
Mm.
the open e line. James, you can't pick up the bishop on b2, the rook on e8, the rook
Oof.
on c4 hangs. And if you go rook takes e3, white can go queen f6 as you're pointing out. And I think that's a good, no, not queen f6. Maybe you just pick up the rook on e3. Although queen
Yeah,
f6
just
looks so strong as well.
yeah, it definitely looks very strong there. Yeah, that was
What
a
a miss.
oversight in a way. Definitely a miss. Tough stuff, and it's hard to see that. It's hard to see. Really difficult to find that, especially in the time that she had too as well. I mean, she has 1.3 finishing this game. Really kind of hard to find that in any way, shape, or form. Tough game, and Adiban the Beast takes out.
And that's the one big silver lining right now for MGD1. The only win, the only point for MGD1 comes on that board. And it could have been a different storyline had Vaishali spotted that tactic of picking up the b2 pawn. Definitely on her radar. But again, the clock was a big factor. But what a big lead we see there going into round 2. Indian Yogis, all games end decisively. And for the Indian Yogis, 3 points. Vidit Gujarati, Nihal Salari, Pranesh. And I think, James, fair to say, the game of this round was Pranesh versus Archon.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, they always say if your board 3 and 4 can perform, you're going to have a great one, especially if boards 1 and 2 just do what they're supposed to do. Go in, win, get some points for the team, draw, don't lose, right? And that's exactly what we saw in this round here, especially Pranesh being the big dog, taking down the big dog, Arjun Erigaisi. What a round that was for the Yogis.
Just amazing stuff. And taking down the top board of MGD1, 16-year-old Pranesh. He does it time and time again for the Indian yogis, winning critical points, looking confident there. And he has all the reasons to as he takes down board one. We will be back with more PCL action after this break.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
She wants queen h6. What are you doing? I'm out.
What?
I'm out.
That was brilliant. A comeback.
Huge win for the Indian yogis. What a crazy game.
Oh my gosh, he got in with his queen.
Yeah.
That's game. Vinny Gujrathi about to win with black against Magnus Carlsen. This is an unbelievable comeback.
Oh, and what a beautiful mating pattern. This is going to be the classic queenie for rook c2.
By Shali defeats Dubov.
That is a big win for the Yogis.
At just 14, Nihal Sareen became a grandmaster. Right now, he is only 18 years old, but he is a phenomenal player already. He's India's speed chess genius, is what we call him back home. He's known as the Bullet Beast. He did make it to the finals of the 2022 Global Championship after defeating the current world champion Ding Liren and Anish Giri. He also is the 2021 Junior Speed Chess Champion, and he starts with a bang today for the Indian Yogis, taking a big point in a convincing victory in their match against MGD1. And these are our brackets later on today, James. A big final coming up. On the top board, we'll have Tactical Genius, Wei Yi for the Tigers, and of course, household name, Hikaru Nakamura for the Gotham Knights.
That's going to be a big, I mean, it's the biggest match. Look, guys, there's Mother's Day, happy Mother's Day out there to everyone as well. And then you're like, hey, what are you doing? Mom, I'm watching the finals, Mom. Okay, so you have to make sure you put Mom in the loop to let them know what's going on today, because that is a match that you can't miss.
James, I'm going to put you on a spot. Pick the winner of 2023 Pro Chess League.
Well, I'm going to have to go with the Knights there. I'm going to have to go with the Knights because if they're in good form, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be scary. It's going to be scary. But if we see the Wei Yi and the Zhu Yi and the Yis we saw yesterday, it's going to be a problem for the Knights because Game of the Year was played yesterday with 5 brilliant moves in it.
Oh my gosh. And we also see amazing action on. Now, round 2 is coming up for the fight for the 3rd place. Indian Yogis leading with a convincing round 1 victory, 3-1. MGD1 needs to switch it up. They need to do it fast. They need to do it now. They cannot let this gap widen anymore. And we see there that Vidit Gujarati will be taking on Diptyan Ghosh. And Arjun, after that loss in round 1, James, he's got to strike back.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to strike back here, Arjun. But again, we didn't see, he was losing the game and he didn't bat an eye. Like, it didn't phase him at all. So hopefully he can use that same energy and come in here, stronger this game and win. Look if it did, ready to go, right?
He always is. He's always so calm and composed and in control. He's been a really cool leader in so many team events for Team India. He knows how to handle the pressure. He knows how to lead from the top. He knows how to unleash his potential. And that's what he did in Game 1, trading off the queens confidently with the black pieces going into the endgame, where he outplayed Savitasri, taking that big point. And James, I'm just wondering if for the Yogis, the big miss that happened in the semi-finals of not having Vidit and Nihal, is that something that's on their mind?
It probably is something on their mind, but you do got to let them rest too as well. You have to understand. I mean, you could play them, and they are capable of playing, but it is something on their mind there. Definitely something on their mind. But it gave them a break here, and of course, they still are able to play this match here for 3rd place anyway, 3rd and 4th place. So, I know they're thinking about that one. We have an Italian game.
It's hard. It's tough to get over that, but right now they can't afford to because they are playing against a formidable MGD1. We do see the Italian, and Black starts with the move D6. Now, usually at that moment, James, Black either develops the bishop from F8 or the knight from G8 goes on to F6. So D6 is not the most popular move, and that's why Vidit slows down here.
Absolutely. I mean, this goes more into Philidor types territory here. I mean, the aggressive route I love to play from D4 takes, knight takes D4, knight takes, queen takes. The theory goes knight C3, obviously, after knight F6, bishop F4. You castle queen side, you go F3, you go G4, you go knight E2, knight G3, H4, and you go for mate every single time. This is the plan. This is very fun, and it's nice. It's aggressive. So hopefully we see something like that. But Vidit, there we go. We have D4. This is the standard move, but Vidit doesn't play like really aggressive. He does see tactics and very strong. He's more positional-like, but let's see if he has an aggressive taste today. Knight D4, knight F6, you go knight C3 as usual theory. Develop pieces, right? Bishop E7, bishop F4 is my favorite move to play here. You can also just castle immediately too as well, which he does. He goes for that one. He's not casting queenside. So we're going to have ourselves more of a quiet game.
You're absolutely right. With it, he's tactically sharp, but he loves to play positional strategic games. It's super important for him that his positions have a strong positional foundation before he goes for anything rash. Now, that central break on d4 definitely takes advantage of Black's decision to start with d6. And again, we see with it, he takes a slow approach, rook to e1, but he will look at building pressure on the center of the board. At some point, the f pawn can advance to f4. The queen can come to f3 once the situation with the knights is sorted out, and we can see this position heating up. But James, let's zoom out while that happens, because there's one more game that is in action, and it is between Nihal Sareen and Savita Sri on that top right board. And look at that, a perfectly symmetrical position. The players are playing copycat.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That one actually is not the for from the black side of that game. Usually, is some of the hardest chess you ever play. So it is very difficult. I think it is a challenge. I think it is very a challenge here for Street, but for sure because yes, it's symmetrical, but also White is the one dictating a lot of things here. We also didn't take on C4 too as well. Usually, you'll play C4 and take on D5. I mean, and then you'll have like a symmetrical Grunfeld type way where it becomes more draw like. There are some games actually with Bobby Fischer Burn, actually. It was a famous game, C4 takes D5, where he hit, symmetrical Grunfeld. It was fine. But this one is not even C4 there. So black is definitely fine, but you do have to play this very positionally, and it's not, you don't get many tactics, and it's kind of like a sitting and a waiting game for black here. A lot of times. It is not the most fun to play for sure from black's point of view.
And a big committal decision there by Savita. She plays them with bishop e4. So we often talk about imbalances in chess, and now we see the minor piece imbalance. White trades the knight for the bishop. So we know that it's going to be an interesting middle game, not a symmetrical one anymore. Nihal wants to get a pure double bishop pair advantage, and that's a long-term gain. Once black trades the knight on g5, at some point white's e2 pawn can advance to e4, opening up the position. When you've got the bishops, you really want the position to open up so you can realize the full potential of the pieces.
Absolutely, the precision required here again from black is just not the. It's not fun to play. You do have to still develop the knight. You have to watch out for the e4 push, which is there at some point. Do I play e5 myself? Where do I put the knight when I go from d7? Maybe just a natural f6, or do I need to go to b6? Does my queen come out? Where does it go when it does? Right. There's a lot of things that need to be answered here, and it is difficult. I think White's play is very straightforward and easy. We're trying to get e4 in. We can also play f3 at e4 at some point. We're getting rid of this knight. Something's going to get this knight is going to get dealt with like immediately. There it is, bishop g5, and now we have e4 on tap when we want to. Maybe bishop e4, put some pressure here, right? I mean, White's for choice for sure.
I actually like Nihal's position already. And again, it comes down to this bishop pair that he's got and the mobility in the center with the breaks that we have been talking about. Knight d7 played. e5 is a faraway dream with that queen pinned down the board. And Nihal can, in fact, immediately start thinking about striking in the center. We'll see if he makes that decision. But wow, Adiban doing Adiban things. And there's a white pawn on g7. So this looks like it's come from a Moscow Botvinnik variation, perhaps, of the
Ooh,
Queen's
look
pawn
at
opening.
you!
I love
I
it.
didn't know
There
some
is.
theory.
We got to rush to that one.
I know some theory. I think this is more of something else. It's like because I know there's the H pawn. Let's see what happened. Oh, like this note boom stuff. Bishop b4, e4, bishop g5, e5. Yeah, Botvinnik type takes rook g8, g3. Yeah, this stuff's sharp. So from Pranesher's point of view, and actually I've studied this from both sides, I do like black. Black is the dynamics. Look how crazy the position is. Like there's a rook on g8, there's a pawn here. Like, what is this? If you saw this for the first time, like, what on earth is going on? And I mean, it's funny. You have to play c5, you actually put the queen on b6, and you castle queenside, Tanya. I'm sure you've seen that.
Yeah, and it's crazy. I have to say, you said that you like these positions for a black, but I actually like white. Wow. And the moment I said I like white, there has been a mistake that has been made, and knight b6 on the board. I'm still trying to
I
figure
mean, that's
out
just
why this is such a big
GG.
blunder.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out too. Why was it GG? Maybe take queen b1. That's a crazy move. But like, I'm just getting a pawn back. It doesn't seem that crazy. Let me see, because we need some assistance here. What's
I
the
thought it
best? So
was
Inja
a5,
says,
a6.
oh, it's just 95 is just completely winning.
Oh,
What?
wow.
That's just so crazy. Like one move. 95 is just absolutely winning by a lot.
And that makes sense
Interesting.
because you move that knight from d7, you lose control of the e5 square. But of course, what black wants to do after knight e5 is put his own knight on d5. That's the whole idea of playing the move knight b6. Again, and I think the point is that you
Yeah,
just start
almost.
putting pressure. You can go queen h5. James, let's show this line.
Yeah, let's
Knight
do it. Okay,
e5,
95, knight
knight
d5.
d5, queen h5. I'm threatening a
Uh,
checkmate in one on f7. Take that pawn on g7, and then there's
uh,
queen h8 check, winning the
oh,
rook. And
ugh.
that's the problem.
That's the problem right there. Wow, that's
That's
sick.
the
That
problem.
is sick line. Let me turn this engine up here. Perfect. All right. So knight b6. Yeah.
So
So okay. Yeah, that's all right. Let's see if he finds it. This is the beast, right? Look at him in the
you know,
zone. Okay. Hands on his head. He's ready to go.
but this is the thing, right? For Adiban, this is not very difficult to find. But I think what he's also thinking about is the move a5, a6. Because from a human perspective, a5 is also so tempting to get that pawn all the way down to a6. Push. Has he gone for it?
He did. See a5 and a6. He's
A6.
going for
And
it.
I like it. I feel that's the move that you really want to make because now Black's king is just stuck in the center forever. We were talking about knight e5 being the stronger move there, James, but honestly, from a human perspective, this just makes so much sense. Black is completely tied down.
Yeah, I think he's about to get crushed. I'm not even gonna lie. This might be over. This is 17 moves. This might be over in another
Yeah.
3 to 4 moves here. I mean, Queen H5 is that sick move that we talked about before, hitting F7. C6 is hanging right now. How do you defend everything? Maybe a Queen C7 because you are holding C6 and you're temporarily stopping, Queen H5. But even then, at Queen H5 is coming with Queen H7. Like, there's too many threats. Knight F6 though. But then Queen H6, King E7. There's
Even
some stuff.
g5 is hanging. I mean, so many things are hanging.
Yeah, this is
Everything's hanging.
everything's hanging, right? Yeah, this is a tough one. This is how sharp this becomes, though, and this is very important to understand. I mean, that theory goes very deep in that Botvinnik type line and no boom things. You go like Queen B6, you castle Queen side quite quickly. You need to get your pieces active, and it looked like he got one piece active, the knight, but then the rest of the pieces did not get active here, chat. Make sure you develop your pieces. We got Bishop and Knight out, cool. The Queen is one move away from completing development. The Rook's being connected. The Rook is still defending the pawn. Bishop's bad. I mean, this is very, very bad right now
It's
from a human
awful,
perspective.
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 17 moves and only one black piece is out. Absolutely no development. As you're saying, James, it looks like black is setting up for the next game. The king, the queen, the rooks, the bishop, everything on the last rank. Just imagine the kind of progress that white has made here. There's a pawn on g7. There's a pawn on a6. White has finished full development, is already coming in with checkmating ideas from h5. This is beast in beast mode.
Yeah.
Adiban doing Adiban things. And that's the thing with this opening, right? You have to be so precise with black to not land into trouble. And I think knight b6 was that big imprecision by Pranesh. Bishop d7 has been played to defend, safeguard the c6 pawn. Again, black's dream is to move that queen and go long castle. But it's not going to be easy to get there because I think white can already start threatening the f7 pawn. Queen h5, queen e7 still keeps things a little defended.
Absolutely. It's one of these. It's like Queen H5, Queen F6 or E7, and then we need to increase the pressure. I don't know if F4 is a thing. I mean, you might as well send everything. Just send it. F4, take, try to get F5 in, open up the king. Yeah, this is there's a lot of things that can happen in the next few moves here. Queen H5, exactly. Just do it, right? Just play Queen H5, and then after he defends it, maybe just open up everything. F4 or even Rook A to E, something like that.
I love f4, but again, rook e1, such a tempting move. You just bring all your pieces into the game and you can always go f4. I think it kind of also depends on where black places the queen. Do you want to go queen to f6 or do you want to place it on e7? And depending on that, white will take a decision. James, Adiban in full control on this one. He's got all the trumps. Pranesh has a big uphill task to actually defend this. And again, this is such an important round for MGD1 to score on every board. So far, things looking good for Adiban to make that comeback. Should we just take this moment to zoom out? And I see Queen E7, a decision has been made. We will come back to this. But look at that top right board as well. Really exciting stuff there. Nihal has the double bishop pair advantage. And that's the reason that you've got that slight edge push in the position. Long-term weaknesses on the e-file. That e6 pawn is weak for Savita, the doubled up rooks. So that is a great positional advantage, strategic advantage for Nihal. On the top left, on the other hand, Vidit playing the slow game.
Top left, yeah, very slow. Yeah, he playing a very slow game there. D6 is weak. I mean, you see this all the time. And good Philidors there. In fact, that's just going to be a very even match. I mean, Vidit is actually down time a little bit too as well, so he has to be careful. But D6 is weak. He does have the trumps in the position. A5 is also weak as well. In the Nihal game there, I do like his position. I mean, it's just he has the bishop here. You have the E6 pawn and it's weak. We got the double rooks, like everything you really want for having a good slight advantage in the position here. And again, it's just rough playing from the black side of those type of openings there where it's symmetrical. It's not a lot going on. And you have to just kind of sit and wait. That's exactly what black is doing right now. We have a knight on c4, but this can be kicked. This is not an outpost that you can stay on because I can kick you away with b3 at some point, right? E6 is here, kind of just sitting and waiting, maybe doubling. And now white has, I mean, white it has to come up with something, obviously, but at the same time, white can it was slow ball it. H5, H6, King G2, maybe move a rook, maybe try to play G4, move the queen back, play B3 at some point, play A3, queen A2, B3. So many ideas that I have, and black kind of just has to sit and wait. I don't have a real plan here for black besides holding.
And I think that's the point. You just hit the nail on the head that it's just so much easier for white to make these moves. You've got this queenside advance pushing down the knight off this c4 square. You've got the next few moves easy to make, and that's what Nihal is going for. He comes back with the queen to c2. He will play b3. Eventually, the a pawn can start marching down the board. Basically, he's just got a position where everything is under control, and black has got no way to make any counterplay. For counterplay, we often talk about breaks in the center. E5 will never happen as white has full control of the E file and plus that F5 weakness. C5 will also create a lot of central weaknesses for black. So it's just going to be a very passive position for Savita to handle. James, I want to zoom out of this because really where the fireworks are is the Adiban game. And I feel that we're going to see a result there really soon. By the way, the idea that you mentioned, bottom right board, it's on the board. Queen e7 was played, and after a central trade, Adiban going for the kill, f4, open up that rook. He gave up that fianchettoed bishop on g2, a really nice idea there, because look at black's bishop. We often talk about the g2 bishop as being a prime piece in white's position, but when black's got a bishop like that, you know that there will never be any big problems on the king side on the light squares. So playing with momentum, playing with energy, he takes the piece that was controlling f4 so that after g takes f4, you can recapture with the rook. Rook comes to f4, the other rook joins the attack from f1. That is game over. Let's point out, black can't take currently the g7 pawn. Rook takes g7, a move that you really want to make. James, would be a really big mistake because white jumps in with queen h8 check and black's queen is overloaded. You've got to fall back, you take it, you win the piece, you win the game.
Absolutely. You said something about a bishop. I don't see a bishop on the board. I mean, this looks like the same position as if this was gone or if it's there. Yeah, this looks like a pawn. Oh, well, here's the bishop, guys. Oh, yeah. It's entombed around all of his pawns here. Really rough. You're going to have to play something like b4. But even then, you don't even have a diagonal to put it on. This is very bad. The threat is f takes g5 with rook takes f7. How do you even stop this? How do you even stop this time? I don't even see a way
He
you can
tried.
even
He
stop
tried.
this.
He went
We have a
g4.
move.
He
went
tried to
G4.
stop that. And James, you're
Yeah.
going to love what Adiban did. He
Oh,
said, I
great.
don't care about pawns. I'm going for the king. He tries to open the E line. This is, once again, a beastly attacking masterpiece.
Here come the tactics. And after rook e1, right? Let's show the sample line here, Tanya. After bishop e6, you know what the move is? You ready for it? Here it is. Boom! Knight takes f7. Get him off the board. Oh, my goodness. Hope you did your tactics this morning. After queen takes, is going to be rook takes e6, right? Obviously. Hitting this is GG everywhere. Disgusting. Decisive results here. This is going to be over in a few moves.
F5? How much do you love that move? He doesn't care about the g4 pawn. It's like a tunnel vision. He's going for black's king as long as it's in the center. And after f5, if black tries to go long castle, white can always snap up the f. That would be a big disaster. So he had to take f5. He could not allow white to play f6 and win the f7 pawn. And now, James, your idea. Bring all the toys to the nursery. Bring that a1 rook all the way to e1. And I really don't see a way for Pranesh to survive this one.
Yeah, you're going to have to give up material. That's the only way to survive here is actually just give up some material. In fact, when rook a to e1, maybe just castle queenside. All right, at least I got my king castled, right? But you are going to lose some material. I mean, at very least, I could go knight to c6 and actually pick up an exchange that way. I can take on f7 and pick up an exchange that way. So it's going to be really rough for Pranesh in this game. Had a great game against board one with Arjun, but with the black pieces here, it looks like For sure, Adiban is going to clean this one up.
Yeah, it was a great start for Pranesh, but things have gone wrong from the beginning in this one, right out of the opening. And James, we're not expecting this to last for too long. The ideas are clear. Although Adiban has slowed down, and I'm just wondering, does he see something? Maybe he's thinking about knight f7 directly. Is that what Adiban's thinking about? But
Knight
knight
f7
f
directly, it does work though.
is
It
that an
does.
option?
Knight f7 directly actually is a good move. But wait, is there a perpetual queen e3? No, you have rook
I was
f2.
thinking rook f2, but rook e1. Why
Rook
even
e1.
think about all these options when you've got a very simple move, rook e1 on the board? Knight
Right.
f7, it doesn't matter if it works or not. And Pranesh, with the only option of giving up material to survive, last a little longer. James, this looks like it's only delaying the inevitable. Do you think we should jump to another board?
Absolutely. Knight f7 on the board, by the way, too, as well. He's going to pick up that exchange and interest here, which is, I mean, a beautiful position. For Adiban, it's going to take a miracle and a mouse slip for him to lose this one.
I completely agree with that. He's picking up material after material. First goes for the pawn, now picks up the rook, and will pick up the game. Meanwhile, on the other boards, top right, and we see Nihal Serene. He doesn't have the bishop pair advantage, but so much play on the E line. That E6 weakness, compare the two bishops. Clearly, Nihal in driver's seat in that one. So while Adiban looks like he's going to win the point there, Nihal looks like he will pick up the point for the Yogi board. What's your evaluation on the other side of our bird's eye view? Well, let's go into this one first.
Yeah, we go to this one first, actually. And while we're here, yeah, it's just easy game for white. I mean, as we said from the beginning here, I mean, this is a really it takes so much patience and precision and experience in these type of positions from even from the beginning. If we start just to look at how we even got here, right? Having these symmetrical positions, these are cool, perfect, right? But then you have this where this is one of the hardest positions to play. It doesn't even score that well in the database, too. If you look at it from the black side, it just doesn't score very well. So it's very difficult to play this from black side. White just had a steady advantage, just slightly better the whole game. They're for choice, right? And then we fast forward to this position. And white's still for choice. I mean, look at the patience here. I put the king on h3, like, you know what I mean? King h3 just to relax a little bit. And I can kind of do whatever, wait for you to make a move. Bishop e5, right? I can slowly push, maybe try to trade. Rookie takes e5, play g4, trade a pair of rooks. My king's already a little bit more active than yours. Black can still, definitely try to hold this as much as she can here. With 1.5 being the engine evaluation, that's still closer to equal in practical chances with humans. So this is not over yet, but definitely white is always in this position for choice, for sure.
Black can't move any of the major pieces. There is no square left. The queen can't move anywhere, keeping contact with e6. The rooks can't move. The e6 pawn will fall. So there is so much pressure on the board. It's a slow game. You're absolutely right that white needs to find a way to break. But right now, completely in control for Nihal. He's also got about 2 minutes on the clock. But we know one thing for Nihal. Anything more than 10 seconds for Nihal is too much time.
Yeah, you don't want to give him too much time. In fact, actually, I remember when we were doing CGC commentary, we was dubbing him like Little Hikaru in a way because of just the speed, the accuracy, and also the resourcefulness. So even in positions where he was just worse, he was just defending and defended and somehow miraculously sometimes win the game. Obviously, you can't win every one, but the defense is the resourcefulness is what we call it there. It was very, Hikaru-esque because you only see Hikaru do these kind of resourceful things, and you see Nihal. You see that a lot in Nihal actually here. When you give him a good position, I mean, it's very rare that he's playing for 2 results here. Really for one. I mean, he wants to win the game, obviously, but playing for 2 results like this, it's going to be very difficult to lose this game if you're Nihal.
And he does take a decision to trade off the bishops. The only piece in Black's position that had any movement without losing material, he gets rid of that. He can now think about getting the queen to e3, to h6, try to make use of these dark squared weaknesses, continue to put pressure. James, this is going to be a while before Nihal is able to wrap this up, if he is at all. Well, Savitasri has got an uphill battle. We will zoom out because I see we're about to have a result on the Adiban board. Take a look on the madness that's going on that bottom right. He's just taken the bishop on d7. If you take that rook, there was rook f7. Let's just quickly, and before I could finish it, that is it. Adiban wins the game. Such a great game by the beast.
Adiban with a nice dub there. Picks up a beautiful dub as he needed that one for sure, just for the team there. And as we look at these other boards, Tanya, where do you want to go?
Yeah. Wow, Vaishali playing on seconds this one. So I think we should go to that. She's got 14 seconds on the clock. She's playing against Arjun. But apart from the clock, the position is in control for Vaishali. She's not doing badly at all. The rooks are active. In fact, I like Black's position here. You've got the super active knight on f4. You've got the 2 rooks really nicely placed on the open files. The bishop on c3 controls the e1 square. I see the Evalbar prefers Arjun's position, but I think there's a lot of trumps for Black as well here, except the clock. She's on 4 seconds. She needs to start playing fast, super fast.
Yeah, she actually had this in the last game, and time can be absolutely the issue for every strong player. Every player has an issue when time gets low. It's just how it is. That's how it goes here. She has like 6 seconds. You only get 2-second increment here, and you have to almost move instantly. And you're playing Arjun, but I do prefer her position. She has a lot of initiative. I mean, there's stuff like Rook E4 that is very possible. Lots of initiative.
It's a big threat. Rook E4 with a discovered check, a disco as we call it, will be arriving.
A disco.
With
I
all
haven't
the
heard
lights
that one.
on.
That is good stuff, chat. A
Wait,
disco.
so what happens after Rook E4?
Oh, she didn't do it, but Rook E4.
She didn't do it?
Yeah, she didn't do it. It probably was a move, though. You know, I mean,
in any case, decides to trade.
Oh, shoot. Evalbar moved. But I mean, I don't see why. Like, it seems everything fine. Rook F4, Rook H1.
And now the problem in Black's position is that bishop on b2 is kind of self-trapped. Imagine that bishop on e3. It's sort of never coming into the game. White just wants to play g3, put that rook on g2, and then start pushing the g pawn. That bishop on c3 has got no future anymore. It's on a really beautiful square, but it does nothing.
Yeah.
It's sort of outside the game.
Yeah, this is probably like the best, worst bishop ever. Like, it's the best, worst bishop in your life, because it is very active. Like, it's hitting some squares, but it's actually hitting. I remember seeing this in the chess book. It's like hitting air. It's literally hitting nothing. And I'm never going to put a piece there. I'm just going to play around this bishop the rest of the game. Now, of course, it's opposite color bishops. A lot of times people think this is a draw. Oh, it's a draw, opposite color bishop. But in fact, it's further from the truth. In fact, from that, it's not a draw yet, because there's still a lot of play left. But also, when it comes to attacking and defending, this bishop can never defend any of the light squares. So if we attack on the light squares, if we're able to make an attack with the light squares, we'll be able to win the game. Oh, the bishop can't help here. He's also out of the game. So this bishop's not in the game. You may have to give up a pawn, which are already down 1, right? So white's definitely for choice here, being up the pawn and the better pieces as well.
Wow. And now I see the Evalbar doesn't like what Arjun's done, because it gives a lot of activity to the king. You can go rook h4 check, but that allows king g3, and Black actually picks up g3 and f4. If all these pawns get traded off, which they are about to, James, then the bishop on c3 is not the best worst bishop anymore, because it's on the right side.
That's right. Yeah, he blundered very hard there. I'm not even gonna lie. F4 was just not the greatest move, obviously, but he did fix it. F4, he played rook h4, rook h5, rook f5, and then take on c5. So this is good. We also could actually take this twice. James, maybe try to win this one too.
Wow. Okay, this is really exciting. But the other board with Nihal Sareen and Savitasri, because this is an endgame and it might end in a draw, we will quickly go into that one as both players are playing on seconds. Can Nihal do something in this position? I see the Evalbar top right board there completely crushing, but I don't see the winning blow. Queen g5, queen f6 coming in. This is big trouble. 1 second for Savitasri.
Yeah, there it is. Something's gonna fall somewhere, and it did there. But why did Evalbar go down after that? That's crazy. Okay, rook f8. I just moved the rook. Oh, but you take here. Okay, I take here on e6. Oh, or
wait, she just blundered a queen.
You don't ever expect to see that. You're like, what is that? That's not a move.
Wow.
Oh, because the queen's hanging, bro. Well,
yeah, but playing on seconds, James, we've seen crazier things happen than that. And it's not just this moment. It was the whole pressure of the entire game. And finally, Nihal takes the point. We've got the final game remaining. Arjun Erigaisi with an extra pawn, but an opposite color bishop. Let's go straight to that one where Shali's trying to hold with seconds on the clock. But now that the entire play is on the queen side, that best worst bishop is actually the best bishop now for Black. Everything under control. James, I think even with seconds, Vaishali will hold this against Arjun.
I'm actually going to play the other way. I'm actually going to say bishop check, and I'm going to sack. And I'm going to actually sack my rook at some point on the pawn of the bishop. Try to win. If I could sack my rook and win both the pawns, I'm going to win this game. But if I only win one of them, then it's going to be a draw. So I have to see if I'm able to do this. And I think he's going to try to eventually go for this plan. But it's going to take some time. You also have to be careful of a counter sack. Like if I move king b5, there may be a rook d3. Yourself takes, and then I have to worry about sacking myself. So it is something to pay attention to here, but he's definitely going to try to play for some tricks here. 5 seconds for Vaishali. Can she hold?
Oh my gosh. Absolutely. I love that idea that you're mentioning. Sacrifice the rook for d4. It's on Arjun's mind, but he needs to time it super well. Vaishali playing on seconds, and this is the decider game. The teams are on 1.5 each. Whoever wins this takes the round.
Yeah, it takes the round. This is interesting here. Let's see what we got. It might just take a draw. Might just take a draw. Vishali's strong. I mean, she really earned it here. I just take
I
a
think he's
draw.
going to go rook f4 and at least pretend to threaten rook d4. It's a really great spot by you, James. Goes rook e2. He's still holding on. No repetition there.
Rook e4 and takes on d4. I mean, yeah, you could try it. This is difficult to really win here. The problem is like she has the 2-second increment, and rook b5. No, that doesn't do anything.
It doesn't help you because that bishop on c3, it safeguards not just
Stupid.
d4 but a5 as well.
You're so funny. It's like the best worst bishop finally. Like that was the best bishop ever. Like I mean, this was such a bad bishop, and now it's the greatest piece on the board. Like it's literally the greatest piece ever. And it was
It's
so
literally
bad.
holding black's position together.
Now here we go. This might be it. Are you gonna do it or not? No, I mean, he may do
thinking.
it. He's thinking about it. Go back one time.
Not anymore. You can't do it right now. You have to fall back with the bishop. But James, that's interesting. We were talking about sacking the rook on d4, but Arjun might be thinking about actually giving it up on a5 to create the a passer.
Right. That is very, very possible.
Is black threatening to take on d3 and then the b3 pawn?
I mean, counter sacks everywhere.
Oh my gosh. It's such a big decision to take when you're playing on seconds to just sacrifice your rook. So one can understand the hesitation by the players here.
Like, no, I'm good. No, I'm good. Don't do it yet. Don't do it. Water's too cold. Water is too cold. All right.
Wow, rook b1, that's kind of an interesting square for the rook.
I was
just
thinking
against
the
a pre-move king b2.
She
in
has a
case
rook.
it was
Oh
there.
my goodness. What are they doing? Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Oh my god.
Queen hang. Rook hang.
Oh my gosh. And Vaishali, she can't take it. She just leaves the board immediately. What a big blunder.
Man.
Gifting the point to Arjun Aragasi, to team MGD1. And that means MGD1 with that slip by Vaishali, that one move blunder, takes round 2.
That's tough.
Whoa.
She held
James, you
that.
saw a queen blunder and a rook blunder.
Same round. Different teams, but same round. She definitely she was holding that. If she had more time, she would 100% hold that. It was just a time thing. It really is tough to see that.
That endgame was fantastically played by Vaishali.
Absolutely.
Against a player like Arjun, she created her chances, she kept the fort, and it was being held super well. And one move blunder, but that's what this format is. It demands the best in these players in those time scrambles. And now that means MGD1 strikes back in round 2. 2.5 to 1.5. James, this is going to be a super close match.
Absolutely. Of course, we love to see it. The close matches, the crazy stuff, the hangings, the mates, the wild attacks. Arjun goes down first round to the board 4, who's not really board 4. He's just, board 4 for the team, obviously, but super strong here as we still have almost an even match, 1-point game.
Just a 1-point lead now for the Indian Yogis. And the one player who's made that possible is their second board. Look at that, 100% so far today, James. Even in the quarterfinals, he was the shining star along with Vidit in that matchup. And today he is on fire, in control on the clock and on the board as well. The first team to reach 8.5 points will win the 3rd place at the Pro Chess League.
Absolutely. You got Adiban with 2 out of 2 and Nihal with 2 out of 2. That's great. I mean, that's a great start for both sides here. It's only a 1-point game. 2 matches, 2 rounds to go here. So you got to pay attention. We got to step it up. And for both sides, actually, especially if you lost, you blundered, you did something. It is what it is. Get over it. We got 2 more games to do here and play out. And we'll see who wins, who gets 3rd and who gets 4th.
This is going to be a big close fight. Chat, tell us, who do you think will win this match? And the one player who's been winning all the games so far, Nihal Sareen, has been dominating in this consolation match. When we come back, we will see if the Yogis can get one step closer to claiming 3rd place.
the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more. Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
I remember that day. It was unreal. I definitely felt like I was walking on air. Yeah, it was like such a beautiful feeling because I won the first championship that was actually combining women and men into the same section. So in addition to winning the title and the money, which I really needed, it was like something like $9,500, but I was like a college student at the time, and like literally that was like all the money I had in my bank account after cashing that check. So that was really cool. And then also I got an IM norm. So it was like a little bit of everything.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
This year saw the return of the Pro Chess League. And thank goodness, chat. So good to have you back, PCL.
This is not.
Wait, he plays blunders. Oh no, he got a queen. He could have got a queen.
Let's go. With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The final day of the Pro Chess League playoffs has finally arrived.
Queen to chief. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's it, James. I got it.
I'm out, boy. The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion? Oh, what a move. Relax.
Tactics everywhere.
Relax.
Oh my god, he got chief. Board for Pranesh does it once again for the Indian yogis. India number 3, Vidit Gujarati, has been a pillar for the Indian yogis, getting them so far at the Pro Chess League. He was one of the very few players in the league who took down Magnus Carlsen in the earlier season. And now we see Vidit with 1.5 points out of 2. He is looking for a big win in this match, leading from the front as they face MGD1. And there we see Vidit with 1.5 out of 10, Nihal Serene with 100% score. And James, Vaishali played an excellent game against Arjun, but a mouse slip cost it all.
It's tough. It's part of the game, and it is, it's part of the game there. I think you have to take something from every game. And in that game there, first, watch the mouse slips. Also, watch the time, because the mouse slip came in another game that she had time trouble. The first game was the same way. She lost, even though she was very, very, very low on time. She had 1.3 seconds left when she finished that game. So it's tough. You have to try to take what you can from each game. And in this one, and then this round, forget about the other ones. But also, hey, I got to move a little bit faster, just a little bit, and then we'll see what happens.
You have to focus on the positives. Right now, for Vaishali, the fact that she played such a great game against a very strong opponent, Arjun Erigaisi, kept things under control. There is a lot of positive takeaways for her, and that's what she needs to focus on as she plays her very good friend in the next round. It is going to be Vaishali against Savita. These two have the same trainers. They work together. They played together. At many tournaments, we see them even stay together. So they know each other in and out. But right now, no friendship on the board. With so much on the line, the yogis leading by just 1 point. James, I think that both three will be really important for this round.
Absolutely. It's going to be some heat there. Definitely going to be some heat and some animosity. And like, hey, I know you're my friend, but right now I don't like you. Don't look at me. Don't talk to me. We don't look the same. We don't walk the same. We're not on the same page. We got to, somebody's got to win that one there. Whereas board 3 and board 4, you can really have your board 3 and 4 set up. It's going to be good. Look at Adi. Ooh, the beast.
He's really been showing why he's called the Beast. The kind of chess that we've been seeing in the first 2 rounds from Adiban. He has been a great force to reckon with in the Pro Chess League. It is his aggressive style of play. And right now, he will be facing his good friend, Vidit Gujarati. He will be playing with the white pieces. As you said, James, right now, none of these players like each other. They are just thinking about how they're going to win this game. Friendship comes later.
Yeah, right. They're like, yeah, I just only see red, or I only see white and blue, because that's what color the squares are for this board. But here we go. A knight of 3 and knight of 6. Okay, here we go.
Knight of 3,
knight of 6.
B3.
B3. Oh, here it is.
The Cowboys on the board.
The Cowboys. Okay, first time I played this OTB, I beat the IM in like 20 moves. I'm not gonna lie. I felt good. I was like, wow, Adi, talk to me. And then I lost in the same tournament to another strong IM, because I thought I could do it, back to back. I'm like, shoot, if this is what it's doing, Cowboy, let's try again. It didn't work the second time the way that it worked the first time, but it was very good. It's a very good opening here. And it's very fun. Hikaru scores 60% plus with this opening, but he uses the E3 line. Let's see what Adi goes for.
1b3, well, not 1b3 but 2b3 in this case, but it is a similar ideas. And for Adiban, this is also a very psychological move, because of course there's so much talk around pushing that b pawn early on, and we saw Vidit slowing down. He needs to think how he has to counter it. Psychologically a little shaky, but Vidit goes for the most topical, most direct way of taking control of the center. This is the most dynamic response against the Cowboy system, the b3, whether it's played on move 1 or on move 2.
I'm actually happy to see this E3 move here. Of course, if he goes E6, I mean, this scores really nicely for white if you go E6 here. But Bishop F5 and Bishop G4 are the more challenging ones, right? You also can play G6 too, but the E6 is not, this is the Queen's Gambit decline setup. You just go D4, you take. So he goes G6, yeah. This is a nice setup. G6 with the G6 setup here. You have Bishop B5 as a move, and D4 is the theory. He goes for Bishop B5, nice. Bishop B5, if knight C6, and I think we take first and play knight E5. Plays Bishop D7, takes on F6. And he takes, and I think he goes C4. Remember the theory, D4. Okay.
Yeah. Strikes in the center with D4, but that's quite an early decision to actually give up that dark squared bishop on B2 on F6. Now, Adiban, of course, is an expert in this line. He knows what he's doing, and the whole idea revolves around not not just spoiling the pawn structure on the king side, but as he showed, immediately striking in the center, not making it easy for black to develop that bishop on f8. You want to arrive on g7, and I'm expecting black to do that because after bishop g7, there are all these ideas of white taking the pawn on c5, f5, you can plant a knight on d4. So actually it does get a little tricky, and Vidit has to think whether he wants to take that risk. But if he doesn't, how does he finish development?
That's a great question here, in fact. And the problem here is actually figuring out what you want to do with your knight. So he actually has told us here what to do. Knight takes d4. But now we have a constant weakness for the rest of the game. That something can be bullied here. This is kind of nice for white. We do just have a strategic advantage in that sense. Okay, well, now he's giving up. This is still going to be weak. So mine can be defended. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes
Very
sense. That
interesting
makes a lot of sense.
decision.
Definitely interesting,
So
but makes a lot of sense.
yeah, he just wants to put pressure on the d5 pawn. And of course, if black was to take on d4, if you take with the bishop, you give up a big minor piece and basically compare the structures. White is clearly better. The queen will come to f3, hit that pawn on d5, hit that pawn on f6. That's trouble. So you don't really want to capture that d4 knight, James, with the bishop. And if we back up, if you take on d4 with the knight, trying to dissolve that isolated queen's pawn in the center, you lose more tempo. Again, the queen is landing on f3 soon. Rook e1 is a check that you don't want to face, and this is big trouble as well. But the point is that if you don't take on d4 in the current position as we have it, white simply will fall back with the knight on the next move. No more opportunity, and you have to kind of live with that isolated queen's pawn under fire for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. This is a quite simple. One thing about this opening is the plans can be very simple. And also, of course, him being the beast, right? Very aggressive player. As positional as this is, there are a lot of aggressive intentions, of course. Like we just already created ourselves a target to something to do. Two pawns here are actually quite weak, right? And sometimes if we're able to even win this one or knight e4, knight f6, it's going to be problems there if we can even get a queen sometimes on this diagonal. So there's lots of play for white, and of course black has to tread lightly. In fact, I mean, as you see, he's 3-minute time edge right here, almost 3 minutes here, and Vidit is going to have to figure this one out very quickly due to the pawn here. Now, of course, engines say equal. They even prefer black by, like, you know, as you see, it says like 0.2 here on the engine, but that is with engine like precision, it's going to be very difficult to play this as a human due to the weaknesses and understanding what happens with these weaknesses. Vidit knows, oh, I have a isolated pawn. He's going to try to bully this. He knows that. So he's trying to figure out what to do. What is my plan going to be around that?
I'll tell you one thing, Vidit doesn't like positional weaknesses because he's so strong in his positional understanding that he would hate to play long term with that d5 weakness, which is why he takes his decision immediately of taking on d4. And in that way, there's no more isolated queen's pawn, but now white has a long-term edge. And we had a great question there by Warden Plays, I think, that why did white give up the bishop? And the reasons were to destroy the pawn structure. And as we can see, Vidit was forced to return that bishop and end up in this middle game position with a slightly worse structure. This is going to be a long one. We'll see if Adiban can make the most of it. But Vidit took his time there. Let's zoom out, take our time to look at the other boards because there are tactics everywhere. Take a look on what is happening on that top right board. Nihal Serene versus Arjun Arigasi. I was talking about Vaishali, Savita being great friends. James, Nihal and Arjun, they've trained together, they've worked together, they're best of friends. And again, look at the kind of chess that we're seeing. The friendship has been thrown out of the window for now. Pawns are on h4, pawns are on g4. The pawns are being thrown at the opponent's king. What's going on there?
Yeah, at first I thought it was a Jobava London because Arjun plays Jobava London. And then I saw, well, there's a bishop on g2, so it's definitely not that. Because the pawns on g4 and h4 are a very common Jobava London idea. You put a knight on e5, you go g4 and h4, you go for mate every game. But the bishop on g2, this makes this different. So I had to actually look and think to myself, how does this even happen? Where is this? So let's actually start from the beginning to see how they got here. Knight of 3, d5. It was a King's Indian attacking away. Sort of Catalan-like. Bishop g2, knight h4, h3, right? Castles, b3, a little bit of space. Very creative, g4 and h4. And this is the live position. I actually like white because I have experience in pushing my pawns like this. A lot of experience. Every night we play this and we do this type of stuff. So it is very fun to play. Very fun to play. As we see, even Nihal is in a think tank. He's been thinking for a little bit here because h5 is a thing. If you push the h pawn, we take on g6, damage the structure, play g5 ourselves, make g6 very weak. we can end up moving the rook, usually the bishop's on d3, so we can be able to take that g6 pawn that might be there. So there's lots of plans and ideas here for white. I mean, it's fun. You can also even play f4, f5, but you do have to watch out for bishop e4. I do like white here. We do need to develop, like, I mean, look at this. Come on now. Excuse me. We have to get our pieces out. That first game Arjun played, he lost because he didn't get his pieces out. So hopefully he's able to do that here. But g4 and h4, it is quite scary. And h6 is on the board. We might see knight g6.
Yeah, because h5 was a big threat. You were just trapping that bishop. If it would have come to e4, there was f3 winning the piece on the spot. So as you pointed out, the drawback of this pawn move h6 is that it allows white to capture on g6, and black has to really take not a great pawn structure there, recapturing with the f pawn. It would be a dream to take with the h pawn, and immediately Arjun targets it with the move queen d3. And it's clear that, well, black could pick up the knight on the pawn on g4, but the problem with that is after knight g4, queen takes g6, you hit the knight, you hit the pawn on e6, and sure, you can fall back with the knight to f6, but then you lose the pawn on h6, there's a pin on g7, and this would be GG's. So knight g4 is not possible, and that means there's a real threat. You don't want to make a move like king h7 because that allows h5 to come in and really putting pressure on that diagonal. It's not ideal for black to let that happen. But if not, then do you make a move like queen e8? Is that the way that you defend the g6 pawn?
I was actually looking at queen e8 for sure. Queen e8 is definitely a move I've seen a lot in these type of positions. Not only can I defend this one, but if I move the bishop, then I can defend e6 too as well. So both my pawns to get defended quite nicely or quite clever like. With the queen here, I don't really make any, committal moves anymore as well. And white still has to develop. You still have to get your pieces out, right? So plays 94. Talk about creative there. 92 play instantly. Hey, bro, nope. I know what you wanted. 92. Now we trade because this knight is absolutely annoying. So now you have to move it for sure. Either knight d6 or f6 or take on d2.
But you can't really move back, right? Because g6 is hanging. So you've got to watch out for that. And Nihal Serene is playing ambitiously. That is clear with that last move. He is on 2 out of 2 so far. We asked our chat, will Nihal finish with a perfect score today? And James, 59% saying yes, he will. Well, I think this game will decide it all. If he's able to win with the black pieces, I mean, Nihal's kind of already been an MVP player for the Indian Yogis, but today he might be the biggest hitter.
Especially if he can take down Arjun, I mean, that's huge, absolutely huge. They're already friends, but also rivals, and also like up and coming stars, right at the same time. So, if he can take down, a strong player like Arjun or guys here, that's going to be huge here. Especially this is the number one for the team. Give him another ale because he lost already. It's going to be nice, and Nihal's going to be feeling really good about that. But Arjun wants to strike back himself and just prove for the team. Also, keep try to level the score. We're down a point here. MGD1 is so. Got to figure it out. Knight to d2, and Nihal is down a lot of time here, almost 5 minutes.
James, I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. Nihal can be done any amount of time. His best chess is played when he's got 10 seconds on the clock. That's too much time for Nihal. Anything more than that is a classical game for Nihal.
I do agree. I do tend to agree there. He is like 3,100 in bullets, something crazy like that. So, of course, he does live in that time deficit. Also, just like Grishik, it gets stronger as the time gets lower. So that's quite scary here. Quite scary. 5-minute time edge, though. Arjun is up. And we're going to have to get a move here from Nihal.
But I'm really surprised because if you just pull up the analysis board, how quickly Arjun took the decision to play knight d2, that last move by Nihal was a pawn sacrifice. He basically said, you can give up your g2 bishop, bishop e4, d takes e4, queen e4. James, to me, that looks like a free pawn because yes, you can take on h4, but I'm spoiled for choice. I could take on e6 or I could take on g6. But with a lot of speed, Arjun decided to not give up that bishop. He feels that's a key defender in the position. It's more valuable than the pawn, especially because of these g4, h4 advances. And we were talking about development. Instead, he makes the move knight to d2.
There's also some huge weaknesses going on with the bishop for obviously black with the light squares. So he would be happy to trade this bishop for the knight here so that the light squares can be a little bit stronger, in fact. So we won't have to deal with the problems that go with that. In fact, knight d2, he still has not moved. He is in the tank. In the think tank for real. Nihal is thinking right now. Almost under a minute here.
Yeah, he's touching the 2 minute mark, and Arjun
Whoa.
is up by almost 6.5 minutes on the clock. Nihal takes on D2, he picks up the H4 pawn, and look at the speed with which Arjun's playing. He's calculated till the end of the game, it feels like. Look at the way they are blitzing. Trade, 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 and now E5 in the center. And James, how are you evaluating who does this sequence of moves uh, work for?
Well, we have the bishop. I do have the bishop pair, right? Which in an open position, that's what we want is the bishop pair. But very nice, solid move from Nihal here, just saying, hey, yeah, we're gonna. They call this in the books. They say bishop is biting on granite. That's what they say literally in the books, in the chess book. So the bishop is biting on granite here after C6 move, very strong. And E4 can be played. I think this may be closer to a draw, but actually, the fact that I have the two bishops, you also have a weak pawn on A5 that is already stopped by my A4 pawn. I'm still going to take white here. I do need to open up the game probably a little bit more with some E4, get my rooks a little bit active, and we'll see what happens there. Maybe an F5 that does weaken the squares, maybe E4, maybe bishop F3, like some improving moves, things like this. Maybe even a C4, but that's going to be too committal. I don't need to do that at all. So maybe even something like this. Lots of moves, but I definitely think a white definitely has a slight edge due to the bishop pair.
Really nicely explained there. All the points that you make, James. I agree with you, especially the bishop pair. That knight on b6 is restricted by that pawn on b3. So things looking good right now for Arjun. And we will keep an eye out and make sure that we don't miss out on the classic Nihal bullet play that is definitely going to come up on this game. But let's zoom out for a moment because action is on everywhere. Now, top left, it does look like a game that's close to a draw. But if anyone can push in that position, it's got to be white, simply because look at the pawn structure. For Vidit, impossible to create a passer on the king side. For Adiban, with the 3 versus 2, it is easier for him to create chances, but I think this one will end in a draw. Vidit should be able to hold this because it just feels like it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, bottom left board, so many pieces on the board. This is far from an endgame. And James, that's a really interesting position. And one of the standout points is that you compare the outposts, the d4 square and the d5 square. The fact that white's knight can get to d5, I think that gives Vaishali a nagging edge in the position.
Absolutely. I'll do. Let's actually step over there. Yeah, because our knight can get to d5, that is just literally the difference. But also, I mean, comparing pieces is one thing I like to do when you're looking at positions is to see who has a slight edge or who may have a slight edge, right? And I think it's definitely white. If we compare pieces, this bishop is just better than this one. It's tucked on f8. It's hitting really nothing here. This bishop, yeah, okay, I'm biting on granite once again, right? As we talked about this turn before. I'm hitting both diagonals here. Pretty nice. But it's not, I'm not threatening anything. But my bishop is better than this one. This knight can have better prospects, d5, sometimes maybe even b5, than this knight. This knight can't really get to d4 here. It's just kind of defending right here. Defending d5. And at some point, if the queen moves, we actually have tactics like bishop h6 with queen f6 because of the looseness
Nice.
of this area. So white definitely is for choice. We have tricks. If knight d5, we can take and put the rook on d5 and attack the e-pawn, double the rooks. It almost looks like the game in the last round with Nihal that had the 2 rooks on the e file and just a better position where you just kind of slightly improve every single move. So looks like one of those here from white once again here, but Vishali is on the end of this one.
Absolutely. And she's thinking, what's the way forward? Because knight d5, you want to play it, but you want to play it at the right moment. Right now, everything under control in this one. Vaishali is thinking it's clear, even with the eval bar, that if anyone's pushing here, it's got to be the Indian yogis. So let's just zoom out because we do see a lot of dynamic play happening all around. We will use this opportunity to also take a look at that bottom right board because there's a mate in one that has been threatened by Diptyan Ghosh. He has just made the move queen c7, and I know we keep saying this, but the reality is that players have missed a mate in one in the pro chess league.
Yeah, we've seen, in fact, I think one round, it was like 2 of them in the same round, like mate in ones, like just gotten mated in one move twice in the same round. Just doesn't happen at this caliber of play, right? So it was cool to see that. But of course, mate in one was threatened, very easily parried by g3. Bishop g5 hitting the rook here. We might have an f4, try to break this up. Once we go f4 ourselves, is weakening our position though.
Yeah, it's a very committal decision. It comes with the tempo, and he's definitely thinking about this. But the problem is the long term things that will start affecting white, especially that e4 square. For example,
Right.
after f4, black can think about retreating and offering a bishop trade. It's, by the way, on the board.
Oh, it is. Let me refresh. I do not see it actually. That was
No,
us.
f4 hasn't been played yet.
That was
The
us.
players are still in the think tank. But after f4, the point I wanted to make was that bishop can fall back to f6. You trade off the dark squared bishop, and once again, you can see the weaknesses in white's camp if white had played f4
Oh, if
instead
White
of the
played
move
f4,
rook
yeah, right,
d1.
right. He played rook d1, and we're talking about here f4, bishop here, takes, and you see, you can just feel the dark square weaknesses, and the white king being a little bit looser. Also, c5 is a thing too. Like, you just have to be careful. You have to tread very lightly here. But in the game, there was actually rook to d1 that happened, rook d to d1, and this is the live position.
So rook d1, still making sure that things are under control, and we do have a first result of round 3 with it against Adiban. We call that one out, James. The rook pawn ending, it ended in a draw. So action on these other 3 boards, and look at this. Speaking of action on, it's literally on with that move f4. Diptyan Ghosh is going for the win in this one.
Absolutely. I mean, you have everything lined up for an attack. You want, obviously, maybe, one more piece or something in this attack, but like a h5 h4 this is gonna be, it takes 2 moves, which is a lot of time in chess. But pawn takes h5 h4 is definitely something you want to weaken it or soften the squares, is what they call it. Even a pawn takes, and Tanya, bishop h4 in some of these cases. Maybe even if you take this way, for instance, let's just make a move. I don't know, maybe rook e1, pawn takes, you may have something like bishop to f4 in many cases, or bishop to h4, which is really cool. Idea here is actually after pawn takes, you queen takes. Now, of course, this is there's something here, obviously, in this position or the position before as the eval bar jumped there, but we're just showing ideas to understand. Black is definitely on the attack right now. Rook e1 actually is on the board, so we might have something similar to this.
Yeah, and that was a great point that you make, because James, I'm still understanding how does white actually survive that position. It's such a great attacking concept. You take on g3, you take twice on g3, you put that bishop on f4, gf4, queen f4. Why did the eval bar not approve of that? Because it looks queen h2, queen h1 coming in. Maybe you just take on c6. You
Yeah, there's
trade,
something wrong
you
with
take on
this move.
f4, gf4, queen f4. And I wonder if
Tanya, oh my goodness,
what
the
is it?
move here is crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Is knight d5.
What?
I mean, hey, look,
Ah.
if this is how you losing, then like, hey, look, chess is hard, right? 95 is a ridiculous
Okay,
move.
that is a ridiculous. That's a sick move. But
That's
James, back up
ridiculous.
for a second. Is GF4
Wow.
a bad move? Okay, we've got so much action on.
GF4 is
GF4
actually
was
equal.
also, I think, oh, it doesn't work. So great tactics
Yes,
there
yes,
by
it
you,
does.
James. Knight d5 was the move. But none of this has
Wow.
happened. Instead of going for this, we've got the H pawn advance as well. And black eventually falls back with the bishop to e7. There are still ideas of h4 really putting pressure on g3. That's the big dream. And I'm surprised that the eval bar actually prefers Pranesh's position, because I would be terrified with white here.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely feel some heat. But after this knight d6 move, that is quite
annoying.
good. If I take, wow. That's pretty good.
All right.
Knight d6 is nice.
Wow.
Dang,
So
that's a
James,
sweet move, bro.
knight d6, it really turned the table, but we're also seeing tables are being turned on that bottom left board. James, knight has landed on d5, where Shali is winning that position. We were talking about it, that this looks very difficult for Savitashri. Meanwhile, on the top left, things are equal, so we will go into this game. James, that bishop h6 sacrifice that you had mentioned, it happened.
Yeah,
She
it
blundered
happened. Yeah.
into queen c8. And you were talking about the queen defending the knight. As soon as it left, where Shali went, boom, bishop h6 on the board.
Yeah.
And
Spotted
that's
it.
just an extra pawn.
Yeah, we were talking about this. I mean, actually, sorry, right around here. Let's move this up here, and we got 8, and here. So we got to this position, and like, you can spot bishop h6. You see knight d5. You just see all the potential. I was even considering even the g4, h4, g5, because my position is so good as white. I can just kind of do anything. Everything's nice and defended. So actually, after the moves happened here, h4, and then a blunder there. Immediately, bishop takes h6, and now we're just winning. Boom. Thank you for the pawn. Now I get the knight coming in the d5, and this is going to be pretty nice. Like queen f3, I guess you kind of maybe you don't have to. Is there something better? I'm just curious. Yeah, rook e1, and with the idea of just simple. And if bishop g7, you maybe go queen c6. I hit the tempo. Yeah, rook e1, bishop g7, queen c6, and then I go rook e3, rook g3, and just win in many cases. So, but she played a queen f3. We're like, especially if I'm black, I'm trading that as fast as you put it there, right? So you just want to trade off. I lost the pawn there. I mean, white's definitely for choice. I got the pawn. Structure is bad, but I do have knight versus bishop here. I think white's definitely playing for 2 results to say the least. It is, unless she gets in that time trouble. Vishali was having trouble with her clock
She's
these
gonna
last few
page.
games. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. No, 100%. That queen trade, it probably could have been avoided or delayed by Vaishali. It just felt like she had a strong attack incoming. But after this, also, she has an extra pawn. She will try to fight for the g file. And now the problem is you want to make a move like h5, but that allows a lot of activity for the black bishop landing on g5. It's on the board, and I'm pretty sure that Savita will make the move bishop g5. Yes.
There it is, Mr. G5. And as we speak about this game, we have another result, Tanya. Board 2 is a draw. Board 2 is a draw. That is Arjun Erigaisi and Nihal Sarin with a draw on that board, which still keeps the Yogis up 1.
Wow. And Nihal with the black pieces now at 2.5 out of 3. So a really great run by him so far in this match. Now this one is so important. Will Vaishali be able to convert this? Now the problem was that after bishop g5, you actually cannot keep your pieces defending the c4 pawn. She didn't want to exchange on d4, allows a passer. Now the material is even. And James, I don't think this position holds that much poison for Savita anymore.
In fact, I mean, this could change. This could actually turn the tables. I mean, this knight is so strong on d5. I really don't see it's going to take a lot to lose this game, I think. But she is down a lot of time. And we saw in the last game with Arjun, she was holding. If she had an extra 2 minutes on the clock, she would have been able to draw Arjun Erigaisi in that position easily. But she had no time, and she actually ended up blundering due to a mouse slip. Very tough, but it also is part of the game. And Vishali here is down to 6 seconds to a minute, right? So it is tough here. And I mean, if I'm black here, I'm definitely pushing. I got the pawn back. Now you have the word structure and no time. So this could definitely switch here. I mean, Vishali really has to work on the time management there to not give your opponent these type of chances.
I completely agree with you here. And then again, the clock situation is one thing, but also look at Black's rooks on the C file, fully in control. Black can look at long term, trying to create a passer on the queen side. That's the idea. She starts with a trade on C2, also makes a lot of sense. You can start pushing for the A3 pawn. What White wants to do is get that rook on the open file. If Vaishali goes rook A2, which she has, rook D3 defends it, and now rook C3 is coming in, trying to get some activity for White's pieces. Black's hope here is to create a passed pawn on the queen side. But James, I don't know if she'll have enough time to do that.
4 seconds, 3 seconds, and made that with 3 seconds on the clock. He's up to 5.8. You only get 2 seconds per move. So you may say, oh, it's this 2 second increment, but you only got a few seconds every move. So you have to move almost instantly here.
Can you go bishop d2, bishop e1 here? Is that tricky for White?
That. I also wanted to go bishop bishop d2, bishop e1. Ooh, that was nice, Tanya. Bishop e2, bishop e1. How do you even defend that? That might have been something. Check. Now time is getting a little bit closer. If I'm Vishal, I'm feeling a little bit better because time is closer.
Because knight a6 is a threat. She goes bishop c1. She's going for the a3 pawn. I like that. And if the rooks are traded, black is clearly better if you have a passer on the queen side. Now rook d3 has been played. She picks this up, and I think this momentum is really shifting. That b pawn is very dangerous.
Wow. We have another result. Pranesh won on board 4. Pranesh won on board 4, putting the Yogis up 2 now.
Wow. So Savita has to win this game to equalize the match, to equalize this round.
Okay,
Yogis will still be leading by a point, but b2 has been played. But James, this is not a winning position for black. You can't make any progress with that b pawn anymore.
Yeah, this should be a draw. Let's say should be.
Yes, because anything can happen on seconds.
You know what I mean?
And whoa! Is she just marching down the board with the king? F6?
Oh my goodness.
Oh gosh. The eval bar is the evil bar right now.
Evil bar. Evil. Somehow this is completely winning. Like, I have no idea.
And now it's
Maybe
not.
Check and push or something. And now it's draw.
I don't even think the eval bar knows what this is. You have to go F6.
This is really weird. Yeah, but then how do you win? Like, how do I win it? Okay, E6. Oh, you can't
F7. You can't take it. Oh my god.
Ooh-wee.
F7
the Yogis.
wins.
They about to end it now. They're going to end
it now.
And that's it.
They
Next
do
round.
it.
Wow. What a game, Vishali. What a game.
James, this last position, let's just show it. You take on E6, F7. You can't stop the pawn from queening. And that would be game over. There was no way to survive this. And if instead, that's it, James, you can give a million checks. This will be game over. And if instead in that position, you move the king to E8, trying to be clever, trying to be tricky. If we just go back here, king E8, you don't take on f7. The move e7 comes in, and rook b8 would be unstoppable. Actually, that's a mate in one. Rook b8. You're absolutely right. That would be game
Let
over
me
on the
E7 too.
spot.
Like, doesn't matter, right? This is GG. You can start a new one. Vishali with a win, a much needed win, putting the Yogis up. All they need is one now, and they're taking third place in the bragging rights.
Unbelievable. For the second time today, the Indian Yogis win the round with a 3-1 margin. What a performance by them. And again, Nehal Serene with a draw holds Arjun Arigasi, the top board of MGD1. Vaishali with a tough start, James, and it's such a difficult point to come back from. 2 losses, and especially the one against Arjun, so close to a draw. She shows immense mental strength winning this last game in really great style. A great endgame play there. What was the highlight for you?
Oh, the highlight for me was definitely that Vishali game. She just won. Like, she won the game there, right? You hear the sirens chat? Like, that's crazy. It's insane here. Like, it's really going down here. That's a great performance in that round and much needed win for Vishali, especially having the game before that with Arjun where she should have held, but she couldn't because of the time. Time got an issue here. She almost lost, but she ultimately won the game for the team. They are 1 away now from taking the third place spot.
James, they need 1 point to seal the deal. They need 1 point to win this match. In the next round, Team MGD1 has to win with a margin of 3.5 to half to force the playoff. Where do you see that happen? How is that going to happen against a team with Vidit, Nehal, Vaishali bouncing back, and Pranesh, the 16-year-old grandmaster?
I wonder if there's a stat for this, but if there's a stat, of course, we may be able to get this. If for the comebacks that did happen, what round was it? Because this is probably the round that it may not be. It may be the lopsided rounds, like maybe for round 2 or round 3, when you're not playing the board ones, right? And then here you're playing your board, your respective board in this round. And usually, I mean, that's just harder to do, especially at the tops. The GMs, they don't always just crush each other. A lot of times they are just draws and they play to draws. And then the lower boards is where you need your points, but you need, 3 or 4 points in this next round just to make it to the tie breaks here. It's going to be a very difficult uphill task for MDG1 for sure.
100%. Indian Yogis have been dominating this match so far, and Vidit has played a great role in that. And up next, we do have the board ones squaring off. It's Vidit and Arjun in round 4. That's a big matchup for the Indian fans who will prevail and claim the 3rd place prize. We'll be right back with all the action. Don't go anywhere.
In becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on. Look at this. Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Sika Blackman.
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
And what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You know, you strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup. You know, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, you know. Like the chess players, we got our own little circle, you know, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who be who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to lift off the final round in the fight for the third place for the Pro Chess League. It is between the Indian Yogis and the MGD1, an all-Indian clash for winning third place at the Pro Chess League. It's not a match that either of these two teams wanted. But after a heartbreaking semifinals, we are here, and James, it looks like a one-sided affair so far.
Yeah, 100%. Especially after that last round. Round 3 is really a deciding round where, like, you know that this could be it. Because round 4, of course, it's a huge uphill battle. We have to win on 3 boards at least for Team MGD1. So we have to figure out where those points going to be. If I'm Yogis, I'm just going to play super solid here. Not really give the chances, play my best game here. Team MGD1, I'm going to have to actually make some risk, take some risk here, in fact, and play what I usually wouldn't play. I need to actually win here. I have to, or we just, we get 4th place. Of course, we are still some money and it's cool, but we do want that 3rd, which is a $5,000 difference.
There's so much to fight for, and of course, the bragging rights of being the strongest team in the Pro Chess League Season 23 from India, as these two teams do fight it out. We've seen some great performances by the Indian Yogis today, and we also saw Savita Sri. She is currently struggling for MGD1. She will be playing against Pranesh in that last round. James, let's take a look at our pairings for this action that is coming up. And there we see, this is the final round, the marquee round, where we have the most even matchups. Some big names there fighting each other. We see Savita will be taking on Pranesh. Vaishali, who had a tough start, but a big win against Savita in the last round. Definitely a confidence boost for her. And then we've got Nihal versus Adiban. That's going to be a fun one, James.
No, that's going to be probably a slugfest, hopefully, as we see there, because they're both very aggressive players. Now, Nihal, I think, is more universal, but his tactics, when you see them, are razor sharp. So more of a universal player than anything else. The Beast is the Beast for a reason. We have Arjun Ergaisi versus Vidit. That's going to be nice to see as well. I mean, absolutely powerful chess. Indian powerhouses going at it, and you're seeing it here right now. It's beautiful.
Indian chess fans, assemble, because this is the board 1 fight that is coming up. It is Vidit Gujarati taking on Arjun Arigasi. They have played each other a bunch of times, and Arjun leads with 2 wins. one loss, and 2 draws. James, we also see their FIDE rapid ratings. Arjun actually is higher rated in standard, of course, standard classical rating, with it currently at India number 3, Arjun, India number 5. This is always a matchup that is super exciting for the Indian fans. It is the upcoming, the rising star, the future of Indian chess against the pillar, the current pillar of Indian chess, Vidit Gujarati.
Absolutely. Of course, Vidit Gujarati, we know him. I mean, he's been around for a long time and he's not going anywhere. Arjun, the same way. He's actually up and coming, super strong, up and coming. I mean, wait till he's 10 years from now. Where will he be? He's already 2,700, super strong player, very likable, right? Indian powerhouse coming from nothing but Indian powerhouses training with these guys. So this is going to be a clash of titans here. It's going to be nice to see here as, Yogi's is looking to close it out now. 1 point ends the match. You give him 1 point, you going home. So you actually need to win on like almost all the boards here. You win on all boards, you win the match. But we need to actually no 4 is yeah, they win the match. Okay, perfect.
With 3.5 would force a tiebreak, but they need to get to that score, which means that the Yogis can only afford to give up half a point in this match. And look at this, with it going for a very attacking opening, we are going to see opposite side castling. Or will Vidit stick to his style and actually go kingside castling?
We got a dragon. We got castle queen style. Let's go. Sack mate. Oh man, it's about to get spicy, chat. This is going to get real spicy. Hopefully you like a side of spice because it doesn't matter because you're going to get it. This is actually a very sharp opening.
This is
you have the Dragon Sicilian. It's going to be very fun. As Bobby Fischer says, the plan is very simple. We go G4, H4, and sack mate. This is exactly what he's going for. Black on the other side is trying to do the same thing, right? Open up some lines. Queen E8, what a move. What are you going, B5? He wanted to play B5. Queen E2 with knight C5, bishop C3. Ooh, he getting some dragon. This is very dragon-like. Now, that's a good move, bro. That's a very good move. He just said go for it. The bishop takes and bishop 8-4 is on tap. Your tactics already, Tanya. We on move 15.
Oh my gosh. This is an insane position, and the speed with which the two have been playing, they're clearly familiar with this. This is the first moment that Arjun slows down after H4. Of course, it is a race to each other's king. Black on the queen side, white on the king side. H5 is coming up next. As you're pointing out, does black start with knight C5, putting pressure on that A4 pawn, or will he first trade on C3? I hate the idea of giving that G7 bishop. That is the pillar in black's position. For Arjun, that bishop on G7 is an attacking bishop, but equally the defensive dragon bishop. That's not a bishop, that's the dragon in the position.
This is the dragon bishop. In fact, I mean, sometimes if you're able to take a rook, and the rook and the bishop can be taken back, you actually don't give up this bishop. You would rather grab the pawn, attack the rook, and go right back home because of the weaknesses that it creates around the king, and also understanding how strong this bishop is. This is a very, very strong bishop. Ooh-wee. You also have H5. Man, this is not, I mean, I really like white's positions here. I like the accelerated dragon myself, because the dragon is very risky. And also, if you don't get the right position, I even remember Levon said it's not all about the mating attack and the dragon from the white side. It's more about, restricting black's play and going into a very nice endgame. I was like, wow, that's just 2,800 level because, he was 2,800. Like 2,800 level knowledge there from LeBron Aronian, right? So very nice. E5, F4, H5, all kind of stuff here. G4, I mean, at some point too. So really nice. I literally like white's position here, but you are playing Arjun. So you have to remember that.
And I want to point out the move e5 was directed against black, in fact, giving that bishop for c3. For the c3 knight, you block that because the a4 pawn is a big weakness. So Vidit was not comfortable going immediately with h5, allowing all these ideas on the queen side. He starts with e5, a nice move there. Also now there is an outpost on d6 that black needs to watch out for. Starts with the move e6 so that there are no more white pushing that pawn to that sixth square. F4 played, G4, H5. You want that queen from E2 to slide down to H2, double up on the H file, as you said, James, sack, and mate. But you got to watch out. G4, right now the bishop is on C6, so you have to time it well. You have to time it well that you don't lose the H1 rook.
Absolutely. We don't want to just give that up. I mean, you can because it does give away. Like the exchange sacrifice actually is quite legit. After G4 and bishop takes, and I still have my attacking chances. I can play F5. Your light squares might be weak. You know what I mean? 94, 96, right? So it is very possible to play G4, but it's just not necessary to play G4. Like necessary and possible are definitely different. So You don't have to do it. It's not necessary. And you could just play something like maybe rook h3 first. Or the problem is I do want to play g4 and I want to be able to keep my rook on h1, but you can't. So you have to choose one. Move the rook and play g4, or move the rook here and play g4. But then you can't get the queen in front of the rook, which is something you actually want. Ideally, we want to play something like g4, queen h2, h5, take on g6, and play queen h7. We can't do that, of course, because it's really annoying because the bishop is on c6. So we can take on h1. So we have to he has to figure it out here, which, he's going to try to do in the next move here. But first off, what does Arjun do? Where do you move? We looking at White's moves, h5, g4, all this other stuff. What does Black do in this position?
I think what Black wants to do is go queen e7 and try and trade off as many rooks and get them off the board. You want to play rook d8 or queen e7 here. The more rooks that get traded, the easier it will become to handle the attack on the king side. So I like this approach, queen e7, and we will see how with it continues. But let's also remind everyone that Team MGD1 has to score a minimum of 3.5 points to level this match. Otherwise, they will finish fourth. James, look at the action that we have all around the one board. You know which one catches my eye. What on earth is that knight doing on e3? Bottom right board. Pranesh against Savita's 3. There's a knight on e3, a check on b4. White has to block it with the bishop. Bishop d2 feels like the way to go. Why is White slowing down? This is madness.
Yeah, I think this is theory, believe it or not. Let me actually check this. I think this is theory. This is that crazy one. Crazy Sicilian d4 takes, knight f6. Yep, knight c3, correct. e6, knight takes. You play e5. Yep. Here you go, knight e4. Yep, and then c4 or f4. c4, correct. Knight e3, queen here, and then you actually, believe it or not, you end up running the king up. In some cases, you could run the king up to f3. There's some lines with the king on f3. Bishop d2 was played. After a bit, oh well, shoot, it wasn't played. I thought bishop d2 was going to be played here. It was not. Bishop d2 was actually a simple move to make. There's also, weirdly enough, a king e2 and then put the king all the way up here like this. But king e2, there's knight c4. You have to be careful. You can also walk into this, believe it or not, Tanya. King f2, what a move. And after you check, I go bishop e3. This crazy stuff here. This is some wicked lines. You know what I mean? This stuff is crazy.
It's so much fun.
But this is what you needed for this round, too. They need to win, so they're going all aggressive. Everybody's going aggressive here. From the MG,
well, Pranesh doesn't have to. Savita needs to create her chances, but as you said, king e2, king f2 just looks like too much risk for White. Bishop d2 on the board, and Pranesh continues to play confidently. He continues to play fast. He's putting pressure on c4. Don't forget, White cannot pick up that knight on e3.
I can't take this knight, Tanya. Why can't I take the knight? Tanya, it's a free knight.
Why, James? What's going on here?
So come on, Tanya. This is a free knight. I can't take.
You take my knight, I take your queen.
Oh, I can't take it back. Oh wow, that one's gonna hurt on the way home.
And that was not a possibility. So the knight on e3 is still putting pressure on that c4 pawn. And I see that Ivalbar didn't like bishop a6, but James, to me, it actually looks like a really strong move because you've got a direct threat. And I'm just wondering, does White have the time to give a check on d6? Knight d6 check. And the idea is that after bishop d6, I wanted to take on e3, but I see queen b2 is hanging as well. So it looks like the complications don't work out for White.
Yeah, this is definitely complications, right? So this is very cool stuff. I am a fan of this type of theory, but you also have to you have to walk on very thin ice here. You have to be very careful, both sides actually. The question is, what do we do right now?
Look how focused Savita is.
Oh yeah, in the zone right there. Can't even see anything under, you can't even see her face. She is in the zone, locked in right now. Pranesh looks more calm. He always looks like that though. This is nice. I think you see that a lot with the Indian players. Yeah, very chill. Winning, losing, very chill. Very chill and very calm. That's something. Whoa, wait a second. Oh, bishop e2.
And this is why she was so focused.
What is going on? Bro, this is crazy.
Knight d6 is coming in at some point. Knight d6 will come in at some point, but right now, will White bring in the rooks first? You can hit the queen on b2. You can go rook b1. You can go rook d1. Lots of pleasant choices here for White. James, that knight on c4, you've picked up a pawn, but that bishop on a6 is pinned. That knight is stuck on c4 for a while. You're still far away from castling because d6 check will arrive. d7 is weak. I'm expecting a move like rook b1 and asking some, unpleasant questions. Where do you go with your queen? I kind of only see one square, because you can't pick up the pawn on a2. Rook a1 will lose that bishop on a6.
Very nice here. Rook b1 did happen.
What do you do? Oh, it's on the board.
Bro, what? You just took a pawn? Did you just take a pawn? You took a pawn there and says, I got all your pawns. Where are your pawns? You don't have any. Oh, you got a few left. What are these? What are those? Is what they say these days. What are those, my guy? Queen takes e4, and look at all these pawns. Like, I mean, I do have
That's
a
4 pawns
piece.
for a piece.
Yeah, right.
That's
That's
four
what
pawns for a piece. James, we got to do a little replay here to really understand because the moves were blitzed out. What just happened there? So rook b1, attacking the queen. And as you were pointing out, that after rook b1, you actually don't have a good square for the queen. Queen a3, you trade and you lose the bishop on a6. So that doesn't work. As we also pointed out, that you can't take on a2 because rook a1 would win the bishop on a6. So that doesn't work either. So in fact, knight e5 was the only move, and Pranesh played it. I have a feeling that he's still in some kind of prep here. The speed, look at his clock. He's got more time than what he started with.
Oh, this is prep.
a
That's insane. I didn't even notice that. That's what is. Hold on, man. Make sure he got his fair play back there. Yeah, he got his fair play. That man, 10 minutes, bro. He did not move. He instantly moved all the way up into move 20, 21.
Yeah,
Instantly
it's insane.
moved.
And he's got 4 pawns for a piece. And now, even though the eval bar says white is better, this is far from clear. This is a game for all 3 results. Craziness will happen, but Pranesh with still 10 minutes on the clock, a 5-minute lead right now. James, let's zoom out from this board. Every board matters for the MGD1 right now. They need to score big on each and every single board. Now, let's get an update. Top left board, Arjun versus Vidit. Vidit in complete control there. He's the one who's got the attack going. We can see on queen side, nothing has happened. King side, Vidit has made massive progress. Pawn on h4 is going to land on h5. That knight on d6, that's not a knight. That's a stallion right there. This is completely in control for white. Meanwhile, the top right board, Adiban versus Nehal. And that looks pretty level to me.
Absolutely. I think it's quite level over there, which is, I mean, it is a result that, you're okay with. You're like, oh, yeah, you can see that happening. I mean, if they draw the game, a level position, you can see that happening. I actually thought it would be more aggressive myself here, too. But, I mean, level, hey, they're very strong players here, and they do have a position where both sides have chances. It's quite equal, to say the least. So,
James, crazy stuff going on all around. Bottom left as well. Quite an interesting position. Where do you want to jump to? Do you want to go to Arjun's board, Vaishali's board? I'll let you take a pick.
Definitely want to go to Arjun's board over here with Vidit, as because of the attack that White seems to be making up here. It looks really good. Black does not have the counterplay. This does not look like, for instance, if you ask yourself, oh, what kind of game is this? Is a dragon Sicilian? And you're like, what? It's not a dragon? Like how? You would really not think that this would be a dragon Sicilian at all. Bishop not even on g7. There's no rook on c8. There's no queen side attack. But everything is pointing towards white attacking. You have h5, you have taking, you have the open rook file here. I mean, this whole threat right here is just devastating. Then bring the bishop back, maybe play c3, bring the bishop to c2, aim on this side. How are you ever dislodging the knight besides sacrificing on it? Which I have a good hold on it. I think this is actually a clear win for white. Practical chances. It is only +2. I say only because I thought it seems like it should be more for white here. But of course, Engine always finds everything. Engine's always like, yeah, it's equal. Like, okay, bro, what are you talking about? But here, definitely taking white in all areas. H5 is a huge threat.
Yeah, every day of the week, every week of the year, you want to be white in this position. It just looks like white is really coming for the black king. Meanwhile, white's king absolutely safe. And now the point is that where are black's defenses? I'm struggling to find it because I think at some point, black will have to push that f pawn to defend the h7 pawn. You either want to go f5 at some point because it's such a committal move, though. I would hate to make it with black, James, because it means a long-term weakness on e6.
F6.
Did you just say f6?
Yeah,
wow.
Feingold, first off, tripping. Never play f6, says Feingold. Secondly, it's just a rough move to make in a position like this, but it might have been forced, as you mentioned. h7 is a huge weakness, especially after we're able to play h5. Might even see a g5 there. Just, I mean, it's a gross move, but it is the fact that I just want to keep that file closed ASAP. Pawn takes is definitely going to help us. Maybe we just take on e6. Very possible to just take on e6 in some cases. Take. Maybe he has rook f4. He gets some counterplay. So you got to be precise here still. You got to be precise. f6 is the only way to really try to create something.
This is really an interesting approach by Black, very direct. Now, the point is that if White actually plays the move h5, because that's what I was really afraid about at the start. But now Black has the move f5. It's a great intermezzo, James, because it just keeps everything under control. And yes, Black is still worse, but at least for the time being, I don't know for how long though, you've made sure that the king side is closed. Queen g3, you make one move, and I'm just thinking, what's my next move here? Do I have to
Yeah.
go bishop g7, give up g6, put my pawn on h6? But again, it
Oh
feels like a
my
kind of
goodness.
position that's just delaying the inevitable.
I can almost sack everything, almost. Luckily, it doesn't work there. But I'm already thinking of sacrifices, bringing the other rook over, going for mate. But it doesn't work. I was going to sack twice, but then he could take on g6, right? So what I was looking at here is just showing quick sign here, rook here. Now, of course, wow, that's actually equal. That's crazy that you can actually do this. The position
This
is
is
so
amazing.
good that
That's
you
how
can
strong it
actually
is for White.
sacrifice. But I mean, yeah, this didn't.
Wow.
King g7, and I thought queen h3 didn't work. I'm just curious.
With
Queen
its
h3.
thinking though.
What happens on rook
Do you
h8?
think he's gonna
Then
go
knight
for
f7.
h5?
Jesus, man, this is
Oh,
ridiculous.
this is madness. Yeah.
There's just too much. If that is equal, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way Black is going to be able to defend this without
James,
some
question.
decisive results.
Do you think Vidit in this position will play h5? I don't know if he'll go that deep and have those crazy lines, but this is a big moment.
Yeah.
Does he go h5 or does he pick up the pawn on e6? I think picking up the pawn on f6, I just want to point out, might be a mistake here. h5 on the board, just
On the
as I was
board.
pointing out. Vidit's going
H5.
for the win here.
h5 and we live. Yeah, I think it's the right choice because I think you need to keep this close. This rook f4 idea is like real. It's a real idea. So, if you let him take, I'm at least going to be able to open up shop. If I didn't play this move, then you take on e5, and then obviously e5 is weak. But now the file's closed forever, so I never have to deal with any rook f4 ideas. Queen g3 now on the board, and we might actually see a g5 because you can't allow this man to open this file. You might as well hit the button. That's the resign button. That is, you just g5, just do it. Like you can't let him open the file.
Had to
bro.
be played.
So I had to take it. Takes, and now we have this position. If bishop g5, I have bishop
James.
e6.
Crazy tactics. If you offer a queen trade, queen g5,
Uh-huh.
queen g5, bishop g5, you can
Might
take
have
on
knight
e6.
f7
I was
right
hoping.
now.
I was hoping for knight f7,
no.
but it doesn't work,
You're right.
unfortunately, because the bishop on g5 just
Let's show that
safeguards
too.
that rook
Let's show
on
that
d8.
time.
Let's show
Yeah,
it.
very nice. Knight f7. It almost works, Chad, but the problem is
Oh.
rook is defended. I mean, it was so close to working, but these are the type of tactics that are almost available here after fg5. So, okay, queen g5 does happen.
But you lose e6 pawn, and I think that's not just a pawn. Your whole position collapses. And f4 is desperation by Black. That
Right.
is not bravery. It is just a very desperate position. f4 played. It had to be played. You can't trade queens on g5. White would have picked up the e6 pawn. And I think now you just go queen g4, and you're still trying to win that e6 pawn.
Absolutely. We just take on e6 here. I mean, this is the worst dragon you would ever want. And it was a knight. It looks good. Dragon is very sharp. You want to play for a win? Absolutely. That dragon is one of those openings to go for here. But he never got the dragon type chances. He didn't even get the rook open on the c file when you actually do use that. He also played a strange idea I've never seen before with queen e8. We kind of just got in trouble here. This is definitely all in Vidit's favor here. And if the other games aren't going well, I mean, this could be over right here. All it is 1 point. But yeah, that's all they need.
If Vidit wins this, it doesn't even matter what happens on the other boards.
That's exactly
Yogis
right.
take this match, and that would be a crushing victory. And it looks like they're on the brink of it. Arjun trying to create some dynamics, trying to create play. But James, it just feels as if Arjun never got going today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? You're right. In fact, it felt like Arjun. I know, like we know how strong Arjun is. In fact, I was in Kazakhstan with the World Championship, but I was also there for Sadi Zuldiz, where he played in, and he actually had 9.5 out of 11. Something ridiculous.
He
crushed it. Every game, it's like, Arjun, what are you eating? Like, we eating the same breakfast, but yours is just different from mine because he playing some excellent chess. But then, today, this is not the Arjun that we usually are used to seeing. And it's tough for him as the team will suffer because of that too as well. So as we see, this is on the brink of defeat, and it looks like it may take this, and the Yogis will get third place.
Yeah.
Still tricky. Look at this. Like, he got some tricks.
But it's an exchange, and James, you could just slide with the rook to d1, hitting that queen. Queen can't lose connection with that bishop on g5. So queen e7 feels like the only option on the board, and white could maybe just go e6 there. Everything under control. The pawn on g2 looks scary, but it's definitely not getting any more further. Meanwhile, after e6, I'm struggling to find a move for black. You can't leave that bishop. You can't get that bishop from g5 anywhere because queen g8 will be mate, and rook d1 is on the board. James, I won't be surprised if Arjun. I don't think actually he will resign because that just doesn't help at all. He's gonna play this
Yeah.
out till the end.
He's going to play it out. He's definitely going to play it out to the end here. I mean, it's for the team. We know it's 1 point, and he knows, look, man, I just don't want to lose this game. Anything can happen. It's the last game here. So let's just see what happens. He does play queen e7.
Queen c8, queen g8, king h6. Is that just over? Queen c8, queen g8, and rook d6?
But the problem is there's a queen here at the end. There's a queen here at the end.
Ooh, that's nice, James. Let's just show that. Let's just show that
check.
really quickly because that's a great resource.
Queen
And
check.
this would be over. Queen g8,
D6.
king here, and maybe there's something better. But rook d6 would
Take
actually be a
takes.
blunder because you
Correct.
take and g1 queen, and it's
Queen.
black who's now winning because you have an extra piece.
It's very possible. That can definitely happen.
Oof.
Definitely happen. You don't want that to happen. And Vidit is actually under a minute as well, so he needs to move faster.
What a move. He's played h6. What a move, James.
You gotta relax, my guy. Don't be, hey man, we got kids watching this.
Stuff there.
That's a good move. You take on g5.
You take on g5. Don't give a check on c8 because then the bishop retreats to e8. So everything under control. After queen f7, queen c8 is not made because there is bishop e8 in the position. But you take on g5 and there is a piece landing on d8 after queen f7, queen g5 would be game over. Meanwhile, if you take bishop h6, there's a mate on g8. And of course, the big threat of h6, queen c8 is checkmate in one. And that would be game over. We do have our first result coming in. It is in favor of MGD1. Diptyan Ghosh has done it for his team, but it is too little and perhaps too late because it looks like this board will decide the match. 8-6, a really nice move there by Vidit. We see what's happening all around here. Savita 3 against Pranesh. Up a piece, down a million pawns. Look at that pawn chain. It's super unclear, James. I would want to be black here. And the moment I say it, there's a mistake on the board.
I mean, even Nihal as well. Nihal's game is just absolutely crushing over there. You got pigs on the 7s is what they call it. 2 rooks are on the 7th rank up there. I mean, just white is absolutely for choice as you just have the 2 rooks up there. You can maneuver your pieces around. Everything looks really good for Nihal's position as well. So let's say Vidit somehow blunders mate in 1. Well, it looks like Nihal is going to be able to take it home for the yogis.
Nihal or Vidit, one of them would, but right now Savita Sri, this position, it says it's level bottom right board, but anything can happen. Bishop b3 check is coming in. Rook b7. Rook b7 would be game over. Rook b7 on that bottom right board is a massive threat. You're threatening checkmates all along the 7th rank. So Savita Sri actually might take that, but that top half of our screen, both the boards, it looks like big trouble here, James. I don't even see how black is fighting because you can't go rook f7. Rook f7 runs into bishop b3, game over. If not rook f7, rook b7 is unstoppable. If you make a move like queen f2, then you go queen e6, queen e5, bishop b3. I think that's game over. James, can we just see that?
Ooh, queen f2, hitting mate. They're like, you get mated first. Oh, actually,
no, queen e6 isn't the move.
Oh, he runs away to h6. That's probably the problem.
You stopped with bishop b3.
Bishop b3, you're right. And then king here, and then
not clear.
Not
James,
clear. Maybe queen
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens on this board because Vidit Gujarati, after a great game with the white pieces, has actually won that position. Arjun Argasi resigned. Nihal Serene crushes Adiban with the white pieces. And that is a heartbreaking moment for MGD1 because the Indian Yogis finished 3rd in the Pro Chess League. They win it by a big margin, and what a crushing victory it's been. A last game remains. Savita Sri playing on seconds, a winning position. Can this be the silver lining, the hope to go back with for MGD1?
Oh, yeah, you actually feel good with this game. You're like, hey, the team lost, but hey, I beat Pranesh, right? You're like, I beat Pranesh. That's how you feel. You feel good. Yeah, I feel great. Absolutely. I beat Pranesh, or at least she's on the verge of doing it. She just has to finish it out now. But she also has 5.3 seconds. So this is very easy to mess this up, but black needs to be, accurate right now. It's only a +3 advantage, believe it or not. +3 is like still a piece, which she is up. But remember, this is a game where black took literally all the pawns. Like, I mean, look at this pawn chain. You never get this. And then if we get this pawn down here, I mean, like, you should get like an award for this in chess, or like some type of just something happens good in your life if you ever get a pawn chain like that. But here, yeah, the yogis are third place. So if you had the yogis, and actually I was correct too. So what do I get, a house? I did bet my house. So I said the Indian team was going to win today. So, you know, yogis are winning, and see what happens. Hopefully I get something for that, chat. What do you think?
Wow, this is Savita Sri's moment. Can she convert this one? We're not really sure what is going on here, because after Queen F2, we did see the big advantage. But James, with the back rank weakness, Black's king is weak. The black pawns are advancing. We do have some moves coming in at super fast pace.
Wow.
And there's been a complete turnaround. And that's how dangerous this position was.
This is the game. This is the line.
What is happening here?
There's 2 queens on the board. Yeah, this is over. Yeah, she blundered in time trouble. Blundered in time trouble.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We had 3 queens at some moment, some super fast moves being played. Savita Sri down on 3 seconds on the clock, but this will end badly. And James, Vidit Gujarati, Nihal Serene. Nihal scored 3.5 out of 4 today. Vidit with 3 out of 4 today. What a performance by the Yogis. And their board 4 does it as well. The Indian Yogis take it with 10.5 to 5.5 against Team MGD1. An absolutely crushing victory there.
Yeah, this is a very strong team. Both teams are absolute beasts. I mean, you got Arjun on the other team and Adiban. Are you kidding me? Right? You know, and then your board 4 is still 2,400, right? Like, so these are very strong teams. Of course, both of them being Indian teams here. I mean, that's all you would get is strong chess. And today, the Indian Yogis were able to clinch the 3rd place spot here and an extra 5K over the 4th place spot, and the bragging rights as well. So shout out and kudos to the Indian Yogis here. Nihal Siren, 3.5.
And this has been a great day for the Yogis. They win $15,000 and all the bragging rights of being the strongest team from India in this Pro Chess League. One of their star players, Vaishali, has been great all season so far. They have been led by India number 3, Vidit Gujarati for the Yogis. And of course, Nihal with some great performances in the quarterfinals, as well as today in the fight for the 3rd place. He has scored a phenomenal 3.5 out of 4. And James, this boy at 16, he's been such an MVP for the Indian Yogis. His story is one of grit and determination. Becoming a grandmaster at 16 years old, it's just been a phenomenally inspiring player, beating so many grandmasters. It's been amazing to watch.
Absolutely. It's been amazing to watch. I mean, even the strong game he had against Arjun in the first round, that set the tone. He's like, yeah, Arjun, I know you're strong, but hey, today, right now, for the team, I'm a little stronger. And it actually showed there. Arjun was not able to string up the wins as he usually does here, which really cost the team here. But at the end of the day, of course, they're still walking home with some money. 4th place is still some cash there. But 3rd place, the Yogis, shout out to them, 15,000 richer for the team. Awesome job from them. Great performance all the way through the PCL.
Big congratulations to the Indian Yogis. And for MGD1, I think it was also very difficult to come back from their big loss yesterday. That was a crushing defeat. And today as well has been a difficult day. And Indian Yogis do shine. And the chess keeps on shining, James, as the championship action is about to start. With the Shanghai Tigers taking on the Gotham Knights on the top boards, there will be Wei and Hikaru Nakamura. James, you're sticking with your Hikaru prediction, supporting Gotham Knights there.
Chad, I got one question. Are you ready for the finals? The finals is up right after this, Chad. I'm going to need y'all to get hype, okay? I'm going to need you to tell your mother, hey, Mom, happy Mother's Day. I love you, but I got to watch this right here. Have her watch it, too. She may not even play chess. She may play chess better than you. Whatever the case is, have her watch it, too, as well, because you shouldn't go anywhere with this final coming up next. Oh, my goodness. It's the final of the PCL. Come on now, Tanya, right?
Yeah, it's been an amazing 5 weeks of the regular season and an incredible playoff this week that we've seen. And these 2 teams, James, they've definitely been the big performers. Gotham Knights have been unstoppable from the start. Shanghai Tigers have been having their ups and downs, but overall, like you said, we saw the best game of the season yesterday by Zhu Yi. We saw Wei Yi being absolutely amazing with his attacks. And Zhu Wenjun, the 3 times world champion as well, Gotham Knights is a power pack team, but Shanghai Tigers will come out with their fangs out as today. It is the championship match. Robert and Danny will be taking you through all the action. Coming up next, it's the finals chat with the Gotham Knights and the Tigers. The big question, who will claim the top prize? They are fighting for a big chunk of that 100K, $25,000 for the winner. James, it's been amazing doing this with you. This was a lot of fun. And just before we wrap up, any final thoughts?
Yeah, of course, our final thoughts here is I think I have Knights winning it all, but of course, I'm going to be watching very closely. I'm going to be watching everything and ready and hype and standing up in my chair when I see craziness go on. I'm going to just be super hyped because you should be. It's the PCO, it's the last of it. Tanya, this was great hanging with you. I'll see you next week at the CCT Champions Chess Tour. So, more commentary with us. That's going to be nice. Make sure you guys are watching that. And follow here at the channel if you haven't followed already, so you guys can get all notifications for when we have, obviously, the events. Fire.
Chat, don't go anywhere. Big championship game coming up from myself and our entire crew. Thank you for being with us. And now we leave you with the sights and the sounds from our third place match. Goodbye, everyone.
Arginero Geisy down a whole rook here for no compensation. This is a disaster for Argent.
Vaishali creating some ideas.
Tricky. Queen f6. Oh, wait, rook takes e5. Oh, he said, go ahead. I got some tricks up my sleeve as well.
Yeah, and it's crazy. I have to say, you said that you like these positions for black, but wow.
I think he's about to get crushed. I'm not even gonna lie. This might be over. This is 17 moves. This might be over in another 3 to 4 moves here. Okay, rook f8. I just moved the rook. Oh, what you take here? Okay, I take here on e6. Oh, or
wait, she just blundered a queen.
You don't ever expect to see that. I was
just
thinking
against a pre-move king b2.
In case it was oh my goodness! What are they doing? Wake up! Wake up! This should be a draw. Let's say should be.
Yes, because anything can happen on seconds.
You know what I mean?
And whoa! Is she just marching down the board with the king f6?
Oh my goodness!
Oh gosh, the eval bar is the evil bar right now. Vidit Gujarati, after a great game with the white pieces, has actually won that position, and that is a heartbreaking moment for MGD1 because the Indian yogis finished third in the Pro Chess League.
This year saw the return of the Pro Chess League. And thank goodness, chat. So good to have you back, PCL.
This is not.
Wait, he plays blunders. Oh no, he got a queen. He could have got a queen.
Let's go. With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs? The finals of the Pro Chess League playoffs have finally arrived.
Queen to chief. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's it, James. I got it.
I'm out, boy. The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion?
Oh, Federer won.
He won already?
Oh, he hung his rook.
Oh, man.
8.5 to 1.5.
Welcome to the Pro Chess League Finals. It's Championship Sunday. Happy Mother's Day to one and all, alongside Grandmaster Robert Hess, International Master Danny Wrench, and boy, are we pumped for Tigers versus Knights, Robert.
Oh, we couldn't be more excited. It's the mother of all matchups. These two teams are definitely deserving of their spot in the finals. And Danny, you know we like to make predictions. We like to put our guessing caps on. I have no idea who the favorite is.
I totally agree. We're going to dive into all of that, do our best to set the table. But before we do, we give a congratulations to the third place finishing team. The Consolation match just wrapped up and is the Indian Yogis, who beat the other team from India, MGD1, in this awesome match. And so the Yogis take the third place prize here in the 2023 Pro Chess League, although we have the Tigers versus Knights above them getting set to throw down in the finals match, Robert. That's the one that we're going to be talking about. But again, congratulations to the Yogis. Really, congratulations to all 8 teams who made the playoffs, because it comes down to these 2 teams who we got to talk about starting now, Robert.
Yeah, it's a really tough season, then even tougher playoffs when the field narrows down. So congratulations are in order to the Indian Yogis. I know they put Vidit Gujarati back in the lineup, and he did not disappoint. So congrats to them. And unfortunately for MGD1, Danny, it was a promising start to the season, but the end of it may leave a bit of a bitter taste in their mouth.
Yeah, well, they'll have a chance next year, I guess. But before we talk about next year, let's actually run things back in time. We talked about how we're going to set the table, give you all the different storylines to chew on, fans in chat, make all the predictions you could possibly make. On March 2nd, these two teams met, Robert, the Knights and the Tigers, and boy, was it a big win for the Knights. Again, like yesterday, they won without even needing a 4th round. Your thoughts, though, on a different lineup for the Knights coming in today and what the Tigers might need to do to change their fate?
Well, they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But for the Gotham Knights, that's hard because all their lineups are working for them. They've won every single match they played in, so they will not trot out the same lineup as they did when they defeated the Shanghai Tigers. But the Shanghai Tigers, they have been consistent in their lineups, and I don't think it's a mistake because that was an off week for them. It felt kind of wrong that final score happened, but they were obliterated. It was demolition, and I think we will not see the same scoreline today.
We should definitely highlight that the Tigers are the only team, well, they're one of the only 2 teams left standing, but they're the only team who's played the exact same lineup in every single Pro Chess League match for the entire year. And it is that lineup that we will see again today. On that note, let's go ahead and bring up our lineups, take a look at the board assignments. Who is being trotted out? Well, we've already said it. It's the same players for both the Knights and the Tigers that have played this entire playoffs, Robert. How will that fare heading into this final match?
We have some great lineups from both sides. Now, I think we should talk about the rating differentials. Look at board 4. Alua Nurmanova, she has had some good results, but she's much lower rated than her opponent, Lo Yiping. And then at the top, Hikaru Nakamura, slight favorite against Wei Yi, but then I'm looking at Fedoseev. That's where he has the big rating gap compared to Ju Wenjun on board 2. She has overperformed for the Shanghai Tigers, Danny, but we know that sometimes those top GMs, they have no mercy.
Well, and coming back to the board assignment discussion, though, because Nurmanova was also greatly underrated yesterday if she ever got to facing Harika Dronavali. Guess what never happened? She never even had to play Dronavali, right? So here we're highlighting a rating difference between Alua Nurmanova and the 4th board for the Tigers. But will it even matter at this point, knowing that they already beat the Tigers 9-3? Again, I'm with you. I don't expect to see that today. I expect to see an absolute barn burner, a thriller. I wouldn't be surprised if we get tie breaks. But it is interesting to see the rating discrepancy on board 4. And then, of course, as you highlighted as well, Fedoseev being the favorite over Ju Wenjun. Which one of those will maybe play into a bigger factor at the end of today?
It's such a difficult question to answer, but I think for the Shanghai Tigers, they know what's needed of them. They need to beat up on Nurmanova. I'm sorry to say that when you see someone who's as strong as she is, she just is lower rated than the opponent. So they know that they have to strike. We may see some crazy games involving her because when you need to win, you're playing for a result for move one, you tend to play some kind of offbeat, wacky openings.
Yep. All right, well, let's dive into the specific lineups and how they will be paired. Of course, anyone who follows the Pro Chess League knows this drill at this point. We start off with board 4s versus board 1s, or board 1s versus board 4s, depending on what you want to list first. I got that third matchup, though, circled, given how Vakitov has arguably been the MVP for the Knights in the PCL postseason. That matchup versus Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun, Robert, I think that's going to be a big one to start things off.
Yeah, that is a great matchup indeed. And I like to focus on the board 2 versus board 3 matchups just because board 1 versus board 4 tends to be a bit more lopsided. But Xu Yi, speaking of MVPs, he played maybe the game of the year yesterday in the semifinal. So watch out. His rating may only, and I'm putting that in air quotes, people can't see it, 2502. But Fedoseev has to be careful because he's been a man on a mission, has been Xu Yi.
Yeah, if you missed that game yesterday, do yourself a favor and find it anywhere it exists. 5 brilliancies were played in a game, according to Chess.com's game review, by that guy right there, and that was running at depth 24. The game ended with a queen sacrifice that anyone would take home to their mother, speaking of Mother's Day. So how is that guy going to fare today? He's sitting right where he was, Xu Yi, as you said, and he has a big matchup to start things off for the Tigers. Coming back to the Knights, though, Robert, we've got this guy, Fedoseev, the big fish, also right where we've seen him for the last 4 days, been helping to lead the Knights to where they are. How do you think he's feeling going up against Zhu Wenjun here to start things?
Well, Fedoseev is a fan favorite, so that's the good news, is that the fans love him, but he also loves online chess, and he thrives. And I think he thrives even more in the team environment, but so does Zhu Wenjun. We know she's the women's world champion. She has so many successes to her name, but she's been a star for the Shanghai Tigers. It's not just Wei Yi and a super GM rating at the top. She has performed very admirably, overperformed her rating by a substantial margin. So I think that he needs to be careful because, well, she is a very tough opponent. I actually think that one is a close call.
Yeah. To highlight that, by the way, I highlighted that matchup because they are both board 2s. Of course, Vakitov plays Zhu Wenjun first, just to make sure I clarify that for the fans. Let's also clarify what's at stake for everyone. You know we're here to determine a Pro Chess League champion and the better part of the $100,000 prize fund, of course. But we're also here to determine an MVP prize, at the end of the day. Robert Hess, among others, will be helping to decide that. Robert, are you excited for not just who's going to win, but who might be taking the MVP prize by the end of the day?
Of course, I'm excited to help award the MVPCL award. You know, it's going to be fun trying to pick through the names. There's so many worthy candidates, and well, if the first place team wins $25,000, but this man right here, he wants to win that first place team prize and the MVP.
Yeah, well, of course, the team prize first and foremost, and I expect everyone to continue to do what they've done to help get their team here, which is make good team decisions. Hikaru, for example, on Thursday when he was struggling, made sure that he held his ground, got 4 draws to help the Knights move on when he didn't have his best chess, and then yesterday showed up in vintage Hikaru Nakamura form, going 2.5 out of 3 and helping his team not even need a 4th round. So will it be Hikaru? Will it be Vakitov if the Knights win? Who would it be for the Tigers if they ultimately won the Pro Chess League Championship, if someone there took the MVP prize? A lot to discuss, and it should be fun for us to see how that plays out. So Hikaru yakking away right now, already live on stream, of course, given his commentary. Here we've got the man Wei Yi, also playing some impressive chess in this PCL postseason, all long in the PCL, really, all year long.
Yeah, he has had a fantastic season. Wei Yi has been an absolute star for them, a very stable rock at the top board. He's 18 out of a possible 23 points. I mean, that is incredible. And he was a super GM at a very young age, and he has been kind of a veteran at this point, despite the fact that he's only 23 years old. So Wei Yi, he knows how to lead a team. He's been a part of the Chinese squad that have won some major events, including the Olympiad. So yeah, you can trust that guy.
It's amazing because we've seen the Hikaru pedigree image a few times where he had a 10-1 record, but Wei Yi playing every single match for the Tigers, getting 18 out of 23 possible points, Robert, that is a stat right there that says he might be the MVP, of course, if the Tigers were to win. But okay, right now, The table has been set. We know what's at stake. Everyone is excited. Thanks for spending your Sunday with us, no matter where you are in the part of the globe. This is a very, very global affair when it comes to the Pro Chess League, and we are about to see the first moves made in our championship match.
And here we go. And I want to point out, Danny, that I think everyone looks at this matchup, thinks Hikaru Nakamura, a huge favorite no matter who he faces on the Tigers. Liu Yiping is 2,500. That is one of the strongest board fours in the entire league. And let's not forget that on Thursday, Hikaru drew all 4 of his games, including against Alice Lee. And so look at this quiet start thus far. Is he on the iPad again? That's my big question for Liu Yiping.
For those who, he doesn't look like he's on an iPad. He looks like he's on a mouse. For those who don't know, it was a wild start to yesterday's matchup. It's fun. It's fun now. It was stressful at the time for everybody, but Lo Yiping had some trouble logging in. Ultimately, had to switch to an iPad, but it didn't stop the Tigers from moving on. And here he seems a little calmer. I like that right hand on the mouse there, Robert.
We saw Hikaru get some water, it seems. So he's trying to. Wow, that's a very large jug of water there.
He tends to do that. He tends to switch mugs and switch water glass. I mean, who am I to judge? We've seen me drink it directly out of a water gallon on more shows than we'd like to talk about. So I won't judge Hikaru. But all right, let's judge the position. We've got a Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit accepted, sort of a tame variation here being played with E3 on the board.
Mm-hmm. And Black typically wants to strike at some point with C5. But Danny, I think I get what White is doing here. He's just playing the most solid variation ever. It's Black's decision to take on C4, but instead of playing E4 and getting into the Vienna game, he plays E3. Let's just keep our pawn chain nice and compact here. Let's take this pawn on C4 on the next turn. I feel like he just wants to make a draw. That is match strategy.
It's not a bad idea to make a draw against Hikaru Nakamura for almost anybody in the world. But here, as you said, E3, the much more patient approach. We can get an isolated queen pawn position, depending on how Black chooses to play it. Often C5 comes, as Robert's highlighting, and then C takes D4 will be on the board. But an IQP position, while solid for White, doesn't mean that Black is out of danger necessarily. You know, there can be a lot of tactics in those middle games. So it'll be interesting to see how Hikaru wants to approach this. Something more subtle, bishop E7, castles B6, or does he want to strike immediately with C5 or even an A6 B5 kind of Moran idea?
Danny, I'm looking at the bars of connection, and there are none for Hikaru right now. So that is my biggest concern. I see him talking. I don't know if he's talking to himself, but I don't see him connected because he doesn't spend this kind of time on move 5 in the opening.
I was just going to say, Hikaru, speaking of iPad connection issues that we know Lo Yiping had yesterday for the Tigers, Hikaru is remote right now. Just anyone who knows Hikaru well knows that that is not his normal streaming setup. We know that he's a globetrotter right now, preparing to play, and not just the next Champions Chess Tour event, but also the Norway chess event coming up in Stavanger, Norway. So yes, calling what it is, Hikaru is clearly on the road, not so sure about his connection. We'll see if that ends up being a huge storyline of the day. You don't want it to be, but you worry about the Knights if that's the case.
But you know, the good thing about Hikaru and the fact that he plays all the time is unlike others who thinks, oh, my opponent's just spending a long time. What do they consider? Is it E3, E4? He probably is aware that he's having some difficulties, but he needs to connect. I mean, he needs to get back on.
He's going to have to figure out something here to fix his connection. He is aware. It seems he's aware. He's trying to... now he's played A6. So there you go. He is reconnected. And just like that, it was a Moran idea, as discussed. Before we move on back to the chess, highlight a little bit about the ideas of this A6, B5, Robert, because it will allow bishop B7 and C5. It's an aggressive way for Black to play in this system.
Yeah, it is, because when Black gets the bishop fianchetto to b7, you control the e4 square. And look at how quickly Hikaru plays c5. If you take, we can see a queen trade on d1, and then White will have to take with a piece. You don't really want to do that unless it's a rook, and that is why White castles first. You're not afraid of pawn takes d4. That doesn't scare you one bit. But quickly, Hikaru will play bishop b7, get this bishop out here, castle, and compete for the c file. And this pawn b5, it's a double-edged sword. Either it's great because at some point you can play b4 and kick this knight out of here, or it's bad because a4 can chisel at these pawns on the queen side. So it's a game of give and take.
Yeah, indeed. And we see Hikaru kind of recognizing that he's lost a couple minutes on the clock while he speeds up. Lo Yiping, by the way, not fazed by any of this. He's like, I don't really care if my opponent's got bad connection issues. Guess who had those and survived them yesterday? This guy. So he's like, this is part of the game. And of course, we do always encourage the players to have a stable connection because there's only so much we can control when it comes to this type of remote major chess event. If we want to back out and let Lo Yiping and Hikaru figure out their middle game, let's take a look at the bird's eye view for the first time. 3 of the 4 games are officially underway. We see Vakitov and Zhu Wenjun. I highlighted that matchup to me, Robert, as a very big one to start things off, and they are blitzing away.
Wow, yeah, they really are. Vokitov has been a hero for the Gotham Knights. He scored 3 out of 4 in the quarterfinals, then 3 out of 3 in the semifinals, and he has been on a tear thus far. I'm looking at the top right and bottom right, just very early stages. But Danny, I just want to point out in the bottom right, look what Wei Yi has done. He has played a modern defense with the black pieces. He is trying to play for a win, no forcing variations for white.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Flexibility, often king. If you feel like you're better than your opponent, give yourself an opportunity to outplay them. So the modern is a system that, and look at this, b5, the aggressive modern here, bishop b7 coming, and this is an interesting one because white will have an edge, right? Let's not pretend that Alua Nurmanova won't have a better middle game. The center counts. But if you're the stronger player, you often just want opportunities for the position to get weird and funky and outplay your opponent. So I like it from a practical perspective by Wei Yi. Why don't we head over to Vakitov for Zhu Wenjun and dive into that one a little more closely if we can. We talk about how at the end of the day, Robert, you will have the result as it stands will decide who wins, obviously. But these early round matchups, sometimes you forget about them, right? Because it comes down to whatever drama you have on screen, time scrambles. But I really feel like whoever gets the better of this one is going to set their team on the right trajectory.
Yeah, we tend to see a match be 6-6 or 6.5, 5.5 going into the 4th and final round, and we think, oh, that's the storyline. But that happens early, right? You set the tone. Yeah. And yesterday, there was no tone in the matchup between the Gotham Knights and MGD1. The match was over after 2 games were played from each player. So in this game, we see Vokitov with the white pieces. This pawn structure looks a little bit compromised. I think that people tend to hate on double pawns when they shouldn't necessarily do so. These pawns do occupy important squares controlling the center here, and they're hard to get to. D6 protects E5. Of course, now knight takes B6 and queen takes E6 to follow is the threat. And you can't even play queen D7 because you drop a pawn on B6. So you might have to play rook E8. But Danny, that's not what you want to do because if white gets F4 and opens up the F file, you want to have a rook there competing for it.
I like what you highlighted about the double pawns. I often like to say they're doubled but doing it. Right, those pawns are doubled, but they're doing it. They're helping the position. When you talked about the lack of tone in the match, I thought you were going to have the lack of tone on camera for Vakitov. And by the way, he's worn the same shirt for all 3 matchups. I think it's his lucky shirt. Either he's got multiple Gotham Knights swag, or he doesn't want to change out of this lucky shirt, given how things have been going. You ever done that?
I think that Levy can afford to send, a bunch of merch to the team. So Gotham Knights are named after Gotham Chess. We should give Levy the shout out. And of course, Alex Ostrovsky, as their manager, been choosing the lineups, been coordinating with the team, just getting the team in the first place. So they're a great squad. And I do not wear the same shirt over and over, to answer your question, Dan.
I was going to say, let's give him the benefit of the doubt that he has multiple shirts, like opens his closet like Batman and it's just the same shirt, or he's washing the laundry, but you never know. All right, some players are more superstitious than others. All right, back to the chess. We've got this queen coming to c7. As you pointed out, you have to keep an eye on that b6 bishop if you're Zhu Wenjun. This bishop on g5 has the option to take f6 and fully open the king. Talk about the dynamic there and whether or not that's even a good idea to give black the g-file.
You said open the king, and I wasn't sure whose king you were talking about because black's king is the one that initially looks open, but when the king scoots on over to h8 and a rook comes to g8, maybe it's white's king that could eventually be in some danger. I don't see the white king falling victim to some kind of attack, so I do think you can take on f6, but I'm not sure you want to because you fortify black center, and then d5 becomes more attractive because now the pawn on f6 protects the pawn e5. So it's a very difficult question, and at this stage, it's not about the eval bar off to the side. They don't know the evaluation, and king h1, very natural move. Guess what? Here comes f4, and you may regret the fact that your rook is not on f8.
Yeah, it's really strange. If you could just play hopscotch and bring that rook from a8 to f8, you'd actually feel very good about black's position. But that's not how chess is played. And it actually makes it really awkward. I like this move, king h1, with f4 coming, whether you take f6 or not. This is going to remain tricky. Still a lot left to go. A lot of months from a subscriber there. Shout out to you, BJH, staff member, working hard. We love you, man. Thank you for that subscription and for the support. Long before you were with chess.com. Let's back up to the bird's eye view. Take a look at all 4 games that are officially underway. The game we were waiting for, between Shu Yi and Vladimir Fedoseev. That one's rolling. You've got Wei Yi and Alua Nurmanova. I mean, all of these games are interesting, Robert. I mean, find a boring one.
Yeah, board one also looks very interesting between Lo Yiping
Yep.
and Hikaru. The position is opening up, but I want to note in the top right between Shu Yi and Fedoseev, Fedoseev sacrificed a piece. White has 4 minor pieces. Black has 3, but he's winning it back. So I think we should dive in there a little bit just to see how that happened. I think the instant replay can be valuable for people because as it stands, White is up an entire knight in the center, but Black is winning that knight right back. So I think
Let's do
Fedoseev,
it.
he did a clever thing here just to show what happened. This knight took a pawn on e5. He went queen e7, trying to barrel down the e file because there's a pin on the knight on c3. So we saw the move queen d3, and he took on d4. So after the queen took on d4, he found bishop c5, and the queen had to move back to d3, which means Black takes this knight on e5. So it's even material, Danny, but the eval bar is actually quite high in White's favor. Do you think it's because the 4-on-3 majority on the king side is helpful, and maybe there's a pawn push?
I was just going to say that. I play a scotch. And sometimes I put my queen on h1. We don't talk about that, though. We don't talk about Bruno. I knew you were going to say it. I said it before you could say it. Okay, but yeah, if White gets castled, frankly, in this position, both castles are on the table. But regardless, once White's king is out of the center, this move f4, often followed by e5 to follow. As we say, with e5, there's no knight on f6. Look out for tactics. This is a position where Black really wants to get something on the e file quickly. Obviously, pressure with the rook, or even a move like d5 would be very helpful if you could somehow make that work before White gets the king out of the center. So, I'm with the eval bar here. I'm on team White here with the idea that the majority is coming.
And look at this. How many times did this bishop move? It went from b4 back to c5, back to b4. Now he's just going back and forth, but we see his plan. The knight is protecting e4. You mentioned pressure on the e file. There's also pawn d5 push. I'm wondering, oh wow, what a move. Bishop d2. Wow. Because if captures, you can't take on e4. It's a lot of takes. I'll show it very quickly on the board. He castled, but the point was that the bishop would have grabbed the g7 pawn when the knight cleared the diagonal. So instead of, we see a castle, and I think White can do the same, but e4 is a bit loose, Danny.
You did your best Hikaru impersonation there. Takes. And but at the end, White would have been better and had the bishop pair. This is a tricky position because having played some of these for White, f3 is like this warm and cozy move, you think, but the moment you commit to that, often it's not the right idea, and Black will find a way to punch d5 through. So you're really looking for tactical solutions to your problem. Even aggressive moves like f4 or castles long. Just to paint the picture, Robert, even if bishop takes c3, bishop c3, queen e4 happened, there may be something concrete, but even if you just move the queen and keep the bishop on that diagonal with the pressure against the king, that's more along the lines of what White wants here than something like f3, and that's exactly what Shu Yi is doing.
And I like that Shu Yi hasn't played f4. Well, that's the aggressive approach we were talking about before. Now that leaves the e4 pawn permanently vulnerable. A pawn's best friend is another pawn, so f3 at some moment could create a solid pawn structure. We could see him playing a3 to chase the bishop, and I wouldn't be surprised, Danny, if the c7 pawn becomes a weakness. The queen c4 idea, something like that in the future, or even a knight b5 hopping around to go after the pawn.
And note, now White can play f3 because there is no d5. The king got out of the center, everyone. So as Robert pointed out, the solid supporting move. Also, here comes g4, maybe g5. Watch out, English attacking style, even if it's not a Sicilian. I like Shu Yi's chances here. This is the guy who turned everyone's head yesterday with one of the most brilliant chess games I've ever seen, actually. Not just in the Pro Chess League, just an absolute amazing game. So this guy is feeling the flow right now, and definitely feeling that bed set behind him. You got to be into the style to pick a bed set like that.
Hey, and he plays g4. I think we're into that as well. Nice play so far from Shu Yi. He's not afraid of anybody. He's on a roll. But maybe we should roll to our bird's eye view, Danny, because I think that some of the other games are also deserving our attention. I see in the top left in Lo Yiping against Hikaru Nakamura, there's a knight on a7. That's not something you see every day. So which game should we go to?
Let's head back over there. It is the top board, and the one of the biggest stars in the world, of course, in Hikaru Nakamura. So fans often like that we keep that one close. I say we head back over there, see how that knight got to a7 quickly. The material is equal. I just double check that. I feel like I've joined a few games now and not seen a piece sacrifice. So just want to make sure material's equal. I'm not sure who I like in this position.
Yeah, just because the material is balanced, I think you're making this point that doesn't mean the game is going to end in a draw. I already see this knight on c5 making contact with this pawn on a4, which means if we get some rook trades, that could be bad for white. And look at black's rooks, perfectly situated on the open file. I'm worried about this a4 pawn. Rook c1 would already be a blunder. Thank you very much, not for the a3 square, but for the a4 pawn. So what move does white make here? Do rook trades help? But yet need to move the knight. Where does the knight go? To a bad square. A4 will again be loose. So I am a little bit nervous for Lo Yiping, and he already blundered.
Whoa. King f2. The eval bar doesn't like it. Is it something to do with e5?
Oh,
Knight has to move. It's got to be, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at tactics here. Yeah, and Hikaru doesn't need a lot of time to find it. He, by the way, is down on time because of those 2 minutes he lost earlier. If you're just tuning in, Hikaru had connectivity issues, the kind they don't make a pill for, but he seems to have righted that ship.
Oh my gosh, Danny, there's a fork on d3. He walked into it. That's the problem. You move the knight, everything swaps.
You just trade everything.
And there's, so he covered a4, which is one weakness, but the d3 square, and you know who taught me this? Yasser Serouane. I was already a grandmaster at the time. We were on the same team at the World Team Championship, and Yasser was just like talking about squares and massaging the squares, and it sounded ridiculous as only Uncle Yaz can, but it made perfect sense, and it actually stuck with me. He's like, you want to massage your control of certain squares, and this knight on c5 not only hits the pawn, but they're b3 and d3, and now the king on f2 walked right into a fork. So I just want to show this to make it clear for everybody that once the that's a mouse slip by me. It's probably still a good move, but all the way we see the rooks get traded, and at the end, knight d3 is check to the king and to the bishop. Black wins a piece. Black wins the game.
Exactly, Robert. That's how you massage the square, Robert. You see, you recognize the square, and then you massage the square. Think of all the different ways you could massage the square.
I think Yaz remembers the first time his square was massaged. You know, it's just.
I think he better, and probably everyone else remembers the first time they heard Yasser talking about the first time his square was massaged, because that's the kind of story Yasser will tell from time to time. Okay, thank you, Yasser. All right, e5 has been played. King f2 did indeed walk into that blunder. We see Lo Yiping shaking his head. Unfortunately, he is likely just about to go down despite that edge on the clock he was spotted due to Hikaru's connection issues. And here comes the bob. There it is. Hikaru Nakamura, head bob, number 11. He is back at it. Let's back this thing back out to the bird's eye view because Hikaru sees that he's winning just like the rest of us do. We haven't looked at Wei Yi versus Nurmagomedov. I feel like we should circle the wagons completely. Make sure we get all 8 of our stars on camera before the first round wraps up. It's also an interesting position with Wei Yi just now starting to get a slight edge on the board, Robert.
Yeah, it's a really interesting position. It kind of reminds me of the game between Hikaru and Lo Yiping in the sense that a lot of plays happening in the center and the queen side, but this knight on g4, queen on b6 are making target of the f2 pawn. But let's not forget about this bishop on g5 because it looks like you win a pawn by distracting the queen from the 92. That bishop is very, very importantly defending this knight so you can't take everything on the f2 square. So what does that mean? What do we go for if we are thinking of this from Wei Yi's perspective? How can you actually increase your threats? How can you attack something? The e4 pawn is ultra well defended from these knights. So, Danny, how do you play for a win at this point?
Yeah, great question, because despite the eval bar slipping a little bit in black's favor as it was, I'm sitting here looking for a candidate move, and I don't have many. Like, name a move that clearly improves your position. I'm literally asking for a friend, Robert. You're a grandmaster. What is a move that improves black? I mean, is there a 98 maneuver to come to c7 or d6 to try to get rid of the bishop? That's a plan. Wait, actually, I mean, not right now.
No, I know. Yeah. But that leads me to maybe rook d4. That frees the knight up to move, and he plays it. And there's also knight h7 to get after this bishop. The bishop e3, this pin doesn't work. There's a knight covering the e3 square. So good call by you that this rook move does help and also puts more pressure on the e4 pawn.
It's sometimes by process of elimination, when you don't see a move, you ask yourself, and this is good advice for viewers, is like, what pieces could I improve, right? So you don't even ask yourself the big existential, what's my 5, 6, 7 move plan, but what piece could be on a better square? And this idea of moving the knight to a better square kind of allowed us to maybe play this idea of unpinning the knight on f6 with rook d4. So anyway, it's still very interesting. And Nurmagomedov holding her own, by the way. Look at the clock. She's doing just fine there. So give her some credit here going up against the board 1 for the Tigers.
I think she's in big trouble, though, because this knight on g4 is menacing. It can't be kicked with f3. Hello, thank you very much for discover check and mate, just to put this on the board. Rook d1 is double check. That is mate because the knight covers h2 as well. So don't be pushing the f-pawn is the main point. And that is why the queen went to a7, not to d8. If f3 were to be played successfully, this knight is banished to h6 and it's not getting back in the game. So keeping the pressure up is the name of the game here. And speaking of pressure, excuse me, that e4 pawn is hanging.
And it's hard because you'd like to move the knight maybe from c4 to e3 yourself. You know, if you could get into the d5 square, maybe play bishop c6. But the moment you do that, the e4 pawn falls. So likewise, it's hard to find moves for Nurmanova here, which is why the advantage she had on the clock is has dwindled away.
And that rook d4 move, was all important because it gave Wei Yi some optionality that he didn't previously have. This knight moving to h7 looks worrisome. Where's that bishop going? The knight hopping around, like you said, d7, c5. We saw how Hikaru's knight on c5 did some serious damage, and now the e4 pawn is loose. So Wei Yi in good position, and what was that? Knight takes f2 and knight g4!
And knight g4. OMGs or snaps. OMGs or snaps. What a move. And look how quickly he played it. He had already spotted that idea. He was waiting for it. And at bishop e3, you must just be giving up the exchange, right? Just bring the knight right back to g4. Queen dominates the dark squares. We're going to see it on the board here. What a find by Wei Yi.
He's an absolute beast. He just goes knight takes pawn back to g4. And where's this king going? It's on the verge of being checkmated. So this knight comes into g4.
You can't play king h2.
Oh my God.
It's painful.
Yeah,
the queens and the knights doing work. The best dynamic duo since Batman and Robin. Whatever happened to Joseph Gordon-Levitt in the Robin storyline that Christopher Nolan was planting the seed on? That didn't go anywhere. Okay.
I thought you were going to go all the way back to Batman and Robin in the 90s. And
there you go. Batman and Robin. We don't like to talk about George Clooney. Let's back up. We have a result here. Wei Yi gets the dub. By the way, right on cue, Hikaru Nakamura follows suit. So both board ones have achieved victories for their respective teams. Some time pressure starting to get on the board between Zhu Yi and Vladimir Fedoseev if we'd like to head over there.
Okay, well, I think it's time travel for one, and unfortunately, chess is a game for two because we see that Zhu Yi has 23 seconds while Fedoseev has over 3 minutes on the clock. It's one person playing blitz, the other playing bullet, and if I'm doing my math right, Black's up a pawn now. So e4 was successfully captured by Fedoseev, and he's not paying any price. His pieces are all on great squares protecting the e4 knight.
It's so sad to me because it was a Scotch structure. I loved it. I was rooting for white in this game just on the moral principle that I play this position often. It seems to have slipped away like many of my own games. Black is in a great spot, and that pawn majority has, on the king side, has actually disappeared. It no longer exists. Black is just up a pawn.
But I think Fedoseev is doing the right thing right now because he's thinking at some point his bishop takes e4 a problem for me. Do I want opposite colored bishops? Opposite colored bishops, if you're down material, are great for an endgame because you're more likely to hold, but also good for attacking chances. So he does play queen f5. He lines his bishop and queen up. Can you take on d6 and give up c2? I know that looks scary, giving up a pawn with check, but Danny, the more pawns that get traded, I feel like the better white's chances are of surviving.
It's fair, and it also opens up the e5 square for business, so he does indeed go for it. I kind of like it, because if you put a piece on e5, maybe c5 is targeted. Also, the more pieces that come off the board, the better your drawing chances. So Fedoseev says, no, thank you. We'll block that e-file in a hurry. I mean, a6 is a pawn. I know queen a6 is met by b4, but there you go. I like that idea. h5, h6. There we go. Let's get ourselves some dark squares, even though b4 is coming for black.
No, I like what you said. Queen takes a6 would backfire because b4, rook a8, thank you very much for opening up the a file. That's the thing, is when people drop pawns, they think, oh no, I blundered. And I think, oh yes, an open file. And that's what we're looking at here. So rook e6, stabilization. Look at these pieces for black, all undefended squares. But what is black's plan? Because white's plan seems a bit obvious.
Yeah, okay, that's a nice move. What's funny is how much the bishop dominates the diagonals on e4. You have this move rook h1 you want to play, but there's a bishop. Okay, bishop e5 quickly found by Zhu Yi. What are you going to do with that guy on e4?
I don't know. Because
it's interesting because if you... Yeah,
go ahead.
If you back it up on the a8, h1 diagonal, now maybe f5 is on the agenda, right? Not right away, but you're looking for dangerous ways to attack if you're white. And if you go the other way, then rook h1. So, okay.
Yeah. He's playing for f5. Like you said, queen takes h4. Here comes f5. And is this king actually safe over here? That's a big question. And at some point, bishop d6 could be an issue for black as well.
Yeah, this is forget what that eval bar says here, everyone. We are going to see a swing in a moment here. This is a very tough position to play for both sides. F5, F6, you might be down a couple pawns, but be losing on the dark squares if you're not careful.
Yeah, and he plays bishop d6. Apparently that was a mistake. I was looking at it. Maybe queen d6 was actually better, hitting a bunch of pieces. But rook d8, you see the eval bar going up, going down. F6 is played.
Yep.
And after g6, you have to be so careful as Black Denny. This bishop on c6. That's why he put it there. It covers the e8 square.
Yep. Man, if there was bishop takes f8, rook e8 lines where you sacrifice your queen, what a fun thing that could have been.
It's a piece.
Queen h2?
It's a piece in like 3 different ways.
I mean, the rook is hanging, the bishop is hanging. You're a little too late. You can't even play rook h1 because the bishop on c6 guards it. So I think that move was the time pressure finally catching up with Zhu Yi, and Fedoseev, the big fish, going to get a big dub for the Knights here in the first round.
Huge win for Fedoseev, and you can see on Zhu Yi's face, he knew that he was bluffing. He was going for some kind of attack that didn't exist. And look at this g6. You can just take that pawn. Your king is perfectly shielded. And at some point, bishop d5, queen e1 will lead to checkmate. And white's king is the one.
Yeah, I was going to say that might be a fun way that this thing comes to an end here. If bishop d5 is played from Fedoseev, we have threats of queen e1. Okay, he wants to do the safe thing and just go gather that pawn for no more tactics. But he's going to take this one. By the way, I feel like we're having deja vu. Has Vakitov ever not been the last game being played for the Knights since we've been covering them? I mean, Vakitov, Zhu, and June is going to be the next game we head over to after we let Fedoseev kind of get the job done here. All right, it's Rover. Fedoseev takes that one home. As we see, he gets the queens off the board. Let's head on over to Vakitov versus Zhu and June. It's an equal game on the eval bar, Robert, but again, Vakitov has been here before. He tends to like being the last player standing in the biggest moment.
Yeah, he's been here, there, everywhere. And right now, this knight, if I was about to say, it's on the rim, it's got to get back. And watch out, because this is a blunderable position for both sides. Like, black could bring the knight in, try to get e3, and there could be a checkmate against this king. It sounds ridiculous, but this king is actually a bit in harm's way. And the other side of things, that there could be some tactics where this knight jumps to e6 at the right moment, and this black king finds itself a little bit uncomfortable.
Whoa, I was going to say, what happens in the rook ending? Because the e4 pawn is weak. It's kind of a riskless position for Vakitov, and maybe that's why he went for it. But there are these small chances, because it is a game, right? It's not just a science. Small chances that white kind of corrals that e4 pawn, although we do expect this to end in a draw.
E3, anybody? Just go for this? I guess the pawn can go up to f3.
F3.
And Zhu is trying to avoid things like that. She's saying, okay, if I do nothing, the game should be a draw. But if I try something a little bit too hard, then it could back up. But now f3, e2, and the rook is misplaced. So it's clear that that's not going to help white at all.
Okay, so instead the check is made, and probably the capture follows. And suddenly, if anybody can win, it's black. Even though, again, we will have a draw here. The question is, how long do they want to play it out? Save their energy or try to swindle their opponent? They choose the former. Save their energy, they decide. Smart thing to do, I would agree.
Yeah, no, this was a well-fought game to a draw, but Zhu and June deserves credit. She held a strong grandmaster with black. That's called getting the job done.
Yep. Well, let's take a look at where that leaves us. After the first set of games, the Gotham Knights have a 2.5 to 1.5 lead. Robert, any surprises there?
Well, I think the Fedoseev game, that really told the story of the round, that he beats Zhu Yi, he gets the job done with the black pieces, and I think that it's still close, of course, just a 1-point spread, but I have to say that impressive stuff from Fedoseev. He is much higher rated than the bottom 3 players for the Shanghai Tigers, so I think that he needs to continue to keep that pace.
Yeah, well, he continues to show up. He was 3-0 yesterday talking about Fedoseev. He is the one win that is giving us the difference, and that's a guy who wants to continue to make a difference. Coming up next, everybody, we have Hikaru Nakamura versus Zhu Yi. What will that game give us? It's the Pro Chess League Championship here on this Sunday. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a Chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Vera Benchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players. And I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great. But sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Musuchu games.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Hikaru does it again. It's like, that's how it's done.
And here we go. Wait.
Oh! Look at that.
I'm out for way.
Ooh, that was nasty.
Rookie two. Wait.
What?
Mate.
Buxa! Oh my gosh, what a turnaround! Levy super team, look at that trophy case.
Alina! This match is over.
Oh my god.
It's official. Round 3 ends in a 4-0 victory. I don't think anybody is even remotely looking forward to the task of facing the Gotham Knights in the playoffs.
Those are the Gotham Knights. For many of you, it's your Gotham Knights. We know they have so many fans around the world. A team brought to you by Levy Rosman, led by Hikaru Nakamura. Robert, what can you say? How good have they been all year?
They have been perfect because all matches played have been won by the Gotham Knights. And with that man on screen, Hikaru Nakamura, he's laughing, he's chatting, but he's also winning. And that's great news for the Knights because in the quarterfinals, he drew those 4 games. Here, he's in a winning mood.
Of course, it's not over yet, and we know the Tigers are formidable. We expect them to continue to find their form as this Pro Chess League Championship match rolls on. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? We have some incredible chess going on. And on that note, Robert, let's set the table, take a look at where we stand and what our board assignments, our pairings will be as we head into the second set of games here.
Well, we see Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Fedoseev. They get the white pieces. These matchups can be a bit tricky because Xu Yi and Liu Yiping very strong for the Tigers. And then in the bottom two boards, Wei Yi needs to take down Vokito. I think that is my big matchup of the round.
Yeah, someone has to stop Vokito. And if it's not Wei Yi, who else on the Tigers is going to do it? I agree. If they're going to keep pace and maybe flip the pendulum to swing the other way, maybe they go 2.5, 1.5 in this round. I think Wei Yi needs to be the leader in the clubhouse, if you will. As we already said before we went to a break, Hikaru Nakamura takes on Xu Yi. That's also a huge matchup. A guy that played an absolute brilliancy yesterday in Xu Yi. If you missed that game last time, I'll remind you to go check it out, but it was just that good. And of course, Hikaru Nakamura, hopefully he's solved his connectivity issues playing from Stavanger and is going to be ready to throw down. So wow, this is crazy. You know, Robert, a storyline we'll continue to dive into as we see Xu Yi, the Tigers board 3, getting ready for his maybe toughest match of the day. Although it's hard to say that given that he just lost to Fedoseev going against Hikaru. The Knights have just, I wonder if people thought they would be this good. I want to talk about that as we get on. Now, again, the match isn't over. They have a lot of work to do. They're leading 2.5, 1.5. But it's something that I'd be curious what chat and fans think about whether they really thought the Knights would be this dominant heading in. So, okay, here we go. We have e4, e5 on the board. It's a Petrov. Will it be a Petrov draw or a Petrov for the win, Robert?
Has to be for a win. Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces. He wants to take down Xu Yi, and we see this knight d3 line that caught me by surprise, but we have seen this in the highest levels of chess. The queen has to slide up to e7 because you need to break the pin with a queen in front of your bishop of your own, and this knight is trying to aim for the d5 square, so to be very careful in these positions. Danny, didn't we see this in the World Championship? Some kind of like knight c6, knight d4, weird stuff?
Well, 2018, you and I were not quite, we weren't quite in my closet. We had moved out to the room outside the closet, for those who remember when we covered Caruana Carlsen in 2018. But I think that was the first time we saw this line at the highest of highest levels.
Yeah, no, it still remains unfamiliar because it's that rare. And Xu Yi, thinking right now, perhaps rare to him as well. And that means a strong grandmaster is surprised by Hikaru Nakamura. And that's, I think people underestimate how important playing so many games is for Hikaru. When he played in the FIDE Grand Prix, and he won the FIDE Grand Prix, everyone's saying, oh, he's retired, he doesn't play classical chess, and Alexander Grishuk said, he's played more chess than anybody by far, he'll be just fine.
Yeah, let's bring up the analysis board here when we have a second, because I want to show those lines that you just talked about, because one, they're super fun and super instructive, and two, how often do we get to have weird forks and queen sacks and all kinds of stuff going on in the middle of the board at the high level? So there you go. This was a line you and I first covered. I remember how surprised you were when it was played in that game with Caruana Carlsen and how you and I were figuring out those tactics for the first time. But go ahead.
And Xu Yi figured out it might be his first time seeing this position, or maybe the first time seeing it in 5 years since that World Championship match. But the point is that if this knight takes this queen, the knight takes the other queen. If you take the bishop, I take your bishop. And there's a big problem for white, is that this rook is not in contact with the knight on c1, but the black rook is in contact with the knight on c8. So it still remains even because both knights will be lost, or won, depending on whose perspective you're looking at it from, but it remains a balanced position. And that is why after knight c6, c3 was played, Danny. None of this forcing variations, no queen trades for you just yet. But what if you just play knight f6 and swap the queens that way?
That's an interesting idea, because the trade would actually leave black up a tempo, if you will, if and knight f6 has now been played. If queen e7, bishop e7, so Hikaru says no, d4. It's funny because in the end, Robert, what do we get out of these move orders? A very Petrov-looking type of structure, a very symmetrical kind of game, but just some tricks that got us there versus the more traditional move orders. But don't underestimate how important those tricks were. What have they gotten, Hikaru? Well, a little more of an edge on the clock, which in a rapid game is huge. And two, maybe an opponent who's a little uncomfortable, right? Even with just the little idiosyncrasies that exist here.
Yeah, because you can also be lulled into a sense of complacency. Look at this position. We have the queens traded, one pawn traded. This should just be shake hands and a draw. And maybe Hikaru would do that if you were playing Fabiano Caruana or Magnus Carlsen. But no, against Xu Yi, he's playing this for a win. We've seen Magnus do the same. F3, G4, G5 pawn pushes. This pawn chain over here, the knight on C6 looks a bit silly. So even though the evaluation bar says it's completely level, it's still with so much life left in the position. And I actually think that White's structure is superior for the time being.
Is that the voice you make when you talk about eval? It's completely level. What is that a voice you make? Is that how the eval bar sounds in your head? G5. Wow, G5. That's a move that says it's no longer completely level. That's not a move the eval bar likes.
I don't like it either. You're just creating weaknesses in your own position. I think that Shuyi desperately wants some activity, and he was not expecting this variation to begin with. But when this knight moves away, it can go up to h5 for a trade. It can go back to d3, and then white can play for h4. But I just don't like this pawn sticking out, Danny. I think this is an idea that's going to backfire.
Yeah, and Hikaru quickly puts the knight on d3. This time it doesn't look as awkward as it did earlier when it was in front of the d-pawn. Now, where it belongs, behind the d-pawn, that's where knights like to be. All right, well, let's back up to where we like to be a lot, which is in the bird's eye view look. Remind everybody, as we've said many times, you can go to chess.com/events and follow the games yourself if you're into choosing your own adventure, or just stay right here with us. Where to go?
Wow.
All 4 games on it. Go ahead.
I was going to say the bottom right, that just looks like a queenless position. We'll get there later. But look at the bottom left over there. Wei Yi and Vokidov, their pawns just up the board. That one looks fascinating.
Yeah, it's a Nimzo gone wild X-rated edition here. Something messy is happening over there. And knight comes to h5 and h4 played instantly by Wei Yi. What is going on in this game? Yeah, we're going to bring it up here. You see a bishop pair for white, which makes us realize it's likely was a Nimzo. The knight on a5 and the bishop on a6 are a very traditional Nimzo idea, going after those doubled c-pawns. But this whole g5 h4 dynamic on the king side, not so traditional.
This sort of reminds me of the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Vokidov from yesterday. The knight was on d2 and things were a bit different, but you remember how Vokidov got in huge trouble? His king never found safety. I think Wei Yi is going for a similar type of plan. He says, who cares about this c4 pawn? That's irrelevant. That's doubled. It's not really playing a part in the position. Let me break open the king side. There are already tactics there that could win white material. So, Danny, I love the strategy. It's a bold one, but I think it might pay off.
Hey, there you go. There you go, Cotton. It's good old-fashioned family fun right there. If we play h takes g5, unleashing the rook on the knight, you can't take with the pawn because then g4 straight up wins the pinned pony. You'd have to take with the queen, which might have its own set of weird dynamics. g4 still coming, knight h3 with tempo. It's a weird one. So Vokidov gonna take a beat. Look at Wei Yi. More time than that which he started with. Thank you, old English language. That which with henceforth.
Well, this knight henceforth drops to the f4 square. It's going forward. And I want to just make a quick point that knight takes c4 will blunder a piece to queen a4. It's actually an instructive tactic, so I'm going to show on the board that if you take on c4, it looks really good. Give me a free pawn. But queen a4 hits the knight and the bishop. And you think, okay, I'm not going to allow you to take my knight or my bishop. Then the bishop is unleashed from f1 to a6. Thank you very much for a free piece. So just to note that knight takes c4 is not the threat for black. Bishop takes c4 will be the move you have to play.
Yeah, and that's often the move you want, speaking to fellow Nimzo players out there, because if the bishops are gone, one, you've removed the bishop pair, and two, that knight that lands on c4 at the end is an outposted pony, usually causing more problems than the bishop would if it was standing on that diagonal. So anyway, good stuff there. Knight f4 played, but Wei Yi, even though he's now using a little bit of time, he has an opportunity to keep an edge here. Is it hg? I keep wondering if I can just play g3, by the way, and just say, get out of here.
100% correct. I think those moves, take on g5, the queen takes, then play g3, kick that pony back to g6, then play f4, and we know that you love steaming those pawns up the king side. That looks very troublesome for Vokidov. You can have the c4 pawn. Wei Yi doesn't care. I don't care. I don't even think Vokidov cares about it anymore. He's like, I will do anything. I will change the structure. Let me put my pawn back on g7, please.
Yeah, I love it when we talk about how pawns could go backwards. What an interesting variant to consider. And again, one of my favorite ones that the Google DeepMind project did. All right, the move g5 to g7 is not legally possible. Wei Yi gonna take a beat before he decides how to play this. Probably calculating lines that Robert pointed out with hg and then g3 and f4. Let's back this thing up to the bird's eye view. Take a look at the other games that are rolling, because all 4 are underway, Robert.
They are indeed. And the top left, we started there with Hikaru and Shuyi. That still looks relatively balanced. The bottom right also looks balanced between Zhu Wenjun and Alua Nurmanova. But Danny, the top right, eval bar quite heavily in Lo Yiping's favor.
That's where I wanted to go too. Fedoseev, the big fish, he's been playing perfect chess. If you go back to yesterday, he's won 4 games in a row. But this is an awkward start for him. Lo Yiping with this last move, knight to d7, which I really like. Gets the knight out of the danger of the coming g5 pawn storm. It threatens the knight on e5. Let's bring that one up here as soon as we can and take a deeper look at this opposite side castles. So very, very dangerous position.
Yeah, but I'm going to put the king on g8 in a bit of green and the king on c1 in red because I am worried that b4, b3 ideas will happen fast. Knight can come to a6 and try to go to b4. And you like the move, so I just want to show an instant replay. Knight f6 went to d7, not the b8 knight because c6 was loose. And you know what else the knight on d7 does that f6 would have been a bad square for? It prevents g5. We talk about a hook, and h6 is a hook. If you had h4 and g5, that knight would have been under attack. Now you don't have to lose the tempo in any way, and already you're threatening to win a pawn.
Yeah, and f4 is obviously being considered by Fedoseva, but very double-edged, right? The moment you play f4, that's a pawn that can't back up. You already can consider f6 for black in some positions because the e3 pawn is weak at the end of that line. But even moves like c5 are more on the agenda once f4 is played, because you get in these positions, Robert, which we love talking about. When kings are on opposite sides of the board, everybody, what often matters is just who gets open lines of attack. Throw everything, including the kitchen sink. If it costs a pawn to open up the board, that might be okay. I like this move a3. Black is preparing to play a move like c5 in some positions where even if d5 or b5 might fall, again, at the right time, if the board opens up, that white king is very, very exposed at the end of those lines.
This is terrible for Fedoseva. This knight comes out to 8. Look how quickly Lo Yiping is playing now. Knight comes to b4. That's kind of an outpost. I know that white has an a pawn, but you can't push it to a3 as that a3 pawn cements it in place. So here comes knight b4. Your idea with c5 is certainly on the agenda, and white has no attack. Look at white's moves. That knight went to e5 and back to f3, and black is just really on the prowl at this point. Who cares about this b5 pawn? You're going to get c5 and you're going to open the c file, and white's king is really in danger.
Not a good sign. And for the first time, we see a slightly kind of dejected Fedoseva, right? We saw him kind of pulling his hair there. Something went wrong. Nobody plays knight e5 and then knight back to f3 and pretends like they meant to do it, right? I think knight fd7 was that strong of a move, Robert. I think he missed or underestimated, if you will, how strong that idea might be. If knight b4 and c5 comes, this could get out of control in a hurry.
It looks really tough for white because where's this queen going? You probably just slide to d2, but then you're giving up on this diagonal, and you would love to put the bishop on b1. That's white's best idea. It attacks and defends this a2 pawn in some positions, but this king on c1 is going to be in harm's way, and it doesn't have time to start running over to the king side. It's too far away.
How many times have you stared at a board and just been so unhappy that you can't play bishop to b1? Move a piece through one of your own pieces. For me, it's,
he can do it
again, way too often.
Yeah, but he can do it next, but unfortunately you're not getting your queen on the diagonal. And this reminds me of my loss to Tamir Nabati at the 2019 Grand Swiss, and I just got obliterated down the queen side because I thought, oh, let me play some enterprising chess castling long. You end up regretting it, I can tell you.
Yeah, but oh, here comes c5. It's the idea we talked about, and look how fast he's playing too. Like literally taking what he wants, Honey Badger style. Doesn't care about the b5 pawn. Let's go. Lo Yiping. I saw Yep. That means Yep, he might get the dub. Big Yep town for Lo Yiping coming up.
This is terrible for white, but queen takes c5, apparently a mistake because king d2? I said it's too long of a journey to bring the king up, but maybe you do have time, and this rook can slide to c1, and this rook h1 to d1, and the king runs away.
Don't tell Frodo what he can't do. That was a long journey, and he got the job done. Okay?
You are correct. I apologize. Okay. Sorry, Frodo.
King d2 has been played. I actually, as much as the eval bar loves black, I do like that move, because if you play rook c1 next, suddenly white's pieces are kind of coordinating. You get the king to e1 after the other rook comes to d1, and who knows? So Lo Yiping has to think about how to break through now, because if you, okay, this is interesting. What's he going to do? Is he going to...
Is there like a knight a2 and b4?
I was just about to say, but the problem is the knight takes, which is why I didn't say it.
Well,
knight
it's
takes
okay
a2,
to blunder,
knight takes
Danny.
a2.
I blunder all the time. I think knight c6 then. Just go back. Why do we have to get sacrificial and then play b4 is a big threat, and not just b4, d4 comes to mind. Your king is on d2 after all.
Okay, I like this idea. Yeah, knight c6 does the things you talked about, right? Gets the knight out of the way so that b4 is a threat, unleashing that bishop on a6 to the queen, and immediately threatens the most powerful punch, which is d4. Look at this. So the engine says this is helping Fedoseva, but from a practical perspective, this looks very tricky.
How can this help Fedoseva? That's what I really am wondering at this point, because B4 is such a big threat. D4 doesn't look pleasant to me either. So there must be one move here for Fedoseev. I'm guessing it's a tight position. If you don't find the move here, you just lose.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a knight a4 or something, right? No, it doesn't even work. You can just take it, in fact, and then take the queen on e2 because f3 hangs and everything falls. So I got nothing.
Bueller?
You know what it is, Robert? I just saw it.
What?
I think it's queen d3. I think you threaten mate with tempo, and then you can play knight e2 with tempo, and then put the knight on d4.
Well, that actually really helps out. So step 1 is complete, and let's see if he does play knight e2 here, because then the queen is under attack, the knight behind us, the queen has to step back, and then knight to d4, as you're saying. That does seem to help out a lot, but I am worried about timely knight e4 check as well, so there's so much to calculate here, and Fedoseev is on the clock.
Maybe you voluntarily... No, if you play queen c2, that knight will come right back to b4. I was proud of myself for finding queen d3. You know, look at me, no hands. Look at me, Dad, no hands. But then it turns out I'm still in trouble. Oh, wow. 3 minutes, both sides under 4 minutes at this point.
Danny, I put on my calculation hat. I think knight takes d5 is the move.
Knight takes d5, laughing in the face of danger on the d file.
And he plays it.
He finds it. Oh my gosh. If Fedoseev gets out of this one.
Yep. He's up a pawn.
Lo Yiping is like, wait a second. He can do this? His king is in the center. He's like, what?
Not only is the king in the center, this pawn on a2 is in trouble. What is happening down this diagonal? How is this okay?
Yeah, it's like Lo Yiping is one move away from just like, you know, pounding the table in frustration. How did White slip off the hook there?
Knight takes e3. Oh, the king can take and go to f4, so that doesn't work. That's a good way to lose the game on the spot.
Yeah,
he wants b4, knight c3.
b4, knight c3 also makes sense. It's coming.
Wow, what a game we've had.
Seriously. King e2 is the safe move to play, but I wonder if White can find some sort of tactical defense, like rook h to c1, and just, again, laugh in the face of the discover check. I would assume there's a good discover check, but I don't exactly see the win.
So there's knight f4, but you're right. This knight can always go to d4, and that's essential. So good call by you. Knight d4 first would be a mistake.
Yeah, he plays it.
Wow.
Dude, no hands. I play better chess with no hands, apparently.
Yeah, and I think that Fedoseev is playing like a combination of the two of us, but like, on steroids. It just is elevated play, but coming up with these ideas. And what a turnaround in this game, Danny. And by the way, Wei Yi killed Vokitov. I just am noticing that.
Okay, wow, we missed one. That's unfortunate that we didn't look at that, because what a storyline Vokitov has been, and what a call out we made when we said someone has to stop him. It might be Wei Yi. We will probably make a quick run through that game, everybody, just to see what happened. But OMG, a big dub for Wei Yi over Vokitov.
Yeah, but for Fedoseev here, he can offset that damage with a win of his own. And he put his rook on c4. b4 is loose, and you can't defend it. You can bring your knight back, but you don't want to go back and forth with your knight when you're down to pawns. He's bishop e4. He's trying to make a2 tender. But after bishop takes, knight takes, the king escapes to e1. This rook can slap to c2. Danny, I think this is certainly heading White's way.
It's just crazy what happened here. I mean, he was in huge trouble getting smashed on the queen side, and now he's up a pawn as we head into a rook and knight endgame. And this isn't even just winning for White, Robert. This is like, it's falling apart in a hurry. White even has knight c6, knight b4. This is like, just like that, it's like Fedoseev planned it all along.
I don't want to call it collapse from the player, because I think that Lo Yiping made natural moves, but it's a collapse in the position. This one tactical shot, queen d3, knight takes d5, and that's why we say don't take positions for granted. Lo Yiping didn't. He just got caught off guard, and great tactical vision by Fedoseev, but you can't take a single move off in chess. It went from great attack for black to suddenly liquidation and pawn down endgame, and now it's supposed to be 2 pawns down.
Well, we need to back up, because 2 pawns down, Lo Yiping will be, and 2 games down in this round. The Tigers might find themselves, because Alua Nurmanova also looking pretty good against Yu Wenjun over there.
Wow. Now, that would be an upset.
Yeah, despite Wei Yi taking down Vokitov, and again, apologies we missed that game, but in our defense, that ended very, very fast. That was shocking. I thought we had some time to circle the wagons. but we didn't. And here we go.
Okay, and b5. So this is the type of position, Danny, where black is up 2 pawns, if my math serves me well, but white still has chances. And I'm not just saying that because of the rating differential. This rook on e2, that's not exactly where it wants to be. We typically like rooks on the 2nd or 7th rank, but this rook can be kicked around at the right moment. This bishop can swing here. This bishop on c8 has not developed. If the knight moves to free the path, the rook comes to d8. So black is up 2 pawns. Objectively, we see the evaluation, but I think if you look at this position, you could see white winning this a large majority of the time.
Agreed. The more I look at it, it feels like a position that the computer could keep playing accurately move after move, but humans have a very hard time. How does that bishop on c8 develop? Well, it's hard right now. And if that bishop doesn't develop, how does that rook get in the game? Well, she tried with a6, but just like that, you see the eval turning around. White has b6 and even knight a5. If that knight plants itself on a5, how does black ever untie the queen side?
She trapped the rook.
Oh,
that's exactly what she went for. She opens up her rook to defend, but this is a trick. It's like, oh, I'm just protecting my pawn. No, no, no. Here comes bishop f1, and that rook is in fact trapped. So the game is turning around in white's favor. I don't care what the eval bar says. I think this is troublesome for black.
Yeah, agreed. It's probably some weird way for black to take b5 and sacrifice the exchange on e3. But again, I'm also liking white. Those rooks are primed and ready to pounce on the open file the moment that knight moves from d2. What an interesting position that was. Okay.
And we got there just for the turnaround, and the game did not turn around for Luo Yiping. Fedosеев won quickly, so that means that the match remains 1-point lead for the Gotham Knights. But this would be a huge game for the Tigers, and the clock about even. I just expect Ju Wenjun, just based on the trajectory, based on the fact that she'll have an up in exchange and her experience as the women's world champion playing a lower rated opponent. Yeah, I think she has this one.
Yeah, agreed. And Nurmanova, okay, she plays bishop d4. I like that move. You might meet bishop f1 with rook takes e3, gobbling a pawn for the exchange, right?
Actually,
a good practical shot.
So, can we change our tune and take in the knight c4 and get rook d8 check and knight b6?
You can make your own kind of music, Robert. You can play your own kind of song.
Wow, that's the sweetest thing
you've
ever said.
Change your tune anytime you want, man.
I appreciate that. But you know what I mean? Sometimes we're so tunneled on one idea that we lose sight of the fact that it's a chess game. They're moving parts and they're moving pieces. Let's take and play knight c4. Maybe I'll take on a6 first, but my point is I'm going to get knight c4, hop my knight to b6, try to get my rook to d8. These pieces can't move.
Yeah, they're stuck. Development is important, even if you're up a pawn. That's the lesson that Ju Wenjun is going to remind us all of here in this game. I also like takes d4 and knight c4. I don't see why you would go for the exchange and let black, just to show everyone, bishop f1, rook takes e3, pawn takes, bishop takes with check. And black has plenty of things going on for the exchange. So you don't want that.
I think just from an optics point of view, I can't handle that. I don't want that. So you say bishop takes, and there's also knight takes e4 as a possibility, and this knight on d4 is loose. So you have tactics available to you, but now Ju Wenjun is down under a minute, so she needs to start moving.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. The red. I see red on the screen. That means time pressure is here. She's double checking all the variations, but sometimes you can overthink it if you're looking at a position. You're trying to find the knockout blow before it exists, and you should just move, right? Because from the perspective that if you get yourself under time pressure and you haven't won the game yet, you did yourself a disservice trying to be too accurate earlier on. So easy for us to say here, for me to say in this chair, but it is something to watch out for. Because look, now she made a mistake. Wait, what if I just take b5?
With the knight?
I
think she wants bishop f1 then. She's trying to trap the rook.
Bishop f1 is back. Okay.
You know what there might be? e3, and if pawn takes knight c2 kind of stuff, with the knight hopping around and threading some forks.
That's probably it. Computer likes it, but we'll see if Nurmanova can find it.
So it's so tricky, and Xu Yi is in time trouble against Hikaru Nakamura.
She does.
Wow, e3 play. It's a good find by Nurmanova. And Hikaru, maybe he'll be able to find a victory out of that position.
Yeah, that's the victory that the Knights really need. You want Hikaru to keep doing Hikaru things. He has a check, another check with a knight, and he's forking and winning. It's a small board, but you can see it clearly. Hikaru Nakamura has just done what he does often, swindled his opponent, won the exchange, and he's going to go on to get his second win.
Yeah, small board, but big tactics, and he is now up in exchange. The game isn't over yet because white only has 3 pawns and black the same. So if black can trade off enough pieces, then we may see black hold on. But yeah, Hikaru is too strong. Here comes a rook to the 7th rank, and these pawns are weak.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't play rook h1 there. That would have been a forking problem on f2. But Hikaru knows better than that. Gets the rook to the 7th rank. I want to go back to the Zhu and Jun Nurmanova game because she found e3 and she has found her way out of the worst of it. Zhu and Jun has some pressure, but if Nurmanova pulls off even a draw against Zhu and Jun, that will be what the Knights want big time.
Yeah, and this is a situation, the bottom right-hand side of our screen, that it's getting better and better for Nurmanova. And is there rook a5? She does, in fact, play it. You take my bishop, I take yours. Suddenly, Nurmanova's winning.
Oh my gosh, dude, this is...
Oh, but rook d6,
Hikaru's doing what Hikaru does. Dude,
rook
wait.
a6, that's a great move.
Rook
I thought it was a
A6.
blunder,
Oh
but
my
it was
God.
It was a trick. And rook a3, you win the game on the spot.
Oh, she misses it. Rook a3 was over. Rook a3 was over.
But she could still...
Nurmanova's nervous.
She just brings her king over, and she's going to win the game anyway.
She's winning clearly with the king march anyway. And boy, did this one get away from Zhu and Jun. But oh my gosh, that would have been a knockout. And just like that, the Knights are continuing to show up and dominate. I'm so impressed right now from their board 4.
That was just super tricky position. And she not only held on, she outcalculated her opponent, who is the women's world champion and a strong grandmaster, completely over at this point.
It's over. And this match is heading the Knights' way yet again. What a huge upset this was. And we kind of sensed it, right? Zhu and Jun had pressure, but she took almost 2 minutes on that move, Robert, we were looking at, and then didn't find the best move. And you were like, bishop takes d4, knight c4. You get what I'm saying? I think that there was a practical sense we could get there that this position was slipping away from Zhu and Jun, and Nurmanova sticks with it. She's going to go on to win this one, and with it, the Knights are going to have an absolutely commanding lead in this Pro Chess League final match.
I want to show a very quick instant replay because this is such an important and instructive moment that right here, before this, excuse me, when we got this position, that it looks like a blunder because I thought black had to play rook e5 and then white gets rook b6, and you see the evaluation bar go to zeros because white will win both of the pawns, trade the bishops, even endgame. But she actually induced a mistake. Rook d6 is a mistake because after rook a6, you protect the bishop through the rook, and after rook d3, now black can trade everything off, and that leads to the winning endgame that we saw. Rook a3 was maybe more precise, but bishop b3 did the trick. So rook a6, great tactical awareness from Nurmanova. She earned that point.
And let's back up and see where that puts us. Speaking of earning that point, the Knights have earned their lead that they now hold in this match. They are up 3-1 after this round. Man, just wild chess there. And you've got to just tip your hat because, you know, the funniest result, Vakitov was finally stopped, right? Wei Yi said, I got you, Tigers. I'm going to slow down this guy. But unfortunately, nobody else was able to get the job done.
Yeah, that game ended so fast that we didn't even get to see the finish, but you should go on chess.com/events and look at the game because it was a beauty. It was a masterpiece from Wei Yi. He wins the game, but the rest of his teammates, they couldn't get the job done, and the Gotham Knights do have a huge lead.
They have a huge lead. They are within striking distance to end the match within the next round. Okay, it would take another 3-1 score to reach that touchdown of 8.5 points, but it is possible, and at this point, just they seem unstoppable. It's possible, and they seem unstoppable, Robert.
Yeah, this is not mission impossible, but it's getting pretty close for the Shanghai Tigers. I'm worried for them. They need to just start getting victories, but their bottom 2 boards have 0 points between them. That just can't happen.
It can't happen, and I'm gonna before we head to a break, remind everybody, but something else can happen, and that is if you're a title player, you are eligible to compete in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. If you didn't know it, now you do. You don't want to miss your chance to qualify for the tour's 4th event. We host qualifiers every Monday if you didn't get that memo, excluding days, of course, where there are Champions Chess Tour events. Your next chance to join is actually tomorrow. That's May 15th. For details, use the command qualifiers in chat. All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. When we return, can Wei Yi continue to put the Tigers on his back? Can he avenge his loss to Fedosea from earlier this season? We'll see. It's round 3 of the PCL Finals after a very short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Check with Mates, the only podcast by chess pieces for chess pieces. I'm a rook, and I'm a pawn. Let me ask you this. You ever feel like you're undervalued? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, pawns, they can only move one square, they can't go backwards. Maybe we don't want to go backwards, you know? Maybe we're focused on the future. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes I wonder why we're even protecting a king. He wasn't elected through a democratic process. Maybe I want to be king. Dude, I think about that every day. Yeah. Okay, real quick, shout out to our sponsor, HelloFresh. I don't use them because I'm a chess piece, but I'm sure they're great.
Do you guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen. Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics. Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlson, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did! You get $50, dude! Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
This year saw the return of the Pro Chess League. And thank goodness, chat. So good to have you back, PCL.
This is not.
Wait, he plays blunder. Oh no, he got a queen! He could have got a queen!
Let's go. With the postseason upon us, the stakes are only getting higher. Which teams from around the world can survive to claim the next PCL championship? and also bite off a lion's share of the fresh $100,000 up for grabs. The finals of the Pro Chess League playoffs have finally arrived.
Queen to chief. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Okay, that's it, James. I can't.
I'm out, boy. The PCL is here to stay. Who will be crowned its next champion?
Oh, Federer won!
He won already?
Oh, he hung his rook!
Oh, man.
8.5 to 1.5.
We are backed, we are hyped, and we are about to have Wei Yi throw down against Vladimir Fedoseev. He's had quite the career, Yabert. Yabert? Hey, Robert. Take us away, Yabert.
Yabba dabba do. Yes, I will. Wei Yi has been, a star since he was a teenager. There's been a lot of pressure on him. When you break records, and you have the youngest grandmaster, the youngest 2,700 in history, when you do those kind of things, people expect big things from you. And for Wei Yi, some say he hasn't lived up to the hype. He hasn't lived up to the expectations. He's 2,700 plus, has been for a decade, and he's still only like 23 years old. So Wei Yi is an absolute menace on the chessboard, and he's 2 out of 2 in this match. He needs to keep winning, but his teammates need to help a guy out.
Yeah, and he's been dominant in the PCL all year. The loss to Fedoseev, one of the only ones that he actually had. So we'll see if he can continue to play the chess that he's known for. But as you said, his teammates really need to back him up. And on that note, let's take a look at where we sit with the overall scores and, of course, how each player is performing. You see it on the right side what the problem is. Wei Yi is 2 out of 2. Nobody else has a single point.
Yeah, we see Ju Wenjun drew her first game against Vokito, who has struggled himself. He just got demolished by Wei Yi. But the Gotham Knights, it's not just Hikaru and Fedoseev. You also see Nurmanova. She just scored a humongous upset over Ju Wenjun. This match would be quite close if that game had gone the other way. But Nurmanova says, no, don't forget about me. I'm not just here to have a name on the roster. I'm going to score some points.
And she did score points. Maybe she's going to do it again. Let's bring up the pairings as we get set for round 3. We move to the back half. The Tigers would like it to be a back half and not have it be a back 1/3 as we ended up having yesterday when the Knights absolutely dominated MGD1. They need to get at least 2.5 out of 4 here, if not more, Robert. How do you think they get that done?
I think here's where you become a team player. If you're Fedoseev, if you're Hikaru, maybe you don't take the risks you would if this were the regular season or a closer match. Just shut it down. Like if you're Hikaru and Ju Wenjun tries to force a draw, maybe just take the draw. I think that's a good result for the team. And you see Ju Wenjun probably doing some last-minute preparation, but she needs to score. And that may just be a half point, but if she get a full point against Hikaru, that would perhaps be a huge swing in the match.
Yeah, and I like that point because not only does Hikaru probably only need a draw to protect his team's lead, he's also playing black. So unless Ju Wenjun comes up with something really spicy and forces the issue, Hikaru might be fine with just letting it peter out. Of course, he knows how strong Ju Wenjun is, despite just losing that game to Nurmanova. She's obviously women's world champion for a reason. He doesn't want to overly risk it for an unnecessary biscuit. I could go for some biscuits and gravy.
Oh, I could definitely use a biscuit or two, but right now we see in this opening the Nimzo Indian defense from Hikaru Nakamura and Bishop D3. So that leaves white with a flexible approach. This knight can go up to F3 as it just does, or in some positions it slides to the E2 square. So, Denny, this approach from Hikaru, I think it's a good one. We're still very early. But what do you think his mindset is like?
Well, I think what you said, is true, that he doesn't want to risk it unnecessarily. Right, so he's going to play fast and do what he does and see what Ju Wenjun creates. Right, it's nice when you're leading because you can sort of let the game come to you. Right, to use a sports cliche, you don't have to go looking for problems. And you see Hikaru playing very fast. He knows these Nimzo Indians very well. He's already got himself on the right foot of an isolated queen pawn kind of position. It's good for white too, but this is going to be a position with 3 results possible.
Yes, and the move A3 played, and the engine starts to like black's position. If you take and the bishop takes on C3, then we prefer white. But instead, Hikaru backs up to C5. So I think we can ignore the evaluation bar for now because we just want to talk about the motifs here. D4. If you can play D4 and get rid of your isolated queen pawn, you probably want to do that ASAP. And if you're white, you know that's what black's intention is. And how do you stop it? A move like knight A4 to get rid of this bishop off the diagonal comes on, and she plays knight B5. She's going to head to D4 and hope that if white has an isolated pawn. It costs black the bishop.
Yeah, it's interesting. And if you give white another move, white will play bishop c3, as you highlighted earlier. If that bishop gets that diagonal, white's happy. The knight can come to d4. The problem here for Zhu and Jun is, okay, you avoided d4, but you also invited a completely symmetrical structure. Black has really nothing to worry about. Apparently, black has a kink in his arm. Hikaru is shaking it out over there on the left. We could all pause and do some stretches. You know what I mean? Just everyone. When was the last time you got up and stretched your back? Just health first.
It's been a few hours because I've been sitting in this chair talking to you. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just being honest with everybody that my back may start to hurt a little bit, but we see that in this position, this knight was on c3, now it's on d4. This knight can come to e4 for black. So it's give and take. We say this in every single position. When you see what changes with your opponent's moves. This knight has blockaded the IQP. That's what Aaron Nimzovich taught us in his all of his books, including My System. But this knight can go into e4 for black, so you've given up control of that square.
Typically when you have, okay, I was just about to go on an isolated queen pawn education rant for chat, but instead I'm actually just going to save my breath because knight takes d4, we're probably transitioning out of the IQP. Okay, Zhu and Jun can take with the knight, and then black maybe does continue with the plan you highlighted with knight e4. Typically in an isolated queen pawn position, you want the pieces on the board because you want threats, you want pressure. And usually the isolated queen pawn is the further advanced center pawn, just like it is here. So that gives you a little more access to the power squares in the middle of the board. But Zhu and Jun also got to be considering taking with the pawn and just going into a symmetrical structure. You get bishop g5 to follow. You gain a tempo on the bishop. What do you think she'll play? Guess the move.
I think she'll play knight takes d4, and after knight e4, try some kind of bishop b4 thing and just try to stay in front of this IQP, but I don't love her chances right now. I have to say that Hikaru seems to have equalized without issue, and with all 4 games now underway, I think that we might need, if you're a Shanghai Tigers fan, to rely on the teammates to score some points.
Agreed, Town. Population us. Let's head over to the bird's eye view, Town. There's a lot of bird sighting over there. Oh wow, a trade on d4 twice. Hikaru takes without thinking and instantly played queen b6 there. You now see it in the upper left corner of your screen. But as Robert said, all 4 games are underway. All 4 looking close to equal.
What's happening in the bottom left between Vokitov and Liu Yiping?
Yeah, another weird opening from Vokitov, right? He got himself in big trouble if you missed it. Wei Yi destroyed him because of a very awkward, overextended kingside Nimzo last game. Vokitov got punished. And in this position again, I don't know that I'm actually I don't know who I like here. This is weird. The doubled F pawns. No one's happy about that.
Black is up a pawn, right? So there's an extra pawn here, but the double F pawns look terrible, which means you get castle. And I'm reading the notation, so I actually want to go back because I see what happened and there's a trick. So we're just gonna show you a quick variation. This knight went back to e7, which allowed the shattering of the pawn structure. It also looks like you blundered a pawn e5, but black has the move c6 here, hitting the bishop on b5, and there's no queen a5 because the bishop's in the way. There are lines like this, so maybe just bishop d4 is simpler, hitting the knight and the pawn on b2, but what weird stuff in a position like this where the bishop goes back and you start forking pieces.
And
there's knight d6.
Knight d6.
I can't calculate anything.
You're not doing anything wrong because you're highlighting instructive tactics for the viewers. But this position is just so unique that the tactics aren't normal. I mean, normally that idea exactly a6 and b5 gets the job done, not c6. And normally that other idea you showed of c6 and queen a5 check is actually a really important one to watch out for because the queen on a5 can win the knight on e5. So I got your back. But yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, no, just showing that I make plenty of mistakes, everybody. So it's okay for you to do the same. And instead, in the game, we saw the captures, the pawns structure is fractured. The king goes to h1. And Danny, I have to say that the Shanghai Tigers, they're kind of in must-win territory for their games at this point. I think that Liu Yiping is doing the right thing. Like, he's playing a strong grandmaster, but he has a position where Vokitov certainly can go wrong.
Yeah, agreed. It's a very double-edged position. And remember, they're not technically in every game must be won territory yet, but they're pretty close to it, right? And so getting dynamic positions with all kinds of 3 results possible, that's what you want here if you are Liu Yiping, and he's at least got that. It's a mess.
Yeah. Up a pawn for black, open g file. B2 is under attack, bishop pair. At some point, maybe d5, and this bishop gets out. So this king is likely castling queenside. I just like the way the game is going. He might lose the game, but draw, it's not match over with a bunch of draws. But we see the scoreboard, right? 5.5, 2.5. The Gotham Knights need 3 total points, and that's the end of the match. So I think for Lo Yuping, he's doing the right thing. He's really giving Vokitov a lot to figure out.
Agreed. Agreed. Vokitov is thinking about what he wants to do next. Let's think about backing up again. Take a look at all 4 games in progress. Remember, you can go to chess.com/events and check it out. You can also listen to us providing commentary there. The Twitch player is embedded. Shout out to everyone, no matter where you're watching, Twitch, YouTube, the whole gambit. There's a few of you still wondering where Mixer went. I got a long story to tell you. It involves Ninja and some weird things. But if you're not on Mixer, then you're watching our show.
Well, where should this show go to next? Because all the games besides this one look pretty stable. So this was the game we just looked at between the bottom left between Vokitov and Lo Yuping. That one seems the most fun. So where should we go to that's a little bit more nuanced and strategic?
Nurmanova has an isolated queen pawn position. That's the IQP structure we almost could have gotten in the Zhu Wenjun Hikaru Nakamura game. The very traditional IQP over there if we want to head on over. Nurmanova, again, got the huge win last round over women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. And here she is currently holding her own against Xu Yi.
Yeah, she has a solid position with the white pieces, but I have to say, it feels like black is down a few tempi. This rook, this bishop, not in the game. And look at all of black's pieces. They're just in perfect places. Rook e8, rook d8, those moves come to mind. And maybe rook d8 and punching that d4 move. We keep talking about isolated pawns, but you do have to watch out for bishop g5. That's the one tactic you don't want to walk into. So as long as you cover that, maybe rook e8 to start with. I think that white is a little bit underdeveloped.
It's funny because rook e8, you have to look at queen takes d5. It feels like a move too risky to play, right? It feels like, can I really get away with that with so many pieces under fire? Like bishop takes f3, you think about that move, everybody's pinned.
Yeah, we can even look at this endgame, and it says that white is better, but I think from a distance, it looks like black certainly has compensation. I wonder, instead of bishop takes f3, what the move is, because is it like a knight e5, sacking this bishop on c5? Could that be it?
Knight e5 looks interesting. Yeah.
Oh.
You guessed right. You guessed right. Eval Bar says, I will giveth and taketh away your happiness, Robert. And yes, you are right. 95. What a nice move there. And again, it does highlight the point. White is underdeveloped. You made the comment that it feels like Nurmanova is down a couple tempi, and I agree. The lack of development means the rooks are not talking. And rooks like to talk. They're real chatty Cathys. The more rooks are communicating, open lines of communication, the key to any healthy relationship. The rooks are no exception.
No, they certainly are not. But watch out for this move, by the way, is that this bishop pins the pawn on f2 to the king on g1. So if you made the move g4, you lose on the spot because the queen walks into the g3 square. So a4 played.
A4 played. Queen g3 is a move here.
It is. But knight d4, you have to start calculating these things.
Yeah.
That's good for black, though. Strategically, that's good for black because you can start trading on d4, take with the bishop, take with this bishop here, and white is left with this bishop against this knight and an isolated pawn on d4, so that would be good for black.
Yeah, agreed. It would be a very weird series of exchanges. Xu Yi feels the tension, though, and he builds on it. I think that's a smart, mature move, and also that he played it fast, Robert. Right? Didn't spend too much time making sure that queen g3 worked. He plays rook e8, which means any tactics that occur now, which, by the way, queen g3, still an interesting move. Bishop h4 is a move for white, but then bishop takes f2, but then there's king f1. What is going on here? I can't make sense of that position.
I think you did make sense of it, though. That actually looks like it pans out for white. But what about h6? Because white's idea is to play bishop h4 and g3, and we're talking about how you can't do that. So after h6, bishop h4, g5, I think white suffers because your bishop has nowhere to go. So where does this bishop retreating after h6?
Yeah, and if you go all the way back to d2 or c1, once again, queen g3 is on the agenda, and the rook on e8. the tactics are only getting better for Black here, right? They're not getting worse, whether there is a knockout or not. And that's why I like that he played Rookie. I think it's instructive to see not just that he played Rookie 8, everyone, but that he played it quickly. And that's kind of how you want to handle these practical moments. I like Black's chances here. Good for the Tigers.
Great for the Tigers indeed. So maybe Shu Yi, we can leave him. He is down a couple minutes in the clock, so he'll have to watch out for the time. But let's see how his teammates are doing, because just a single win, it's not going to even the score. So we'll see how the teammates are doing, because every game at this point is very important.
Heading into the round, you see the score, everybody, 5.5, 2.5. And the Tigers have got to get some wins. So Shu Yi looking good. Zhu Wenjun holding her own against Hikaru in the upper left. We haven't looked at the matchup that we really highlighted as the matchup of the round. We should probably make our way to Wei Yi versus Vladimir Fedoseev. You see that very powerful knight on e5 supported by the f4, e3, d4 pawn structure. A lot of chess left in this one.
Oh yeah, because we have a position where only one knight for Black has been captured for a bishop, and then only one single pawn has been traded for each side. So a6, look at these calm moves. That means c5 is definitely something to think about, and he didn't want to give up the b5 square, for example. The bishop coming to b5 would kick the rook back to f8. So these small moves are actually very useful. And for Wei Yi, Danny, I know you're going to be happy about this. Is it h3, g4, and go for the attack?
You know, you have to ask me. I mean, you have to my opinion or whether it's good. Okay, queen of 3
whether
does
you
the
want to
same
see
thing.
it happen.
I do, and I like queen of 3 as another way to go about it. Now you might even play h3 just to control that g4 square, make it harder for Black to take e5. And if you play g4 right away, there's probably bishop takes e5 followed by taking on g4, so you can't do it. So h3 makes sense. Also, but I want to highlight something again. I keep talking about the practical aspects of things today. Don't know what's gotten into me, but I want to highlight that Fedoseev is up on the clock. Regardless of what we feel about the position objectively, I think he's just being very smart, and it shows maturity in these rapid time controls to just appreciate, Robert, that hey, we haven't reached the critical position yet. I know Wei Yi's going to bring the heat. I need to have time when it matters most, and I think that's just really pays dividends down the road when you see a guy like Fedoseev up on the clock.
It's how he beat Shu Yi earlier in the first game of the match. It was about balance based on the evaluation bar, but it was a messy position and he had more time. I think that Wei Yi should play g4. And the reason why is I don't think you can successfully take on e5 and take on g4. There are tactics in White's favor where Black loses a piece. I'm going to show that very quickly because it is instructive.
I forgot h3 can just come at the end of that. Very nice.
Right, knight takes g4, h3. This knight has nowhere safe to go, and somehow the eval bar says Black is still in this, probably because White's king is very open and the queen can come out or something like that. But still, White is in the driver's seat, and if you take with the bishop, yes, you're attacking the queen. But once the queen moves anywhere, let's say f4, your knight is under attack, and your knight moves, you lose this bishop on g4. So g4, definitely an idea for Wei Yi, but he's not playing it because, Danny, you like to talk about match strategy and when to go for the win. This is going all in, and he may regret it because his king doesn't get to be protected down the line.
Yeah, and it's scary, though, because if you don't go for it now, when? Look, you're now down to 2 minutes on the clock, and if the position is the same way, but both sides are down under a minute, now maybe you've lost your chances, right? So I think he's calculating g4. I think you're right, Robert, whether he goes for it or not. He knows that time is of the essence, literally and figuratively.
He needs to figure this out. And look at his clock. It's down under now about a minute 45 seconds, and Fedoseev is 5.5 minutes. He is playing brilliantly throughout this championship match.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't have much to add there. I'm looking at his clock. I'm getting nervous. I feel like the Tigers' chances are dwindling. By the way, 81% of our chat agrees with that of 1,400 votes. People think the Knights are going to win, and at this point, they're leading, so you safe bettors, you bandwagoners. But at the same time, I can't argue with it. And okay,
he goes king h1. So I think g4 is top of mind.
He wants it,
and he wants. I think this is actually really good restraint because he wants to play g4, but he wants to do it under perfect circumstances. And now that c5 is played, he hasn't committed himself to g4, and instead he goes for f5, and the d5 pawn is loose.
He's going to win the d5 pawn, but Black's pieces are also coming to life. There's bishop takes e5 intermezzo if you play knight takes d5. And if you take d7 first, okay, he goes for it. We're going to see bishop takes e5, and who's better now? I mean, I don't like where this is headed at all for Wei Yi.
What you said is perfect. Bishop takes e5, the pawn takes here. You can take with the rook on e5, but you can also just keep trading pieces. And I think that is what's going to happen. And there is an important point at the end of the line. If knight takes, queen takes, you can just move your bishop to c6. This bishop is loose, the e5 pawn will drop, and black has the upper hand as white's pawns are going to be disconnected and overextended.
And black will be up on the clock. And I think you got to tip your hat to Fedoseev at this point. I mean, again, won all 3 games yesterday. He's won his games today, playing like an MVP. I don't know how the voting is going to go at the end, but this guy is certainly, certainly right there at the top of everyone's mind. If he takes down Wei Yi with black, book it.
Yep. And I don't know what his featured chat is. That looks like a queen blunder of some sort. So I don't really know. Queen h3, bishop h3, knight. I have no idea what that's referring to, but keep chatting.
Maybe a different game they're talking about. Could very well be. In fact, it is a different game. I just poked at the other games, and I see there's a queen takes h3 tactic for actually Nurmanova and Xu Yi. Very interesting. We should head over there. Okay, this game might be deciding the match if Fedoseev takes him down with black, but this game in the lower right between Nurmanova and Xu Yi, that's the featured chat call out.
Okay, well then let's go right to it, because that game in the bottom right between Nurmanova and Xu Yi, this last move, and let's remind everybody, Xu Yi played a queen takes h3. That was a brilliancy. Here it's a little bit more straightforward. This is pinned over here, but is it as straightforward as you would think? Because you could take away this bishop, which is pinning the pawn.
If rook takes e4, d takes e4, right? Gotta be. And we're going to find out, because here it comes. All right, rook takes e4, d takes e4. Both queens are under fire.
Take that. And then black is going to take this knight. It's called crazy pieces. You got to sacrifice your pieces back and forth.
Good. I thought you were going to Campbell's makes everything. Good. Not a sponsor of this show.
I was about to say that, so I didn't think I could make that kind of reference.
You made a sound, and I just had to say it. Okay.
This is what's pawn up for black, and a rook coming to d2 and f2 and b2 being loose. I think this is great winning chances for Xu Yi.
I love black's position here. Play f5. I would just do it instantly. He does. Here comes rook d2. This is an exchange sack I can get behind.
But
lots of pressure coming.
It's just a pawn up for black. It was like...
Oh, he was? Yeah, it was for a moment, but no. Yeah, now he's just up a pawn. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, he stole a pawn. White gave up a rook for a bishop, but then the queen took the rook, and the queen took the knight, and then when all is said and done, black is just simply up a pawn in an endgame and should be able to convert this.
Unfortunately for the... yeah.
You're about to say the same thing. Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a huge advantage in the top board, the top left corner. Hikaru Nakamura over Zhu Wenjun, if we want to head back to the bird's eye view. That's the game that... That's the game that everyone's looking at, because if Fedoseev takes down Wei Yi, those eval bars are symmetrical, but both players playing black have huge advantages with Nakamura and Fedoseev, Robert.
Yeah, sorry to have cut you off there, partner. I was looking at the same thing where suddenly the bar dipped all the way down to the bottom, and it's because Hikaru Nakamura, well, he is now up a pawn in a queen and bishop ending, and that pawn on d6, I like to say that it's about pawn quality, not necessarily quantity. But that pawn is going to be lost, and that means black is going to be 2 pawns ahead.
I mean, this is... by the way, Fedoseev just took down Wei Yi with black. It's over. It's in the books. I'm just like... They're out of control. The Knights. Gotham is safe again. They've been protected. Welcome back to the city, everybody, because Gotham Knights might indeed go 3-1 in this round. If Hikaru wins, Fedoseev already did. The only other game we haven't touched on at all, really, is Vikidov versus Lo Yiping. And that's also going in the favor of the Knights.
And look, oh my gosh, Queen E1 check. He trades on a preferable square. So this is super instructive. If you were just browsing the game, you wouldn't notice. Let's just go back a quick second here. He could have taken H2. It's still going to be good for black, but the king is a little bit more advanced. So instead, Hikaru swaps on G1, so the king is less active.
We call that ruthless chess. And by the way, this might be the call. We might be about to make the call for the Pro Chess League Championship if Hikaru's converting. But let's back up to the bird's eye view just to really give the fans the full look. This is almost over. Fedoseev has won. Hikaru is following suit. And Vikidov's advantage, it continues to grow on board 3. and your Gotham Knights are on their way to winning the 2023 Pro Chess League Championship.
Unbelievable stuff from the Gotham Knights, because you see in the top left, Hikaru is well on his way to winning, up 2 pawns. In the bottom left, Vokitov, who had a very adventurous start to the game. Oh, well, that bar's dipping down a bit, but he does have the upper hand.
Bit. Okay, Lo Yiping holding on. Let's bring up Vokitov, Lo Yiping if we can. That's the only game we haven't checked on. I mean, any one of these games could be the game that officially wins it for your team. That's the one difference between a team event and an individual championship, Robert, where you only have one game to focus on, only one player can win. Any one of these players might be the one who kind of officially punches the ticket for the Gotham Knights.
Yeah, look at this position for Vokitov. The king on h1 feels safer, but I'm also looking at the clock, 2 extra minutes. And look at this firepower down the D file. You want the Elyekhin's gun. You don't want your queen to lead the way. It would like to be and D1, switch places with the rook. But it is what it is, and there is so much pressure in the position.
Yeah, and again, that clock. Lo Yiping, he's had a great season. He's been dangerous, but something about the clock management can sometimes tell you how a player's feeling, Robert, as far as confidence, feeling on form. He's been under time pressure in every single game.
Mm-hmm. And you
Big time pressure.
Can't live on the edge like that. I know it sounds fun. It sounds like, well, I'm daring. But for Lo Yiping, I just think it hasn't worked out for him, because 5 seconds to a minute and a half in this position, good luck to you.
Hikaru Nakamura has officially defeated Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun. That means the Knights are 1 win away from Pro Chess League Championship immortality. Only a few teams have won a PCL title, and the Gotham Knights are trying to join that list.
Yeah, really just excellent display from the Knights. And rook to b2. That rook wants to get to b7. And queen f4 played, and the engine approves. There's rook c7 in some of these positions, and the queen defends.
Yeah, that's a nice idea. We shouldn't underestimate that white can also blunder, especially now that Vokitov is under a minute. F3 is tender. Okay, here. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to play c4 because F3.
Danny, I know we've been almost calling match over, but Black could actually win this game.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I mean, right as we as soon as I saw the red on the clock and I started going, hold the phone. Lo Yiping is not out of this yet. And just like that, we have rook takes g4.
And you can't take, because queen takes e4 and queen g2 is going to be mate.
Hold the phone, everybody. We're likely having a 4th round. Just like that, Lo Yiping, despite the time pressure, says, calm down, Dan. This ain't the PCL title just yet.
He sacrifices the rook, but he gives up the bishop because the king could keep running away. You only have a few checks on the 7th rank, and the king finds safety because the rook not only attacks, but defends. Danny, this was an amazing tactical sequence.
Seriously. What a hold right now. He grabs a pawn and gets out of dodge. Now he's got an open g-file. And with it, a checkmate threat on g1.
He pushes the c-pawn. Where's the queen going? Back to f2. And now
you gotta go back to f2. c3. Too many problems. Not enough time. Lo Yiping single-handedly keeping the Tigers' chances alive.
Oh, queen g2, you could take it. So that doesn't quite win the game on the spot. But queen g6, that's a great move. Hitting e4. Bishop c6 now.
Rook b8 also pretty good. Here comes rook b1. That's a ton of fun. Rhyme time.
And he's attacking on all cylinders. Don't take it, because pawn takes would be checked to the king and the queen. He just trades pieces, Danny. He's doing everything right.
And finding all of these moves with no time on the clock. He's now reversed his fortune. He has more time than Vokitov.
g4 defending and attacking. Queen f3 check. That is also going to hurt. King f7.
I'm just so impressed right now with Lo Yiping's game. What a hold right now. It's not over, though.
He gives the rook because he takes the enemy rook.
Dude. Takes. Rook d2. The pass pawn. Okay. Whoa. Rook takes a2.
Bishop e8.
Bishop e8 check. Does Vokitov... Oh, he didn't see it. He missed his chance with Bishop e8 check.
Oh, and he pins and wins.
Now the piece will fall. Oh my gosh, that was it. Vokitov had his chance. Again, to draw. The match is probably not over, even if that happens, but...
Wow. How in the world did Lo Yiping save this game?
It's crazy, man. Dude, great chess. Great chess. It's not over yet. If you're the Knights, now you gotta play a 4th round.
Oh my goodness. And it's still going to be difficult, and a great win there from Lo Yiping. Look at him. He can't believe it.
Yeah. excited, shaking his hands. He's like, I did it. I saved our chances. Big smile. Smile, young man. He does. He's texting mom. Happy Mother's Day. I got the win for you.
Wow.
There you go.
I mean,
Wow.
Danny,
Okay. It's not over yet. Go ahead, Robert.
that was just unbelievable. The defensive resourcefulness of Lo Yiping in time trouble. Look at him smiling. And that's just he just can't believe it.
He should be smiling, and whoever he's texting, by the way, everyone text your mom before you do anything else. Do it right now. Happy Mother's Day. Lo Yiping keeps the Tigers' PCL title hopes alive. They get a 2-2 deadlock score in round 3. We see the top 2 boards, Nakamura and Fedosei, have got their job done, with black no less. Both of them just playing super impressive chess. But it was the reversal on the bottom 3 boards with Lo Yiping and Xu Yi getting the job done. Robert, wow, we still got chess here.
That's the most exciting part. More chess to come. The Gotham Knights are in the driver's seats. They have been on an absolute tear. Their quarterfinal matchup was their closest against the St. Louis Archbishops when Hikaru Nakamura made 4 draws. But now that he's back to his winning ways, the opponents in his path are no match for him and the Knights. So it might not be Vokidov's day. He has struggled. But the rest of the Knights, they are living up to the hype.
You see 3 out of 3 for both Nakamura and Fedosei. They're competing against each other maybe for an MVP prize should the Knights hold on. But the Tigers want to shake their finger and say, hold on, everybody. 3-game deficits have been overcome before. Yes, it's going to take a massive score, but the game is played for a reason, Robert.
It is indeed, because we have seen teams win 4-0 in a round. And while it's unlikely, it is possible, and anything is possible after watching Lo Yiping save that game.
Absolutely. We have the matchups that get us the closest on paper, and also it's the storyline we didn't get to see yesterday because Nurmanova really is the underdog against the board 4 for the Tigers in Lo Yiping. So interesting stuff. Don't go anywhere. It's more, of course, from the Pro Chess League Championship on this Sunday. The title has not been won yet. We have Hikaru Nakamura coming up against Wei Yi. It's the board 1 versus board 1 battle that everyone has been waiting for. We have more chess. We're going to take this thing out, but Wei Yi, he doesn't want the Tigers to be taken out just yet. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hikaru Nakamura, the top player for the Knights. He's led them all year. Wants to get the job done one more time. Should he do it, should he take down Wei Yi, Robert, then the Knights won't need anyone else to get a win in this round 4.
Yeah, the Gotham Knights, they don't even need a win. They just need 2 draws somewhere. And for Hikaru Nakamura, we see that he has the rating edge, but these two, they don't have decisive results. That's interesting to know.
Yeah, that is interesting. 3 draws in the book. A 12-year age gap between them. Both, of course, incredible careers. But Hikaru Nakamura, the favorite on paper. The favorite, I think, in many people's minds. And Wei Yi, obviously, he's done well for the Tigers. He's going to continue to need help. They really have their backs against the wall. What is going through Wei Yi's head right now, going up against Hikaru, Robert?
Yeah, for Wei Yi, he's just looking at this matchup and thinking, what do I have to do? I tried to beat Fedoseev, I failed. Now I have to beat Hikaru after that disappointment. I just think that maybe Wei Yi is the player who can afford the draw, because only one of them can.
Yeah.
And then you say to the others, you go for it.
Well, especially because Wei Yi's black. And as we bring up the scores, remind everybody of where we sit headed into the last round. 8.5 points is a match victory, which means the Knights only need 1 point. Collectively, they can get it in any way. Somebody can get a dub. They can get some draws. The Tigers have got to figure it out. Wei Yi in a very tough spot with black against Hikaru Nakamura, of course. He didn't get the job done as white against Vladimir Fedoseev, or you just give Fedoseev credit. Let's jump right into our board assignments, Robert, and actually just talk about the color dynamics, because if we had to script the final ending here, if you had to say this is a three game comeback for the Tigers, where does it happen?
So I just said that Wei Yi, he can afford the draw against Hikaru, but then Ju Wenjun's black against Fedoseev. I mean, this is a nightmare scenario for the Shanghai Tigers. Maybe you say to Ju Wenjun, okay, you make the draw, and Wei Yi says, all right, I'll go down swinging. If I lose, so be it. But the players, they know with the white pieces in the bottom 2 boards, they have to win.
Yep.
And then between Wei Yi and Ju Wenjun, you just pick one.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. You got to get wins from those two players playing the white pieces. There's one of them. Xu Yi got a big win yesterday, a brilliant game. Played solid chess. Unfortunately, though, his team is down. Wei Yi, he knows that there's only one way that they continue their title hopes alive. You got to get 3.5 out of 4 here, and or just go 4-0. The other mindset is just win all 4 games, right? NBD, right? Get the job done. Beat Hikaru Nakamura, guy on camera, no problem.
Yeah, beat him with the black pieces. Let's see. He plays a Sicilian, so Wei Yi maybe in for a fight here, but Hikaru's going to play bishop b5 check. So Hikaru doing what he needs to do for the team. He doesn't need to win this game. He would love to win. He wants to win every game he plays. But Denny, this is the perfect system to play against Wei Yi.
Yep. Castles, you're highlighting the e4 trick. Do we want to show it?
Well, it's not really even a trick. It's so much as it's a gambit, and you play rook e1, you play d4, and black lacks development. Look at these pieces. They're not in the game. Look at these pawns. They haven't moved, which means the dark star bishop can't get out. So if you take on e4, maybe you do it because you have to win, but against Hikaru, you're more likely to lose.
Yeah. Although at the same time, if you're looking for a fight, okay, he doesn't do it. I'm just saying, if you're looking for a fight, you got to get a win. Grab a pawn and pray. Sometimes the best way to do it. All right, no, but he says e6. I'm going to play solid. Here comes rook e1. So we're going to get a dynamic game. As you pointed out, a perfect way for white to play. The Rossalimo is so solid. These positions are very, very tough to crack. You're not going to get, trapped in some deep theoretical line of an open Sicilian, right? An English attack Najdorf or something. So Hikaru avoiding those types of pitfalls with this repertoire.
Yeah, and we see Wei Yi, he's playing principal chess. He's just pushing his pawns forward. If you play d4 or even d3, I'm going to take en passant now, and you're just going to take back. Maybe a4 comes to mind to go after the b5 pawn. Denny, this is just one of those openings where white has no real risk at the moment.
Yeah. It's a Lopez kind of opening in some ways, but then after the structural change, you already have a4 coming, and here it is. It's on the board. The queen side is getting undermined. White very, very comfortable in these positions. But again, at least there's chess. It's not a very forcing draw. If you're Wei Yi, you're going to get a position that's a mess, and maybe hope and pray for a blunder.
That's at this point what you need to rely on. We don't have a symmetrical pawn structure. That's the good news. And after this pawn capture in a4, if you're going to win that pawn back, you may have to give up the bishop pair. So Wei Yi is doing all that he can. I'm looking at this now. I'm starting to take back what I was saying. He does have some chances here because it's not just some healthily balanced position. Hikaru will need to figure things out. Is e4 hanging, for example, on a turn near you?
Yeah, and the a4 pawn is irritating because you don't want to take and give up the bishop pair, but if you don't, it's holding back the b2 pawn, which will be a target. You give black some moves, bishop e7 and castles. Somebody's going to the b file, whether it's a rook on b8 or the queen on b6. So this is a position where you've got to figure it out, and that's kind of what I was sensing too. Yes, it was safe for Hikaru, but also at least there's some chances. You're telling me there's a chance.
I'm telling you there is a chance, Mary Swanson, that here that's her name,
Swansonite.
right?
Swansonite. The briefcase,
Swansonite?
remember?
Oh,
Samsonite or I forget. Swansonite, Samsonite.
Yeah, it's been
Shout
such
out
a
to
long
you, Lloyd
time.
Christmas, one of the best characters.
he goes knight d2, principal chess here. I'm going to stick to the chess. My pop culture game is failing at the moment, but e4 is well defended. This a4 pawn can be captured soon. Black has to play bishop e7 and castle. But when is white going to take on a4? That's what Hikaru is trying to figure out.
Yeah, pausing, thinking it over. Head rested comfortably on wrist, a position you see Hikaru in a lot, that U.S. Championship bling on his right hand there. There you go. All 4 games have been started. Why don't we back this thing out and take a look at them real quick? Make sure everyone knows. You can go to chess.com/events. You already know that. Check out the games. We have a very, very quick King's Indian taking place between Lo Yiping and Alua Nurmanova in the lower right. It's a Zamish King's Indian. That could be a spicy one, Robert. Let's keep our eye on it.
Yeah,
And
that one.
I like it as a winning idea. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. I like that. I like the game next to it too. In the bottom left, Shu Yi against Shamsina Vokidov. White has sacrificed a pawn, but Black has developed none of his pieces. So that one promises to be a battle. And the top right, we see Vladimir Fedoseev with the white pieces. He's just going for the Anish Giri line played in Taja Steel of this year. That is known to just give you the isolated queen pawn, but some attacking chances for White.
Perhaps ironic, given that Fedoseev and Anish Giri are from the same town. A lot of people don't know that. Fun little chess trivia for you. And yeah, it's an isolated queen pawn. At the same time, I'll say that Zhu Jun is going to have some chances there, at least to keep the game going. And if in the end, if Wei Yi can do something magical against Nakamura, she would only need a draw, assuming the other two get the job done with White. So it's not over, everybody. The game is played for a reason. As much as it's hard sometimes to hype up a close match when a team leads by 3, we're still playing chess. And as long as we're still playing chess, there's a chance that something crazy happens here. So don't go anywhere. Tune in with us for the rest of this Sunday. Please, I'm asking.
Wow, you're begging now, but I actually do think that these games have gotten off to the best start possible for the Shanghai Tigers. Because you look at the bottom 2 games, White has good chances to press for win. They will be tactical skirmishes. On the bottom right, Liu Ping just has a solid position of Moroxi bind. That tends to favor the white side, especially against lower-rated opposition. And then we see in the top games, Wei Yi is no worse against Hikaru, and Zhu Jun, she doesn't seem to be worse, although there are going to be tactics that she needs to watch out for.
Couldn't have said it better, man. I agree. You don't know what's going to happen. Mistakes happen when humans play chess. That's usually how games get won. But you couldn't have asked for better opportunities. I kind of want to check out Shu Yi versus Vakidov, if that's okay. It's a bit wild. We have a castle's queen side. That pawn on g4 is kind of calling my name. I'm looking at it.
So it's Timothy Chalamet, is what you're saying?
Yeah. And then knight h5. Look at that. That's a nice little anchor. Put the pony on h5. Dare you to take me.
Please and thank you, because the rook on g1 is happily now on an open file. So h2 can be captured, things like that. But Denny, you don't want to keep grabbing pawns here. I think that some of the people in the audience say, oh, I was told to check for checks, captures, and threats. I can capture that pawn over here, but you haven't developed. Your king is in the center, and knight d5 is played. Bishop d4.
I like that. Oh,
Bishop
Edel
g2.
does it. I like centralizing the knight.
But look at the crisscross applesauce.
Crisscross applesauce. Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to think of something funny to say to challenge your reference for another. Rook g8 played quickly. Agreed with chat. Shu Yi does love to attack. That knight on h5. Working on his knight moves. Kind of awkward over there, but also super dangerous. spying G7 and F6. I want to just play F4 and just go. I also want to play Bishop G2 first. I want it all. Bishop G2, F4, F5. I'm thinking Xu Yi is going to get some real pressure in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Bishop B7, castles queenside might be necessary. Black cannot play G6. That allows the knight to hop into F6, especially if the bishop is in range with his knight on D5. So it's a lot to work out for the players. I like that Vokitov is ahead on the clock, but Vokitov has not had a good day of chess today. He's actually only has half out of 3. So for Xu Yi, especially with the magical chess he displayed yesterday, he should feel like he has a shot.
Because G6 isn't a move you want to play, I'm now considering Bishop D3 instead of Bishop G2. I know the natural diagonal is the long one, but Bishop D3 hits H7, right? And if G6, there's all kinds of weird lines, Robert, like Bishop E4. You take H5, I take D5, and if you take, here comes the E file, right? I mean, let's look at that line. Like, what's going on here? I mean, now you can even take H7 as well. Okay, yeah. But just to show the line I was looking at for everyone, exactly. Exactly, Robert. Exactly. Thank you for showing what I was looking at.
It's just brutal. I mean, you're just showing winning variations. So Bishop D3, it's hard to put your bishop in that direction, but it makes perfect sense because you're poking at a pawn that's loose.
And if you play H6, there's like this, show the idea of this nice tempo where you play Bishop H7, Rook H8, then back to E4. You hit the knight on D5, G7's hanging. This is nasty stuff. I'm not feeling good if I'm Vokitov.
I'm feeling terrible. And if he plays, it was Queen D3, so similar idea. The engine seems to not approve quite as much, but Bishop G2 now. So same exact idea.
Same
Why
idea.
Is this worse? Oh, the engine loves it.
Well,
I think going in depth, Danny. Yeah, now it loves it.
Yeah, I think Queen D3 and Bishop. Oh, and he has to go for this. By the way, Queen takes H7 is coming. Bueller.
There's Rook takes G4, so the Rook is not completely trapped.
I feel like we're moments away from this game ending quickly, and Vokitov went down in flames against Wei Yi quickly. Obviously, the young guy has had a great playoffs, not taking anything away from him, but I think some of his openings got exposed a little bit in this final match, Robert. I think we can say that, right? And he's a young player, plenty of time to improve, of course, but he's getting himself in trouble in the first stage of things here.
Yeah, although Queen takes H7, maybe it was a bit rushed because could have been G5 available to White, but if the Rook takes G4, is White just going to try to grab this? That may be a pawn to grab because the Black King remains in the center. I still prefer White, especially Denny. That H pawn, it's a pawn for now. Could become a queen later.
Yeah, no, you're right. It did slip a little bit for Xu Yi. It's you can take the H pawn, but I'm looking at tactics. Maybe they just don't exist. If you just play Queen takes H5 here, like you said, White has the H pawn, and you're a wizard, Harry.
Push him.
I think go all the way down.
But I don't like what's happening in the clock because Vokitov is playing quickly, not accurately necessarily, but he is well ahead on time, and that could help him in the long run. Or now.
Whoa. Bishop F6. Interesting. Queen F3. Queen F3 hits the bishop, hits the pawn on F2. Also threatens checks if you're into it. Watch out for things on F4 just in case things go wrong. And if that bishop moves, Black might just castle long because guess what? Now the F7 pawn's protected with the queen on F3. That's actually a really important point. You can get the king out of the center.
I didn't really understand Bishop F6. It wasn't a move that came to mind. He wants to stop castling, but he does walk into queen. Maybe he wants Queen H8 there. So perhaps what he's doing, Danny, is sacrificing another pawn on F2 and saying your king is stuck in the center. So now that I'm actually looking at it a little more, it does make sense to me.
Okay, if you say so, but there's Queen F3, Queen H8. Can I even play Queen takes F2 or take G? I don't. It's scary. It's scary. Agreed. But you definitely don't want this to slip if you are the Tigers. Speaking of the Tigers, let's back up and take a look at where the other boards sit because they need a lot of points, not just this game with Xu Yi. Wei Yi doing well against Hikaru Nakamura, as is Zhu Wenjun against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Oh my goodness. So the games that we thought that the Gotham Knights would not struggle in, Hikaru Nakamura is down material. If I can count correctly here, he's down in exchange against Wei Yi.
What happened over there? Let's check it out. This is exactly how you would draw up an epic comeback. It would start with Wei Yi doing the improbable or rarely achieved, beating Hikaru Nakamura with black.
So you said, how did we get here? The bishop took on a4, the knight took back, and black protected the a-pawn and went for this bishop c6 idea. And look at this queen. It can't keep in contact with the rook on a5. So Hikaru, he understood this. He goes queen b4, allows d5, a nice discovery. The bishop is loose, but so is the rook on a5, and that's exactly what happened. Wow, what an idea from Wei Yi. Gets away with it, and now bishop b7 because it's bishop a6.
Bishop a6 is on the board. The king will get out. It's not checkmate. And white does have decent drawing chances here. A very well centralized knight. The dark squares can be helpful for white. Black can't challenge them. But still, you can't ask for a better opportunity if you're the Tigers in Wei Yi. I mean, this could be the start of something, right? This could be the start of something. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Help me out here. You get it. More songs that talk about big things happening. You know?
Well, that's a bit of a surprise. So he doesn't take on f1 yet. D takes e4. If the knight comes to b5, there's queen a4 back, and that means that knight can't move. It's pinned to the queen, and black gets the material.
Okay. Well, okay, Wei Yi getting the job done. The line that we predicted in the Vakitov position has happened. It's kind of funny. I think we should back up and go. Whoa, wait, no,
Whoa.
Knight takes e6.
Bishop c8! Bishop c8! Bishop c8! Ends the game!
Oh no, that's it. That's gonna be it. Wei Yi didn't see that move.
What do you mean Wei Yi didn't see it? He found it.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. He found Bishop c8. Okay. So I went full Fabi there. I went full Fabi and I changed my colors. There you go. Wei Yi is gonna get the dub.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Hikaru played a great season of chess. He's led the Gotham Knights the whole way, and to stumble at the finish line, that is not what the doctor ordered. And Denny, this is a queen against a knight, bishop, and pawn. But unfortunately for Hikaru, these pawns are coming fast, and I think this is dead lost.
Wow, sorry. I was looking at the player, looking at knight takes e6. The idea, of course, was if f takes, queen takes, Hikaru would have won the bishop on a6 if we want to show that blunder. But that's the game. Right there, knight takes e6, a blunder from Hikaru is going to give away everything because here comes f3. The mating net is real.
Yeah, this is just over. And f3, queen g2 is going to be made, and that's that. How do you stop this? e3.
Okay, e3 is also pretty good. The idea is if takes, you play f3 next? No?
Is there a way to win one of these pieces because they're disconnected? There's like a queen
I'm thinking
f5.
there is, but I don't see it.
Queen f5,
oh, and then you
e5.
have queen e5 check. Okay, after the knight moves. Wow.
Oh
wow.
My gosh. It's over.
Okay.
It's completely over.
It definitely doesn't inspire confidence for Knights fans. This is not a game you plan to lose on paper. But if you're a Tiger, you are roaring right now. Fun fact, Tigers actually roar, and lions aren't as loud as people think, despite what the movies would tell you.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the other games too, so Hikaru is just dead. Right? He's going to lose this game.
Hikaru's dead.
Black's going to bring the king up and win the game. But look at the bottom right. Lo Yiping completely winning, and then the other games are messy.
Lo Yiping, if Lo Yiping and Wei Yi get the job done early, Robert, don't underestimate the psychological factor too. It gives your teammates confidence, right? It's like, hey, we're not done. Stay focused. Big things can happen here.
Oh my
wow.
goodness. Yeah, this match is not over. Oh, look at Shamsidin Vokitov's king, by the way, in that game. But we'll tune in here just to show you that Lo Yiping has passers on the C and B files, is up a pawn. Black's pieces hardly have breathing room. This, I think, position, as they say, it explains itself.
Yeah, white is just completely dominating. White's pawns are so strong, you look for the piece that they sacrificed to get it. But they didn't sacrifice a piece to get it, right? White is so dominant, you're like, where's the compensation for black? What did white have to give up? But instead, no. White is just absolutely crushing here. So, okay, let's back up. I gotta take a moment to appreciate what's happening here. Hikaru Nakamura has lost on board one. It's in the books. That early victory gives so much confidence to the rest of the Tigers teammates. If Lo Yiping can get a dub against Nurmanova, I know the eval bar loves Vakitov over there, but we got to go back. What is going on in that game? The engine says black is winning, and I look at black's king, really feeling the heat. This looks so dangerous.
It does look dangerous, but there must be a move here that helps Vakitov out, because if we dive into that position, the one we're looking in the bottom left with Shu Yi, he is in a tough spot. The evaluation bar is all the way towards the bottom, but we look at the material. Black is up a pawn, so maybe there is something available to black in this position that allows him to take control of the game.
Well, we're going to find out. And Vakitov may have struggled today, but he's been great in the playoffs for the Knights. They may end up relying on him to do what the engine says he should be able to do, which is win this game as black. But it looks so scary. Robert, if black plays d5, white can move the bishop, right? And then immediately threaten queen b6 check.
Queen f3. If rook d7, does he want some kind of king c6? And there's back rank checkmates. It's so hard to figure this position out.
Man.
I think that works for black.
Gives me the shivers. You play a move like queen c6 with the championship on the line.
Yeah, queen f3 seems to work, because just to show you, rook d7, king c6, and unfortunately your rook is under attack, and if you're queen a4 check, the king takes the bishop. There are no more checks against this king. The bishop protects the pawn on b4. So, Danny, I'm not sure what white should do. Maybe it's like a rook slide somewhere, but then you can see that white's attack isn't quite as strong as you would hope.
I'm looking for ways for Shu Yi to keep it alive. Super tricky. This is why you give your king luft, kids. Back rank problems. White has 99 of them.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing what to do.
I think you have to play rook c1. Like, you just have to make a move that's a bit sad, but you keep the game going. This bishop is tethered to this pawn on b4, so you think bishop h6 might hurt, but queen takes b4, and the king on b7 is in harm's way. So he plays rook c1, Danny. That's a good start, but I think Fedoseev, I'm looking at
I was just going to say,
outside, he's doing well.
The white rook is tethered to the first rank. The Tigers' hopes are tethered to more than just this game. They are also tied up in Zhu Wenjun's performance against Vladimir Fedoseev, and it looks like it is turning around for the big fish. He wasn't in a great spot as white, but if we want to back this thing up to the bird's eye view and take a look at Vladimir Fedoseev's game versus Zhu Wenjun, because he's completely turned it around. I feel like I was looking at a position where, if anything, black had a small edge in the IQP, and now white's pieces are all on their ideal squares. They're dominating.
Yeah, the other results don't matter. Everybody else can lose as long as somebody in the Knights scores a point. And for Fedoseev, it looks like he may be the person to do that. And Zhu Wenjun down to 30 seconds.
Down to 30 seconds. We see red on the clock. That means that the Tigers' chances might be dead in the water if she can't figure something out here. You see her leaning in. She's nervous. A single win that goes in the Gotham Knights' favor, everyone, is your Pro Chess League championship. Literally on the edge of our seat here if the Tigers can't hold and win these games.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at that.
Look at what?
The eval bar kind of shifted a little bit, so I shifted in my seat.
Oh, okay. You're in rhythm right now. Black just can't move. Look at these pieces. They're all stuck here, and white is ready for a sacrifice at any moment on e6. That moment could be now. There's knight h5 with d5 at some point and checkmate this way. I'm looking at everything, and black is cramped and struggling.
The only problem is d4 is hanging right now, so white either does something or black takes on d4. So I'm with you, and obviously the eval bar certainly agrees white's moment might be on the board. But I'm just looking at queen takes d4 coming. So can we take e6? Is that it? Do you just take everything?
I think you can. But,
oh,
Danny, this game
he
goes
does.
knight e6. But Vakitov also looks like he's winning. So I don't know which game's going to decide the match.
It's going to be one of these two. I think we'll probably stick right here because with a discovered check about to happen, this is a queen that has to part ways with the board. Zhu Wenjun is the queen of the chess world in many ways, the top and strongest women's player, but she parts with her queen, and with that, the Tigers' chances are coming down to it.
Yeah, this is already just devastating attack with material down. And I saw Vakitov as well. He looks like he's getting it done for them. In fact, Vakitov, Danny, guess what?
Vakitov wins?
Vakitov wins. It's it.
The Pro Chess League Championship has been decided, ladies and gentlemen. Not just Fedoseev, but Vakitov gets a win for the Gotham Knights, rallying from a tough day to help the Knights get the job done. And just like that, 2 results hit the books. Fedoseev wins, Vakitov wins, and the Gotham Knights have won the 2023 Pro Chess League Championship.
Congratulations to them. Fedoseev, 4 out of 4, Danny. He did everything that you could ask and more for the Gotham Knights. He has been sensational.
He sure did. He showed up. By the way, if you look at the last 2 days of chess, Vladimir Fedoseev, you know what he put up? 8 points. He went 8-0, Robert. Vakitov, that young guy, also helps the Gotham Knights wrap up their $25,000 first place Pro Chess League Championship. But I gotta say, you just gotta love what the Knights did here. Vakitov and Fedoseev. There he is, Hikaru Nakamura, Robert. Didn't have his best chess in the last game, but it's a team sport. It's a team event, and he's got to be pretty thrilled with his overall season.
Yeah, no, he did really well throughout the year. And Danny, there's something to note. He lost the first game of the year to Josephine Heinemann, and he lost the last game of the year. But in between, he was sensational.
That's fantastic, actually. In fact, I remember providing commentary for that first loss of the year against Josephine Heinemann. And Hikaru got his wake-up call, then had a great season. He does lose the last game to Wei Yi, but it doesn't matter. The Gotham Knights, with a 9.5, 6.5 victory over the Shanghai Tigers, are your 2023 Pro Chess League champions. What a world to live in right now. What a day, what a weekend for Vladimir Fedoseev. And Robert, your thoughts on the overall season for the Gotham Knights here and what we have here on this Sunday.
They played the bare minimum number of matches because in the elimination Swiss, they won all 3. Then in the playoffs, it was a close call against the St. Louis Archbishops. Some may have said that that was the championship match because the St. Louis Archbishops had been champions in the past. They were formidable with Fabiano Caruana at the top and Alice Lee drawing Hikaru Nakamura from board 4. But after the Gotham Knights got through there, they steamrolled MGD1. The Shanghai Knights, the conclusion of this match, it looked closer than the match felt it was. But the Gotham Knights, they are deserving champions.
I like what you said. It was funny because it felt existential at the time when we had Knights versus Bishops. Of course, the Gotham Knights versus the St. Louis Archbishops. It was a very close match. And in the end, it was the closest match the Knights had throughout the entire postseason. They end up dominating MGD1, as you said. They've now beaten the Tigers. Hikaru Nakamura with the fist pump reaction. That was as it came through. That was Fedoseev. Look, backs up, smile, give a little shimmy and shake. You deserve it, man. 8-0 on this weekend. Vakitov, the big moment. I think this was also the big moment for him. He just kind of takes a sip of water calmly. And Alua Nurmanova had a huge win today over women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. A big part of how the Knights wrapped up the Pro Chess League. And there, Robert, is the final standings.
Yeah, the final standings give $25,000 to the Knights team. The Tigers, $20K. Not bad for second place, but I think at this stage, the money is great, but you still think about what could have been. And the Tigers, I think we have to give them their flowers as well. They had such a good season. They were so reliant on Wei Yi. And their roster construction, Danny, was Super GM at the top, and then pretty balanced boards 2 through 4. And Wei Yi delivered. He was a superstar for them. He just beat Hikaru Nakamura on demand with black. So for the Shanghai Knights, there are a lot of good moments throughout the season, a lot to take home away and to think about what it can be next year. And for the other squads, the Yogis, they earned their third place earlier today, but it was all about the Knights and the Tigers.
I want to give a shout out to the other teams as well. Of course, they all took home some cash. They all had great seasons to get in the playoffs. The Gnomes, the Bishops, the Blitz, and the Wizards. Of course, they didn't move on to the weekend, but they all had great seasons, Robert. But as you said, the Knights, I'll be honest, I touched on this in round 2 after they dominated there, and we didn't get to talk about it, but they were even better than I thought they could be. And I'm not taking anything away. I've watched Hikaru Nakamura do his thing for years, Robert. I know how good Layem Lay is. I know how good Fedoseev is. But I just didn't see this type of dominance coming. I'm going to be honest. It was almost not even close.
Yeah. No, it didn't feel close, right? That's why I had to go back to the quarterfinals and talk about the match against the Archbishops. That one was close, but The last 2 matches, semis and the finals, it felt like a breeze. I don't know what the Gotham Knights did to prepare. I don't know how Levy and Alex Ostrovsky, huge credit to the manager and captain of that squad, because they really cared from the beginning. We heard from Levy in interviews. We know that Alex Ostrovsky was the driving force behind the team. He looked through rating lists. He's like, let's get Nurmanova. She's great, and she makes our team ratings fit. So you have to do that as a manager. And it's not just about, the players. They, of course, do the heavy lifting, but putting a roster out each and every week that works for you, easier said than done, but it worked to perfection for the Knights.
Totally. I mean, you shouted out Nurmanova, also Vakitov, right, was a find by Ostrovsky and working super hard to again, construct a roster that allows the top dogs to do their thing, but doesn't run up against the rating caps. And I think a lot of people love that part of the Pro Chess League, and it definitely was something you have to tip your hat to the Knights, not just the players who won, but the managers who helped give them an opportunity to do so. All right. On that note, Robert, we now know who our PCL champion is. It's time to reveal our MVP. Oh, we're going to go to a break. I'm going to tease you that the MVP is coming, and we're going to have a break instead. So don't go anywhere. We're going to let you know who the MVP was on the other side of our break. It's the final moments of the 2023 Pro Chess League season when we return. Welcome back, everyone. And here are the results for the 2023 Pro Chess League MVP, voted by our panel. You got it right there. Robert, you were on the panel. You feel pretty good about your vote.
Oh, I feel very good about my vote because Vladimir Fedoseev earned the MVP. It was a great tour de force throughout the entire season, but especially come playoff time, he came ready, he came prepared, and he did what he does best, win chess games.
You obviously see Hikaru Nakamura taking the second prize and then Grandmaster Wei Yi. I agree with those results completely. I wasn't a part of the panel, and maybe people don't care if I agree, but I love how that broke down. I think it makes sense. Obviously, Grandmaster Vladimir Fedoseev dominated not just today with a 4-0 score, Robert. He went 4-0 yesterday as well. He hasn't lost all weekend. It's currently good to be the big fish, and we're going to catch up with the big fish right now. Well, pretty soon. I can't wait to see what he has to say, Robert.
Yeah, no, he actually only won 3 games yesterday, not because he lost any, but because the team was so dominant because of him and the others. They didn't need a 4th game. So he had a clean sweep throughout the weekend. He beat Wei Yi with the black pieces. He deserved it. And I just want to say that for our team of panelists, we were talking behind the scenes a bit. We all voted independently, but there was some conversation about, for example, Pranesh. He did so well. He performed so much above his rating to start the season. So credit to him. Fabiano Caruana was in the mix, leading the Archbishops back to the playoffs. And there were other names that were considered as well, but I think that Fedoseev deserved it, no question about it. And then after him, Wei Yi, he beat Hikaru in the last game, so that was a close call for the voters. But throughout the season, Hikaru did have the higher performance rating, and that game, it could sway your voting a bit, but I think it helped Fedoseev over Hikaru even more versus helping Hikaru compared to Wei Yi.
Love that transparency, by the way. I wish more sport voting systems told what was going on behind the scenes. So thanks for sharing that. But right now, we're going to catch up with the guy who took the MVP. Apologies. I kept saying he went 8-0. I forgot you guys were so dominant yesterday, Vladimir, that you only won 3 games yesterday. But congratulations on the MVP prize, Vladimir, and congratulations on the season overall. How you feeling right now?
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Since 2020, it was my dream to get a win in Pro Chess League with Gotham Knights. And I can say that if in 2021 they would organize a team, I would play for them 100% over Levitov chess team, Chess Wizards, which won in 2021 also. And I'm very proud about our team because I guess in the playoff we had a very hard match against St. Louis in quarterfinal, and in my opinion we was underperforming here, myself and Hikaru, and it was Shamsidin who went for 3 out of 4 in the first match and help us to win here, and also a lot of credit for our board 4. She just took down world champion today, and during the playoff, she also got a lot of points for us. So amazing work by all of us. Of course, it's also very nice to play in the team with Hikaru Nakamura because you sort of feeling you are a favorite in any matches because he is in the team, and even he is underperforming, he is still like the weapon which destroy opponents just by being in the team. It helps a lot. Yeah, for success, I guess.
Vladimir, that was beautifully said. And it seems like playing on a team is something that you enjoy. So what has the experience been like throughout the season? Was there preparation together? Did you guys talk when you weren't playing throughout the week? So what was it like being on this team?
I like team stuff, and I would say that I was in contact with our team captain, I guess, during the whole tournament, and I like how it went, and much more I like the result for sure. Yeah, the result is simply amazing. I can say we just dominate in playoffs, despite the hard match against St. Louis in quarterfinal. But yesterday and today, it's nearly dominative performance in my opinion.
Yep. Vladimir, speaking of being in contact with the manager and the conversations that go on behind the scenes, you guys played the same lineup the entire weekend, right? For all the matches. What was the discussion there? Was it logistical based on the fact that you were all available? Was it once you started playing well, keep it going because everyone's playing well? Was there ever a consideration to change up the lineup at all?
I think yes, it was a consideration to change the lineup, but after the quarterfinal, it was clear that Shamsuddin and Alua is performing very well on board 3 and 4, and with such a lineup, we just add more offense for our roster with Shamsuddin performing like first 2 matches. I guess he performed even better than me. I can say he was amazing in quarterfinal and semifinal also. But today it was not a day for him, but still for board free, it's very impressive performance what he did in the playoffs. And also, I believe if we were playing with Shamsuddin, it was impossible to change me for Lekwan Klem. Maybe it was not possible by rating. I'm not sure, but yeah, suddenly it works well that we played all 3 matches with the same lineup. But we also could change for lineup like we beat Tigers during regular season in the game 3. Like it was lineup myself, Hikaru, Lena Kashlinska, and Mikola Bornik. This is also, I guess, was very strong lineup. And we also had Lekvan Klem in the roster, so and Natalia Buksa, everybody. So I believe everybody could help, but we had this lineup for quarterfinal, and then we thought I believe it. We just trust this lineup till the end. I don't know why, but it pays off in the end. So maybe it was not a bad decision after all.
Seems like great decisions from the team and from you as a player. And congrats again on the MVP award. But Vladimir, we have a question that someone in the chat asked, and it was Ramesh Raghavan saying, "How did you prepare to get a perfect score of 4 out of 4 today?"
But actually, I did nearly zero preparation today. I was just sleepy all day before the matches. I had a huge motivation for the final, but I simply had not enough energy to prepare today. But I had sort of feeling what I will do in the game, yeah. And I was trying to play good chess, make a good decision during the game. I didn't plan to go 4 out of 4. I played game by game, but eventually it happened. I just won all 4 games. But I never mind that I will score 4 out of 4 today or something like this. I was just trying to play good chess, move by move.
It's a pleasant surprise, I guess, to go 4 of 4, right? when you didn't really plan it. But seriously, you played great. I'm gonna also get you with another featured chat question. This one comes to us from Lucas Wolick. I think I know the answer about how much you enjoyed playing for the team, but to hear you talk about your teammates, it really is clear how much you enjoy playing for the Pro Chess League. So just talk about that. And did you think this team was as strong as it was at the start of the season?
Yeah, even before the start of the season, I believe it's a champions contender team because we simply have Hikaru in the roster, and also myself. I think I'm a decent player too. I can score like 3 or more points, like nearly every matches if I'm in shape. And also we had Shamsuddin, who is underrated in my opinion. simply underrated. And we had Alina Kashlinskaya, Natalia Buksa, also Alua Normanova. I didn't know her, but we selected her, and it was I think it was a brilliant selection by our manager also. And yeah, I feel like we are champions contender team during the whole event, but that I actually was not sure that we can play like 6-0 during the season. It's just amazing. We won every matches in the season, and this is special in my opinion.
Yeah.
It was a perfect season from the team. It was a perfect day from you. And well, you are the MVP, but we have a question from the featured chat asking, who do you think the MVP would be if it wasn't going to be you?
I believe Hikaru deserved MVP during the regular season. He was amazing. He was performing well in every matches, and if not today, I believe it could be Shamsidin also, just for his playoff performance. But I actually think I have some chance to win MVP awards after we also won Arena Royal. And there was no Hikaru at this day, and I sort of lead the team to victory. And this performance, like yesterday and today, I think it was a high chance for me to win MVP award. But I actually didn't know that there is some money prizes for MVP.
That's good. Another good surprise, right? You didn't think you'd go 4-4, and now an extra $5,000 to go with it. Well, again, great answer. We got one more featured chat question for you before Robin and I have a couple of our own, but I want to go to Gray Mexes, who wants to know, you just dominated Rapid Chess. When's your next classical chess tournament?
I actually managed to win first classical tournament in 6 years. Yeah, not a very strong tournament at Formentera, but I managed to win here. It was just a month ago. And I also tied for first at Menorca Open, also this year. And the next step is playing French League. And after this, I will play at World Cup in Baku. So who knows, maybe I can play better in classical chess too. It seems I improved in Blitz and Rapid over the last couple of years, but for me, it will be interesting to know if I improved a lot in classical chess.
Yeah, and I mean, you've had some great results over the years in classical chess. Of course, during the pandemic, more things went online. So, Vladimir, my question for you is, what does it feel like to play in front of so many fans? Because historically, chess, you don't see as many people. You're playing in a silent room, but now you know that there are thousands and thousands of people watching. Does that motivate you at all?
Yeah, during the game, you can't mind it. You can't feel it. Yeah, your auditory online, you can feel it. Yeah, but I remember my feelings in Dortmund Super Tournament in 2017. There was some 500 people in the building watching myself playing against Vladimir Kramnik. Game one of the tournament, I played with black and I managed to win. And it was absolutely unforgettable. And now I'm only proud that chess community is growing in internet and that it's so many people who interested in chess, who is like to watch chess on chess.com. And I'm just proud that our community is growing and it came in, and nowadays it became bigger and bigger day by day. It's amazing. So I'm only like this process, but you can't feel that there is 1,000 people who watching you at this moment during the game. You simply have no time to think about such things during the game.
Well, Amazing to hear you say that. The chess world is growing, and even if you're not thinking about it during your games, Vladimir, they are thinking about it. You have thousands of fans, and you deserve it. Your performance was incredible. Congratulations one more time to you, and of course the entire Gotham Knights team. And your fans will be waiting for you guys next season. What are your chances that the whole team stays together as you come back for a 2024 season and try to repeat what you did this year?
I hope we will have this opportunity, and it's actually my next question to the team staff. So I hope we will stay all together and trying to repeat and win the title once again.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Can't wait to see it. Thank you so much for being with us, Vladimir. We're going to let you go. Enjoy that victory, and best of luck next year as the Knights return to defend their title. And on that note, Vladimir Fedoseev leaves us. Robert, one more time, reflect on the brackets you got here and their 2023 campaign.
Yeah, with all the focus on the Gotham Knights as the champions, it's easy to forget about all the other teams that took part, but there were some great matchups. We had matchups go into extra time. The Blitz throughout the season, they had some fun lineups. Of course, the Gnomes, just anywhere you look, there are some great teams, but I just want to give another shout out to Vladimir Fedoseev. You can tell how much he loves the game of chess. I mean, he is somebody who said, when I played in Dortmund and I beat Krumnik with black and everyone came up and congratulated me, that was such a moving moment, not just because the game I played, which is a lifetime achievement, but because everyone is showing the support. You can tell how much he loves his teammates. He is talking about giving every single one of them credit, how he thought maybe he could win MVP, but you heard him. He's like, oh, well, we wouldn't be here without Shamsidin. Hikaru is just a force. Even when he's not playing his best chess, even when he's not winning all the games, he's a weapon that people are afraid of. And he talked about Alu on board 4, saying she beat Ju Wenjun today. So I just have to say one more time that it's just so great to witness the level of chess we see from Vladimir Fedoseev, but even better to see him share his thoughts, talk about how much it means to him. You can tell that it was a crowning achievement amongst many in his already illustrious career. So Fedoseev, he earned my MVP vote. He earned the chat's MVP vote. He won a lot of hearts today, and his team is definitely going to thank him because they are the Pro Chess League champions.
Couldn't agree more. You can tell he talks like a manager. He mentioned a bunch of people who didn't even play today, too, right? He thinks about it. He cares about it. An awesome interview, awesome guy. And again, an awesome team. It wasn't just Vladimir Fedoseev. Congratulations one more time to the 2023 Pro Chess League champion, Gotham Knights, the entire crew that went into that. I'm going to thank our entire crew and thank the whole team who works hard to bring you the Pro Chess League. So many, I can't name everybody. I want to thank the fans and, of course, the moderators as well, everyone who helps bring these things to life. On that note, I'm going to say that that's going to be it for us, folks. We are going to leave you with a congratulations to the Gotham Knights, as well as a quick summary of their best moments in this victory over the Shanghai Tigers on their way to winning the 2023 Pro Chess League Championship.
Danny, I'm looking at the bars of connection, and there are none for Hikaru right now. The e4 pawn is loose, so Wei Yi in good position. And, what was that? Knight takes F2 and Knight G4!
OMGs or snaps. Bishop takes F8, Rook E8 line where you sacrifice your queen. What a fun thing that could have been.
It's a piece?
Queen H2?
Huge win for Fedoseev.
Dude,
wait, that was a great move! I thought it was a blunder, but it was a trick. And Rook A3, you win the game on the spot. She outcalculated her opponent, who is the women's world champion.
Fedoseev just took down Wei Yi with black. It's over. It's in the books. I'm just like, they're out of control. Hold the phone. Lo Yuping is not out of this yet. And just like that.
Great win there from Lo Yuping. Look at him. He can't believe it.
It's kind of funny. I think we should back up and go. Whoa, wait, no. Whoa. Knight takes E6.
Knight takes E6. Bishop C8. Bishop C8. Ends the game.
Oh, no, that's it. That's going to be it. Not just Fedoseev, but Vakitov gets a win for the Gotham Knights. And the Gotham Knights have won the 2023 Pro Chess League Championship.